and welcome to China's Living Languages.
欢迎来到我的频道。
Imagine a field. Actually, picture two very different fields. And meet Andy, he's a farmer in ancient China.
Right.
Every morning he heads out to this huge plot, the Lord's field. But you know, his shoulders are slumped, he's moving slow, barely scratching the surface.
Yeah, kind of grudgingly.
Exactly. Because why put in the effort? Every single bit of grain he grows there. It just goes off to some distant lord he's never even laid eyes on.
So the yield is, well, it's pitiful. There's just no motivation.
But then, right behind his little hut, there's his own small plot, his family field.
Mm-hmm.
And here Andy is like a completely different person. He's just a whirlwind, working nonstop, sunrise to sunset.
Every weed pulled, every plant tended, you can almost feel the effort.
Because this matters. Every grain from this field means his family survives. It's life or death, really.
That contrast is stark.
Yeah.
And it wasn't just Andy, right? This was the reality across the whole state of Lu, what, over 2,500 years ago?
Yes, and the ruler, the Lord of Lu, he noticed. He saw his own vast fields looking sparse, neglected, and then he saw these little private plots just thriving.
It must have been a real light bulb moment.
Yeah.
A fundamental insight into, well, human nature and incentives.
The old system where the state owns everything and just demands labor, it just wasn't working. Not for generating revenue anyway.
It's incredibly inefficient. Unsustainable, even.
So this lord, he makes this decision. It sounds simple, but it was truly revolutionary for the time.
Okay, what did he do?
He basically told Andy and the others, look, forget my fields, go home, focus on your own land and make it productive,
Wow.
and then come harvest time, just give me 1/10 of what you grow.
A 10% tax based on their own yield. It sounds so logical, almost modern in a way.
It does to us now, but back then, this wasn't just tweaking the rules, this was a political earthquake. It sent shockwaves through the whole system.
A seismic shift, you called it, and it completely changed the power dynamics.
That's what we're diving into today. How this one single tax reform, they called it, the first tax on the moo, put in place 594 BC in Lu, how it just shattered the old feudal aristocracy.
And led to the rise of this whole new class of professional administrators, the bureaucrats.
Ignited centuries of absolutely brutal warfare, all centered on controlling land.
It's really amazing how changing how you collect tax can fundamentally redirect a whole civilization's path from these scattered city-states towards, eventually, a unified empire.
So let's start with that core problem, the why bother issue. It's something we still see, right, in companies, organizations.
Oh, absolutely. The principal agent problem. When your incentives aren't aligned with the bosses, or the states in this case, why go the extra mile?
Your motivation just plummets if you feel like you're working on someone else's public field.
Exactly. And the Lord of Lu saw that this wasn't just laziness, it was a systemic flaw starving the state of resources. So 594 BC, boom, the first tax on the moo.
Meaning people paid taxes based on the actual area of land they held?
And a moo, just for context, is roughly, what, 0.15 acres, about 600 square meters. So it's about measuring specific plots.
Even if the measuring was pretty basic back then.
Right. But the concept was the revolution. Because, like you said, a modern listener might just shrug and say, well, yeah, you tax land in farming societies. What's the big deal?
It seems so obvious now. So why was it such an earth-shattering idea back then? What was the prevailing mindset?
Okay, think about, say, early medieval Europe. A king didn't just tax everyone directly. Power was filtered down through layers, dukes, barons, local lords. They controlled their own patches.
Right. The king relied on them to provide knights resources. It was indirect.
Precisely. The idea of the central ruler reaching past all those nobles to directly assess and tax every single farmer's plot. Unheard of. It basically cut out the middlemen.
The feudal lords?
Yeah. The ruler was saying, I'm dealing straight with the source of wealth, the land, and the people working it, not just through you guys.
Wow. Okay, that immediately sounds like a direct challenge to the existing power structure. It wasn't just about money, it was about authority.
Absolutely. A lord's power came from controlling the people and the output on the land the monarch granted him. This new tax system attacked that very foundation. The monarch was claiming a direct stake in all land.
But making this actually work, I mean, the practical problems must have been enormous back then.
Oh, immense. Huge hurdles. First off, think about the basics. Land was actually pretty abundant in many places, but people were relatively scarce.
So if you tax land area too heavily.
Farmers could just leave, pack up, move to unclaimed territory, disappear off the tax map. It was way easier to control people to tie them to a lord or a place than it was to accurately track and tax shifting plots of land across vast areas.
Plus, you needed standards, right? How do you weigh the grain consistently? How do you even measure the land area accurately?
Exactly, standardized weights and measures. That really only came much, much later with Qin Shi Huang, the first emperor. And think about the administration. You'd need a massive nationwide bureaucracy, people to measure, record, collect, prevent cheating.
Which just didn't exist yet.
Not even close. It's actually quite similar to what happened in the late Roman Empire with the colony system.
How so?
Well, as the Roman state struggled, they legally bound farmers to the land they worked, even free farmers. Why? To guarantee labor and, crucially, tax revenue. When you can't easily track and tax the land itself, you control the person on the land.
It's that same core logic. Control the person if you can't effectively control the land. That was the mindset of the old public field system.
Right. And the methods for measuring were incredibly primitive at first. There's this phrase, Shui,
Which means?
literally to pace out the Muan tax.
Right.
They would walk the boundaries step by step to estimate the area.
Wow. You can just picture some poor official trudging through fields, trying to count his steps accurately, no proper tools, maybe just scratching notes on bamboo slips.
It shows the sheer difficulty. But even that simple, back-breaking effort kicked off this huge transformation, moving China away from being a collection of city-states toward becoming an empire.
That's a really interesting point about state foundations. You're saying city-states, like maybe Athens, are built on their population.
Often, yes. Their citizens provide the army, they pay duties on trade, their participation is the state's resource. Think military service, civic duties.
Whereas empires, like Persia maybe, are built on controlling vast stretches of land.
Exactly. Taxing the agricultural output of that land becomes the main source of wealth and power. Modern nations, arguably, are founded on sovereignty, a different concept again.
And this idea of the tax handle, the Shui, explain that a bit more.
Think of the state's resources like a big pot. The ruler needs a tool, a ladle, to scoop resources out. That tool, that mechanism for extraction, is the tax handle. In the city-state model, that handle was geared towards people demanding service, labor, maybe a share of trade profits.
But the first tax on the move fundamentally shifted where China's tax handle was grabbing.
Precisely. It moved from demanding things from people directly to demanding things from the land they worked. A pivot from an Athens-style model to a Persia-style model, from citizens to territory.
And the consequences of grabbing that new handle were
Massive.
huge chain reactions. Externally, the focus shifted. Suddenly, land wasn't just a place to live, it was the primary source of state revenue. So competition for territory became way more intense, way more brutal.
Leading to the kind of horrific warfare and massacres we see later in the Warring States period. States weren't just fighting for glory, they were fighting for tax base.
Exactly. More land meant more power, more revenue. And internally, you couldn't run this new system with the old feudal structure.
Right, you mentioned needing bureaucracy. You needed a sophisticated, centralized administration. Record keepers, surveyors, tax collectors, answerable to the central state, not local lords. New institutions had to be built from the ground up.
Which meant the old feudal system, those layers of nobles between the ruler and the actual land, it had to go.
It had to be dismantled, often violently. That's partly why the reforms in various states during the Warring States period were so bloody. They involved stripping power and land from entrenched aristocratic families.
And the result for the ruler?
A massive increase in potential power and revenue flowing directly to the center. We see the culmination with Qin Shi Huang after he unifies China, his famous decree.
The one about the black-headed people?
Yes. Let the black-headed people register their own fields. Black-headed people meaning the commoners, everyone without titles. He's speaking directly to them.
Bypassing any remaining aristocracy entirely.
It's pure imperial thinking. The land is ultimately mine. You commoners work it, you register it with my government, and you pay me taxes based on its area. I don't care who your local bigwig used to be.
That really embodies the shift. An empire is built on controlling land, like the saying, he who conquers the country rules the country.
It's all about the territory.
But this wasn't an overnight success. You said the first tax on the mu was just the first step. How long did this struggle actually take?
It's staggering, really. From that first step in 594 BC, it took over 1,000 years for the Chinese Empire to develop a system that could truly, consistently tax land effectively. a millennium of trial and error.
1,000 years. What took so long? What were the persistent problems?
Well, the technical challenges just didn't disappear quickly. Land surveying got better, slowly. They moved beyond just pacing it out, developing things like the 1,000 square field method, or using basic geometry for the boundary demarcation method.
But still primitive by our standard.
Oh, absolutely. And crucially, managing the records was a nightmare. Think about it. Land gets bought, sold, inherited, split up, merged, constantly all across this enormous empire.
Without computers, databases, or even reliable maps for much of it.
The land registers just became this chaotic mess, as historians put it. Keeping track was a problem they frankly never fully solved in the imperial era. They were always playing catch up.
So, if direct land taxation was so hard for so long, how did they actually collect revenue for all those centuries? Did they just give up?
No, they developed a kind of workaround. A clever, if flawed, compromise system that lasted for a very long time, basically from the Han Dynasty right through to the early mid-Tang Dynasty. Hundreds of years.
Okay, what was this workaround?
The state essentially said, okay, tracking every single plot's exact size and ownership is too hard, but we can count people, more or less. So they would notionally distribute land based on population.
Like an adult man gets allocated, say, a standard 100 mil plot.
Something like that, yeah. Different systems had different amounts, like the Han's land grant system or the Jin's land occupation system or the famous equal field system used later. The details varied, but the principle was similar.
They gave out land based on heads.
And then they collected taxes based on the number of heads, usually adult males.
Ah, so taxing the person became a proxy for taxing the land they supposedly held.
Exactly. It made taxing by person almost the same as taxing by land, but it relied on counting people, which was technically easier, especially when populations were more concentrated or tied down. It was a hybrid system.
It's like if a modern government couldn't do property taxes properly, maybe they'd just say, okay, everyone notionally gets a standard apartment, now pay a flat tax per person.
That's a decent analogy. A poll tax, justified by a theoretical land allocation.
But you said this workaround was flawed. What was the big problem with it?
The massive fundamental flaw was that it only worked if the state actually had enough land to keep distributing.
And eventually, they didn't.
Right. As population grew, and especially as powerful families and monasteries accumulated vast estates, often tax-exempt legally or illegally, there just wasn't enough land left for the government to hand out to peasants.
So what happened when a peasant lost their land, maybe to debt or famine, and the state couldn't give them a new plot?
They fled. They became vagrants, bandits, or tenants working for the big landowners. The tax base collapsed, social order frayed, and you often got massive peasant uprisings. It was a recurring cycle of instability inherent in the system.
Which leads us finally to a really major shift, right? Mid-Tang Dynasty, around 780 AD, the two-tax reform.
Yes, implemented by Chancellor Yang. This is arguably the conceptual birth of a truly modern property tax system in China. It's a huge institutional leap.
What made it so different?
The state fundamentally changed its role. It stopped trying to be both the landlord allocating land and the tax collector. That dual role had become impossible.
So it stepped back.
It stepped back. It basically said, forget about who allocated what land. We are simply going to assess the land people actually possess, however they got it, and tax them based on that ownership and its assessed value or area.
Wow, that's a massive separation. Land ownership and taxation become distinct things.
It's a crucial conceptual separation. Like, as you mentioned, the shift in Europe from feudal dues tied to land tenure towards a national tax system based on income or property value, regardless of how you got it. The state's interest became purely fiscal.
And how did the two-tax name come about?
Simply because taxes were now collected twice a year, summer and autumn harvests, based purely on the amount of land held. More land, more tax. Less land, less tax. No land. No tax based on land.
Simple, direct, universal property tax.
In principle, yes.
So let's just recap that timeline because it's incredible. The idea starts in 594 BC with the first tax on the Mu.
Right.
But it takes until 780 AD with the two-tax reform for a system truly based on taxing actual land ownership to be formally established. That's
For over 1,300 years.
13 centuries of struggle, workarounds, collapses, and reforms to get there.
It really underscores how difficult fundamental state building, especially fiscal systems, actually is. It's not just having the idea, it's building the capacity to implement it.
And even after 780 AD, was it smooth sailing? Did the system finally work perfectly?
Well, no. Even with the two-tax system in place institutionally, the practice remained a constant struggle. The core issue of accurately surveying all land and, crucially, preventing powerful privileged groups from hiding their land or getting exemptions.
That never went away.
It remained, as the sources often lament, an unsolvable problem throughout the rest of imperial history. Wealthy families, officials, monasteries, they always found ways to underreport their holdings and evade taxes. The central government was in a perpetual battle to update the registers and enforce the rules.
So the ideal of a fair and comprehensive land tax was established, but fully realizing it remained elusive.
Exactly. The administrative and political challenges were immense and persistent.
So looking back, it all started with Andy the farmer, his motivation, or lack thereof, on those two different fields.
Yeah, that simple observation about incentives.
It sparked an idea that led to this incredible 1,000-plus-year saga of transformation, reshaping the Chinese state, fueling wars, creating bureaucracies, defining power itself around land.
It's a powerful lesson in how seemingly small fiscal adjustments can have profound long-term consequences for an entire civilization, and how states always grapple with that fundamental challenge. How do you effectively and fairly get the resources you need?
Which makes you think, considering this immense historical struggle, the technical hurdles, the political resistance, the constant fight for fairness and enforcement, what should we be prioritizing today when we think about our own tax system?
It's true, isn't it? Issues of fairness, efficiency, loopholes, measuring wealth, enforcement. These aren't new problems.
How much do those ancient challenges still echo in our modern debates about things like wealth taxes, property taxes, corporate taxes, and who bears the burden?
Are we just using more sophisticated technology to wrestle with the same fundamental issues of power, wealth, and obligation that they faced millennia ago?
Something deep to consider. When we talk about how China eventually unified, going from all those warring kingdoms to one empire, there's this one name that always comes up, Shang Yang.
Absolutely. He's seen as the guy who basically supercharged to the state of Qin, gave them the edge they needed.
Right. But here's the thing that historians have wrestled with for like 2,000 years. Was he this amazing visionary, this genius of reform?
Or was he just the architect of these incredibly harsh, almost notoriously cruel laws?
Right.
Someone whose name basically means legal tyranny even today.
It's a huge puzzle, isn't it? Because trying to just label him good or bad,
it just doesn't work. It kind of misses the point when you look at the sheer scale of what he built, the machinery of state he put together.
Yeah, you have to stop asking if it was moral and start asking, how did it work? Like from an engineering perspective.
Exactly. And that's what we want to do in this deep dive, right? Look at Shang Yang through that lens. Systemic engineering, imperial finance. How did he pull off this massive institutional transformation? Let's try to get past the simple good-bad judgment.
Because before him, Qin wasn't exactly running smoothly.
Not at all. For all its potential, it was struggling. It's like, imagine the state was running on really clunky old software, decades old.
Like a legacy system that keeps crashing, built on old feudal ways that just couldn't scale up for war or, well, anything.
Precisely. Fundamentally inefficient.
Okay, so let's dig into the blueprint, the brand new operating code he installed.
All right, so Shang Yang shows up. He's got the full backing of this ambitious young ruler, Duke Qin Xiaokong. And he rolls out these reforms in two big waves. First around 356 BC, and another push in 350 BC.
And these are the famous reforms you read about, right? Getting rid of the old well-field land system.
Yep. Opening of land for private ownership, they called it kaikanmo. Standardizing weights and measures, which sounds dull, but it's actually crucial.
And registering the entire population, which sounds like a nightmare logistically.
Oh, absolutely. And often, people just see this list, a bunch of separate administrative tweaks.
Useful things, sure, but just a list. But you're saying that's missing the forest for the trees.
Totally. The real genius isn't in any one of these things. It's how they all fit together. Interlocked. It's the systematization.
Okay, explain that. Systematization. What does that mean in this context?
It means designing a structure where everything feeds into everything else. Getting rid of the old land system directly enables the new tax system. The population register directly supports the new way of rewarding soldiers.
Ah, so it's all connected, working towards one central goal.
State power. Maximum state power and efficiency. Everything serves that goal.
Okay, so to really get why this is different, let's think about other reformers in Chinese history. The famous ones who came later, like Shang Yang or Wang Anshi.
Right, or even Yang Zheng much later. Figures who were trying to save dynasties that were already kind of falling apart.
So what was the big difference between their approach and Shang Yang's?
Well, those later guys, they were working within an existing imperial system. a system that was often, frankly, broken or declining.
They were trying to stop the bleeding, financially speaking.
Exactly. They were patching things up, applying fixes, mending the old code, trying to make it work again. Their job was fixing problems, symptoms.
But Shang Yang, he wasn't fixing a dynasty. He was basically inventing one, right? Or at least the operating system for one.
Precisely. He wasn't trying to optimize the old bureaucracy. He was writing the fundamental structure for bureaucracy itself. He chucked out the whole feudal way of doing things.
Throughout the old code?
And installed a brand new operating system, designed from scratch, maximum resource extraction, maximum state efficiency. That was the goal.
Okay, let's get into the financial engineering then, because that seems key. You mentioned this earlier idea, the first tax on acreage, the Shui. Why wasn't that really working before him?
Well, think about the hardware he was dealing with, the actual land setup and the social structures. Before his reforms, you had this old well field system.
Right, the one where land is supposedly divided into 9 squares, and the middle one is worked for the lord.
Yeah, theoretically. But in practice, it meant the state only really had a clear claim on that central plot. The rest, it was often murky.
So families, especially powerful local lords, could hide land, or maybe just not report its full output.
Worse than that, the whole system was super decentralized. These aristocratic families, the old money you could call them, they controlled huge amounts of land, labor, crops. And the central government often had no real clue.
Because it was based on blood ties, local loyalties, old rituals, not state records.
Exactly. It was opaque, a financial black hole from the state's perspective.
Okay, so how did Shang Yang's reforms cut through that mess instantly?
By blowing up the well field system entirely and bringing in Kai Quan Mo, opening up the land, creating clear boundaries, paths, making it available for private ownership.
Ah, private ownership. That's the key.
That's the absolute key, because the moment you establish clear private land ownership, you suddenly have a transparent, measurable tax base.
It wasn't just about helping farmers then. It was about making the land countable, definable for the state's accountants.
100%. The land became a clear asset on the state's books. So Shang Yang took that vague idea of the Shui, the tax on acreage, and he made it real.
Because now they knew who owned what and how much.
Precisely. Every farmer has a title. The state can accurately assess the land, tax it based on size, maybe even potential output. It turned this messy, ritual-bound, decentralized mess into a standardized, quantifiable financial system.
Centrally controlled and auditable.
You got it. And this new systematized revenue stream.
Yeah.
It became the absolute backbone of imperial finance, not just for Qin, but for dynasties that followed for centuries.
That's huge. He basically put a price tag on the landscape, monetized it for the state.
Right. But you can't just install new software, however brilliant, on, like, broken hardware. It won't run.
Meaning the people themselves, the
Yes.
social structure.
Exactly. Shang Yang knew his financial system wouldn't work unless he totally restructured the two main groups in Qin society. The ordinary people, the farmers mostly, and the ruling class, the aristocracy.
They had to be organized differently, audited maybe, motivated.
All of the above. Let's start with the common people. How do you even begin to register everyone 2,000 years ago? Think about it. No photo IDs, people moved around.
Yeah, it seems almost impossible.
Well, this is where you see that mix of administrative brilliance and just sheer authoritarian power. He didn't just order a head count.
No, what then?
He demanded individual registration, detailed records. We're talking names, status, like are you a farmer, an artisan, place of origin,
Yeah.
gender, married or not, even physical condition.
Wow, physical condition.
For military service, mainly. But also, critically, the full details of their family property, how much land, what tools, etc.
That level of detail is just staggering for the 4th century BC. This isn't just about taxes, is it? It feels like total information control.
It pretty much was. Think about what it gave the state. It's a dynamic register of assets and people for finance. They knew exactly who owned what land, so who owed what tax.
Okay, and for the military.
They knew the age, the fitness, the location of every single potential soldier. They could forecast manpower needs, revenue streams, years in advance.
So these registers weren't just records, they were the state's main account books.
Absolutely. They allowed the central government to plan and project in a way no other state could at the time.
So people compare this to things like the Doomsday Book in England, after the Norman Conquest.
Right, but the Doomsday Book was kind of a one-off snapshot, right?
Yeah.
To figure out who owned what then.
Yeah, mostly about existing wealth and feudal dues.
Shang Yang's system was designed to be dynamic, constantly updated. It was like a real-time asset and liability ledger for the entire population.
That gives Qin a massive advantage. They know things their rivals just don't. Their rivals are still relying on local lords, maybe telling the truth about their resources.
Exactly. He basically eliminated that information gap.
Yeah.
Qin knew. The others were guessing.
Okay, so you know who everyone is and what they own. But how do you actually make sure they comply? Pay their taxes, show up for duty. Across this huge, mostly rural state, you can't have officials everywhere, right?
Right. That's the logistical nightmare. His solution, turned the population into its own police force, essentially.
Ah.
He set up these grassroots units, hyper-local, 10 households grouped together as one Shi, 5 households as one Wu.
The famous neighborhood groups. That sounds sort of community-based, almost harmless.
Until you read the rules. The really crucial part was the Shi-Wu joint liability system, the 10-5 system.
Joint liability, meaning?
Meaning if one family in your group of 5 or 10 broke the law, any law, hiding grain, dodging taxes, helping a criminal not reporting something,
Yeah.
then all the neighbors in that unit were punished right alongside them, automatically.
Whoa. Okay, that's terrifying, but incredibly effective, I imagine.
Brutally effective. But think about it. You're essentially forcing people to spy on their neighbors, report them, or suffer the consequences yourself.
That must have created a really tense social atmosphere, right? Massive distrust.
Undoubtedly. Suspicion, mutual surveillance. But from the state's point of view, it solved the enforcement problem brilliantly.
Because they didn't need a huge police force or armies of tax collectors knocking on doors.
Exactly. The threat of your neighbors getting punished alongside you, or maybe reporting you to save themselves, did the job. Compliance was basically outsourced to the community itself, enforced by fear and mutual responsibility.
Minimal cost to the state, maximum compliance from the people.
Wow. It's an administrative masterstroke.
Yeah.
In a dark sort of way. And there's more. These Shi and Wu units, they weren't just for policing.
No. What else?
They were the basic statistical unit for actually levying taxes and drafting soldiers.
Ah, okay. So the state says we need 100 soldiers from this region.
They knew exactly how many Shi or Wu units that required and where to find them. It made resource extraction taxes and manpower standardized, predictable, efficient.
It's like a grid laid over society, designed specifically to pull resources out.
That's a perfect way to put it. A social grid designed for resource extraction.
Okay, reorganizing the common people, that's one massive challenge. But messing with the established aristocracy, the powerful families, the old money, with actual local power, that seems even riskier. That's where reforms usually die, isn't it?
Absolutely. That's often where the reformer ends up losing their job or even their head.
So how did Shang Yang tackle that? How did he dismantle centuries of inherited privilege without getting himself killed immediately?
He used their own ambition and the state's biggest need against them. The weapon was Zhengong, military merit.
Okay, rewarding soldiers for success in battle, that seems straightforward.
It was straightforward, but the implications were revolutionary. He basically said, the old aristocracy, they're a drain on the state unless they are directly helping us win wars.
So their position, their privilege, was no longer guaranteed by birth. It had to be earned, linked to the state's survival.
Precisely. For ordinary people, this was amazing. It meant upward mobility. Kill enough enemies, serve bravely. You could climb the ranks, gain status, land, wealth.
Okay, carrot for the commoners. What about the stick for the nobles?
A very big stick. He decreed that only the oldest son could inherit the family's existing noble title and the lands that went with it.
Only the eldest. What about all the other sons? The spares?
Tough luck. They were essentially cut off from the inherited title and privilege. If they wanted rank, power, government jobs, wealth, fame,
They had to go earn it themselves.
on the battlefield,
Yeah.
through Zhengong. No title, no land grant, no fancy position just because of your daddy. You had to achieve it through military success.
That is a direct hit on inherited power. You're forcing the elite sons, who probably expected a comfortable life, onto the front lines.
Absolutely. It's a fundamental shift from a bloodline-based system to a performance-based system.
But what made it stick? Why would they go along with this? What were the actual rewards? Were they good enough to make nobles risk their lives?
Oh, the rewards were very real, very tangible, and built right into the system. This Zhengong system had 20 distinct ranks of merit, like levels in a game.
20 ranks.
And each rank came with specific, legally defined benefits. Grants of land, more land for higher ranks, allocations of servants or peasant labor, sometimes dozens, even up to 100 for the highest ranks.
Wow. So actual economic power.
Huge economic power and crucial legal perks. exemptions from certain taxes, exemption from forced labor obligations that ordinary folk had. The higher your Juntian rank, the more wealth you got and the fewer burdens you carried.
So a common soldier could, theoretically, achieve the economic status of an old noble just by being a better fighter.
That was exactly the idea. He replaced the old currency blood with a new currency battlefield performance.
The effect on the state.
Twofold. One, you constantly refresh your leadership with people who are proven competent and loyal to the state's military goals. Two, you force the old, potentially complacent elite to actively contribute or become irrelevant. They had to fight to maintain their status within this new system.
Okay, this whole system, it's so comprehensive, so coldly logical. It feels like it must be based on some core ideas about how people work, how politics should work.
It absolutely was. This wasn't just random policy making. It was underpinned by a very specific philosophy, what we now call legalism.
Legalism. And at its heart is a particular view of human nature.
A very pragmatic, some might say cynical view. Shang Yang completely rejected the idealism floating around at the time, like the Mohists, Mozu, who were talking about universal love, caring for everyone equally.
He didn't buy that. Didn't think people were naturally good or altruistic.
Not really. His core belief, the engine he saw driving everyone, was self-interest. You put it very bluntly. Alive, one calculates for profit. Dying, one worries about fame.
Profit and fame. That's it. Those are the levers.
Those are the main levers, according to him. Utility and recognition. What can I gain? How will I be remembered or seen?
So instead of trying to preach morality at people, which is kind of what the Confucians were doing.
Right, trying to make people virtuous through education and ritual.
He just said, okay, people are selfish. Let's use that. Build a system that takes that private greed and channels it towards what the state needs.
Precisely. The state, using its tools, those very clear, very institutionalized rewards and punishments we talked about, acts like a visible hand. It guides that natural self-interest towards the only two things the state really valued back then: farming.
To grow food, create wealth, feed the army.
And fighting. To secure territory, defeat rivals, consolidate power.
He was kind of like an ancient behavioral economist then, not worried about your inner virtue, just designing the incentives to get the behavior he wanted for the state.
That's a great way to put it. He wasn't asking if you were a good person. He was asking, does the system make you act in a way that benefits the state? Does it maximize state output?
You mentioned Machiavelli earlier. It fits, but maybe Shang Yang was even more fundamental. He wasn't just advising, he was building the machine itself, using that giant state hammer to shape behavior.
Yes. And this hard-nosed pragmatism inevitably put him on a collision course with all the other major philosophies buzzing around during the Warring States period. They all had different ideas about how to govern.
Okay, let's take them on. First, the big rivals. The Confucians, the Rugia. They were all about rule by virtue, right? Leading by moral example, respecting tradition, rituals.
Yeah, the importance of the ruler being a morally upright gentleman, setting the tone for society.
And Shang Yang thought this was
pedantic and useless, his words, basically. Especially in a time of constant war and survival. For Qin to make it, he insisted, you needed rule by law, Faji. That had to be the only standard.
The law is supreme. Clear, predictable, applies to everyone, no exceptions.
No exceptions. Doesn't matter who you are, what your family background is, the law is the law.
And this is where that famous kind of horrifying story comes in, right? About the crown prince's tutor.
Exactly. He had to show that this new operating code, the law, was more powerful than centuries of tradition and hierarchy.
So the story goes, the crown prince broke a law, but you can't punish the heir directly.
So Shang Yang punished his guardians, his tutors. And not just a slap on the wrist, he supposedly had the nose of one of the highest-ranking tutors cut off.
Ouch. That's not just punishment, that's sending a message. A very brutal public message.
Absolutely. It was political theater. It screamed to the entire old nobility. Your rank, your connections, your traditions mean nothing next to this new legal code. The law is king now.
And it ties into his rejection of the Confucian habit of always looking to the past, right? Venerating the ancestors, the golden age of the early Zhou dynasty.
Yeah, he famously said something like, times change and people must change with them. He saw clinging to old, decentralized, ritual-based ways as actively dangerous in the current dog-eat-dog world. Progress, adaptation, that was key.
Survival, basically. Okay, what about the Taoists, the Daogia? Their advice was very different.
Almost the complete opposite. They advocated wu-wei governing through non-action, minimal interference, let things unfold naturally, contend with no one.
Which sounds lovely and peaceful, but in the middle of the Warring States.
Sounds like suicide, right? Shang Yang thought it was utterly unreliable. Non-action gets you conquered.
So his view was the state must act, centralize everything, be proactive.
Absolutely. Centralize resources, actively prepare for war, and even use war strategically to end the constant warring. Consolidate power to create peace, paradoxically. It was a policy of maximum intervention, maximum control.
So you've got the Confucians wanting to discuss ethics and tradition, the Taoists wanting to step back and let things be.
And Shang Yang is the guy saying, look, the enemy is at the gates. Forget philosophy for a minute. Here's the plan. Here's how we survive and win.
That kind of brutal clarity must have been exactly what the Duke of Qin needed or wanted at that moment, focused purely on state utility, state survival.
It seems so. Now, of course, this approach generated massive criticism later on.
Yeah.
Especially when the Neo-Confucians came to prominence centuries later.
Right. The Chengzu Lishua. How did they see him?
Their whole philosophy put morality, yi, or righteousness way above profit or utility, li. So naturally, they looked back at Shang Yang's system and condemned it.
As what? Fundamentally immoral.
Yeah, as selfish. As building a state based on greed and manipulation. They argued it poisoned people's hearts, focused them only on personal gain, trampling morality.
And there's also that argument you hear sometimes that he wasn't really a visionary, just a clever tool, an accomplice helping a power-hungry ruler grab everything for himself.
That narrative is definitely out there. But I think it's too simplistic. It overlooks the focus on institutional design.
How so?
Shang Yang seemed focused on building the system, the state, as an institution, which is actually distinct from the person of the ruler. His loyalty seemed to be to the efficiency and power of the state mechanism itself. Which brings us to how we should really evaluate him. Maybe reformer isn't quite the right word. It doesn't capture the scale. Perhaps we should think of him as a legislator.
A legislator. Even though his system was, let's be honest, authoritarian. Zhuangzi zui, as they say. Right. Something we find pretty repellent today.
Right, acknowledging that authoritarianism is crucial. But why legislator? Well, think about what some political philosophers, like Rousseau, said about the role of a legislator.
Okay. Rousseau, what was his take?
Rousseau talked about the general will, the idea that people collectively, deep down, always want what is good for them. But they don't always see clearly what that is or how to achieve it. They feel the need for change, but lack the roadmap.
So the legislator's job is to help society recognize its own underlying needs, and then provide the actual structure, the laws, the institutions to meet those needs.
That's the idea. The legislator articulates and executes that general will.
And you're saying Shang Yang did that for Qin and maybe for the whole era?
I think that's a strong argument.
Yeah.
What was the general will of the warring states, period? Arguably, it was the desperate need for order, for an end to the chaos, for survival, and ultimately for unification.
People were suffering from constant war, instability.
Exactly. And achieving that stability required a totally new kind of state, one that could manage land and people differently, mobilize resources for war effectively, and provide strong internal incentives.
Things the average person felt the lack of, but couldn't possibly design themselves? Like they couldn't just invent a new tax system or a bureaucracy?
Right. Shang Yang, along with Duke Qin Xiao Kung, who backed him, provided that blueprint. They were arguably executing that unspoken underlying demand for a new, more effective system.
Okay, that pushes back against the idea he was just serving the ruler's personal ambition.
It does. And there's evidence Shang Yang himself believed the ruler's job was for the people, that the monarch should govern the world for the sake of the world, not just for personal profit. He actually opposed the old feudal idea that the king privately owned everything. His focus was the power and function of the central state institution.
And the proof of this systemic vision, this legislative achievement, is how long it lasted.
It's absolutely mind-boggling when you think about it. The core elements of the system. He designed the centralized bureaucracy, the land registration ideas, the meritocratic elements, the emphasis on codified law over custom.
How long did that DNA persist?
Later historians summed it up pretty starkly. For 100 generations, all have followed the laws of Qin.
100 generations, that's like 2,000 years.
Basically, yes.
Right.
The fundamental operating code he wrote was copied, adapted, tweaked, but essentially used by almost every major Chinese dynasty that followed, right up into the modern era.
That's incredible longevity. How does that compare to, say, Rome?
Well, the Roman administrative system was brilliant in its own right, of course, but it fragmented. After the Western Roman Empire collapsed, Europe had to develop entirely new political and legal systems over centuries.
But in China?
Shang Yang's foundational code, that mix of centralized power, legalist-inspired bureaucracy, uniform ways of managing finance and military recruitment, it just kept going. It was the persistent DNA of the Chinese imperial state.
So he didn't just help Qin win wars, he wrote the political and financial software for an entire civilization, in a way.
That's a powerful way to capture it. He was the architect of that enduring operating code.
Hey.
Hashtag tag outro.
So when we step back, putting aside the genuine shock we feel at the harshness of his methods, which we have to acknowledge, Shang Yang's real historical significance seems to be as this great legislator.
Yeah, emerging during this pivotal time of transformation, he had the audacity, the vision, maybe through ruthlessness, to design and implement a completely new systemic structure.
Yeah.
Based on hard-nosed, pragmatic principles.
He gave his state, Qin, the tools it desperately needed, not just to survive the chaos, but to eventually conquer and unify.
Absolutely. And the lesson for us today, looking back, isn't about, wanting to copy his authoritarian laws. Obviously not.
Right.
But maybe it's about appreciating that sometimes, during periods of huge societal change, there's a historical demand for fundamental foundational engineering, a need to rethink the basic operating system when the old one just isn't working anymore.
He saw the need and dared to build something entirely new, even if it was brutal.
He did. He gave his society the structure it seemed to be crying out for, even if it couldn't articulate it.
Which leaves us with a pretty provocative thought, doesn't it? We're living through our own era of massive transformation right now, technological, economic, social. We all feel the pressure, the sense that maybe some of our old systems are creaking, outdated. So what does the general will look like for us today? What are the deep underlying needs our society has that maybe we can't fully articulate yet?
And maybe more importantly, who are the legislators, the system builders we need now? The ones who can help us see that need clearly. And maybe, just maybe, start designing the new operating code for our future.
Something to think about. Maybe share some of those thoughts, especially if you know people working in law or policy. What does that future code look like?
Okay, so if you've ever dipped into ancient Chinese history, especially that moment right after the really harsh Qin dynasty ended, there's this one phrase you always hear about the dynasty that followed, the Han. It's just 4 words, but it sums up the whole initial vibe. Rest and recuperate.
Yeah, it really sticks, doesn't it? And it's famous for a reason. The early Han period, it stands out because it felt so, uniquely benevolent compared to what came before.
Right, the Qin were known for being incredibly tough. Forced labor, massive conscription, just grinding people down.
Exactly. So the narrative is these new Han rulers, they got it, they understood people were exhausted, and they consciously decided, okay, let's ease up.
Yeah, and the biggest way they showed this, taxes. Specifically tax cuts.
And not just any tax cuts. I mean, these were, honestly, almost unbelievable reductions. You take the founder, Emperor Gaozu, Liaobang, he cut the land tax, which was, the main source of government money.
The big one, yeah.
He slashed it from 1/10 of the harvest, which was already not super high, down to just 1/15.
Wow, okay. That's already a big drop.
But it didn't even stop there. Later on, under Emperor Jingdi, they pushed it down again. It hit bottom at, get this, 1/30th.
130, so just over 3%?
Pretty much. Compared to what people might have faced before, it's almost a 97% cut in the rate. And then you get Emperor Wendi. He actually abolished the land tax completely in quite a few years.
Abolish it, zero land tax.
For stretches of time, gone.
Okay, we really need to pause on that. Because a tax cut of that size, especially eliminating the main tax, that happened only this one time in, thousands of years of Chinese imperial history?
That's the really critical point. It's unique. And your first thought, my first thought, everyone's first thought is, amazing, this must have been fantastic for the people.
Right, absolutely. Should have been the perfect start. A solid, generous foundation for the Han Golden Age, which lasted, 400 years?
You'd think so. But here's the twist, the really deep puzzle we need to unpack today. This period of incredible government kindness, this rest and recuperate policy designed for recovery.
Yeah.
It didn't cement stability. It actually set off a huge structural crisis down the line. It ended up encouraging the powerful to grab land, it weakened the central government, and you could argue it actually put the whole dynasty on a path towards its eventual collapse centuries later.
Wait, so the massive tax cut backfired? How is that even possible? Less tax seems like it should always be good for ordinary people.
That's the intuitive reaction, isn't it? Less for the government, more for me. But, well, it overlooks what the government actually does with that money, or what it needs to do.
You mean like basic state functions?
Exactly. Governance costs money. You need an army, right? For the Han, that meant constantly dealing with the Shang Yang nomads up north. That's expensive.
Okay, defense.
You need to pay officials, people to run the courts, manage provinces, keep basic order. You need infrastructure. Especially in a farming society like ancient China, think about water control canals, dikes. Those save lives but cost a fortune to build and maintain.
And disasters. Floods, droughts.
Bingo. A massive flood hits, wipes out the harvest. If the government's been running on empty because taxes were cut to the bone for decades, where does the relief money come from? Who feeds the starving?
So the state just couldn't respond.
That's the danger. This early Han experience, it's a stark lesson. Kindness or, benevolence, if it's not backed up by actual administrative competence, can actually hollow out the empire from the inside.
Okay, so our mission today is to figure out how that happened, how this dream of tax relief turned into a nightmare.
Precisely. How the illusion led, step by step, to a real structural mess and eventually, even civil war.
All right, let's start with that surface impression, the easy story. The Han rulers were just better people than the Qin emperors.
Yeah.
More moral, more focused on the common good.
And that narrative was powerful. The Qin were famously cruel. That Great Wall project cost countless lives. Forced labor, harsh laws, spying on people, crushing taxes. It all led to rebellion.
So the Han definitely wanted to be the opposite of that.
Oh, absolutely. They learned the big lesson, rule with an iron fist, and eventually the fist gets broken. So the idea was clear. The state exists for the people. Help them rest, help them recover. Politically, it was brilliant branding.
But you're saying when we look past the philosophy and get into the nitty-gritty, the technical side of things,
Yeah.
the story changes.
It really does. These huge tax cuts, well, I'm sure there was some genuine desire to be benevolent. The main reason wasn't just high-minded ideals. It was, frankly, an act of helplessness.
Helplessness, how so?
Because the early Han state, it fundamentally lacked the administrative power, the machinery to actually collect a high tax rate effectively. Even if they wanted to, they probably couldn't have enforced it across the whole empire.
Yeah, that kind of pulls the rug out from the benevolence angle. So it was about logistics.
Overwhelmingly, yes. Remember how they taxed land back then? It was a proportional system. The government was supposed to take a percentage, say 1/15 of the physical harvest. Your actual wheat, your rice.
Not money, but the grain itself.
Right. Now picture the situation. China is huge. After years of war and chaos, lots of areas were sparsely populated. How does a government official accurately figure out how much land Farmer Zhang actually owns? And then, how do they verify exactly how much grain he harvested?
Sounds tough.
It was incredibly tough. And then they had to calculate the correct percentage and physically collect and transport tons and tons of grain packed to government storehouses. The whole process required an administrative system that, well, just wasn't there yet.
How basic were we talking? Like, how did they even measure the land?
Super basic methods. Officials literally pacing out fields by foot, maybe using ropes. Records weren't on paper yet, mostly on bulky wooden or bamboo slips. Imagine trying to store, search, and transport millions of those.
Clunky is an understatement.
And the real kicker, most of the local officials, the guys actually doing the measuring and collecting out in the villages, they were illiterate.
Wait, the tax collectors couldn't read?
Largely, yeah. They could probably count, maybe do some simple arithmetic, but reading complex regulations, filling out detailed forms accurately, keeping reliable records, that was way beyond most of them.
So you've got this massive territory, primitive measurement, terrible record keeping, and illiterate agents trying to collect a percentage of a physical harvest.
It's an administrative nightmare. Imagine trying to collect, say, a 10% tax under those conditions. How much would actually reach the capital? How much would get lost, stolen, or skimmed off by corrupt officials along the way?
It sounds like the cost of collection could easily eat up most of the tax itself.
Exactly. It was wildly inefficient and incredibly vulnerable to corruption. Officials could collect the tax, report only a fraction of it, and pocket the rest. Everyone knew it was happening.
Okay, I think I see where you're going.
To make this really hit home, think modern. Imagine the IRS today. Now, take away all their computers, all bank records, all digital data,
Okay.
and make 90% of the IRS agents unable to read. Their job now is to physically go to every single farm in America, watch the harvest, calculate 15% of the wheat or corn yield by volume, load it onto wagons.
Wagons.
Yeah, wagons, maybe barges, and haul it potentially hundreds of miles back to federal granaries.
It's impossible. The system would collapse instantly.
Precisely. The early Han emperors, they weren't stupid. They looked at this broken system and realized trying to enforce a high tax rate was pointless. It just encouraged corruption and didn't bring much money in anyway.
So cutting the rate drastically down to 1/30th.
It was essentially admitting reality. It was like saying, look, we know we can only effectively collect a tiny amount anyway. Let's just make the official rate really low. Maybe that reduces the incentive for officials to steal, and maybe we actually get this small amount reliably.
So the famous benevolence was really just pragmatism forced by administrative weakness, a compromise with reality.
Pretty much. It was a concession. And interestingly, we've seen similar logic work even in modern times when state capacity is low.
Really? Where?
Think about Russia back in 2001. Tax evasion, especially on personal income, was absolutely rampant. The government just couldn't enforce the complex progressive rates effectively. People just weren't paying.
Okay, so what did they do?
They did something radical. They scrapped the old system and brought in a simple flat income tax of just 13%.
13%. Flat rate.
Yep. Suddenly, the hassle and risk of evasion seemed less worth it for many people. It was simple to understand, simpler to administer, and guess what happened?
Let me guess. Actual tax revenue went up.
Exactly.
Right.
The government collected more money with the lower, flatter rate because compliance increased dramatically. The Han rulers were facing a similar dynamic just, 2,000 years earlier. Sometimes less is more, but the reason here was less about economic theory and more about pure administrative necessity.
Okay, so if this whole foundational policy, the tax cut, wasn't really a choice, but more like an act of desperation because the administration was so weak, well, that doesn't sound like a recipe for a good outcome, does it?
No, it really doesn't. When your main plan is born out of weakness, the results tend to get distorted. The inability to properly tax land, the traditional, logical source of wealth in a farming society, forced the Han government down what some historians call a crooked path.
A crooked path.
Meaning they couldn't take the main road, so they had to find a detour. The main road was taxing the land. That was blocked by the logistical nightmare we just discussed.
Right. Can't measure it, can't track the harvest, can't collect it efficiently.
But the government still needs money, right? The army needs paying, the officials need salaries, the dikes need repairing. They couldn't just stop governing.
So they had to find something else to tax. What were the options?
Broadly speaking, states can tax three main things: land, people, and commerce or trade.
Okay. Land was out. What about commerce?
Commerce existed, sure, but the economy was still overwhelmingly agricultural. Taxing trade wouldn't bring in nearly enough to run an empire. It wasn't developed enough yet.
Which leaves people.
Exactly. They shifted their focus almost entirely from taxing land to taxing people. It was a policy of abandoning land to tax people, and the reason was brutally simple: logistics.
Easier to count heads than acres.
Infinitely easier. Counting people just requires basic numeracy. Assessing land value, crop yields, verifying ownership that's complex requires literacy, records, surveys. Counting heads. Much more straightforward for a low-capacity administration.
And didn't they already have a system for tracking people?
Yeah.
Left over from the Chen or even earlier?
Yes, that's a crucial piece. Reforms way back, often credited to Shang Yang centuries before, had established a really rigorous household registration system. Every family was on a list tracked by the local authority.
Like a government spreadsheet of the population.
Pretty much. And this existing system, this ready-made list of names and households, made switching to a per-person tax, what we call a poll tax, incredibly convenient. Almost too convenient for the struggling Han bureaucracy. It was the path of least resistance.
Okay, so they cut the land tax, which sounds great, but then they start taxing people directly. Let's get into the actual numbers here, because this is where that image of benevolence really starts to crumble, isn't it?
This is where the bait and switch happens. The land tax is tiny, maybe 130th or even zero some years. Hooray! But then come the other taxes, the ones levied per person.
What were they?
Okay, first, the main one, the basic poll tax. Every adult, defined as aged 15 up to 56, had to pay 120 Chine per year.
And Chine was the standard bronze coin. How much was 120 Chine worth back then? Was it a lot?
Oh yeah, it was significant. For an ordinary farmer, that could represent quite a few days, maybe even weeks of hard labor just to pay the tax for one adult. It wasn't trivial pocket change.
Okay, 120 for adults.
Yeah.
Who else?
Merchants and slaves got hit harder. They were seen as less vital to the agrarian state, maybe having more cash, so they paid double. 240 taels per person.
Double. Wow.
And here's where it gets really rough. showing how desperate the state was for revenue. They even taxed children. Kids aged 7 to 14 had to pay a minor's fee of 20 qian.
Taxing 7-year-olds.
Yep, taxing existence pretty much from the moment you could, walk and talk.
Okay, adult tax, merchant slave tax, children's tax. Anything else?
Oh, yes. There was the big one, the substitute for labor service.
Ah, the corvée labor, where men had to go work on government projects.
Exactly. Every adult male owed the state, I think it was up to about a month of labor per year, building roads, canals, fortifications, maybe local militia duty. But if you couldn't afford to leave your farm for a month, especially during planting or harvest,
Your farm would fail.
right, so you could pay a fee instead, a payment in lieu of service. And this fee was often mandatory or practically unavoidable for farmers.
So let's add it up for a typical family. Say 2 adults, 2 kids between 7 and 14.
Okay, 2 adults at 120 each is 240. 2 kids at 20 each is 40. That's 280 qian right there. Then add the fee for avoiding labor service, which could be substantial.
Suddenly, the total amount this family is paying in these per-person fees could easily be way, way more than they ever would have paid under the old higher land tax system, right?
Absolutely. That's the crux of it. The government makes a big show of cutting the property tax, the land tax, down to almost nothing. Everyone cheers. But then, quietly, through these other fees, the head tax, the child tax, the labor avoidance tax, they claw it all back, and often much more.
It's like a shell game. Look over here at the tiny land tax. Don't look at the massive pile of fees over here.
Precisely. The burden didn't disappear, it just shifted. It moved from being based on wealth, how much land you own, to being based purely on existence, how many people are in your household.
And that shift must have felt deeply unfair.
It was structurally fraudulent. It was so blatant that later officials like Wang Meng, who actually took the throne for a bit during the crisis the system helped create, he called it out directly.
Really? What did he say about it? What was his take on this supposedly great tax cut?
His summary was brutal and accurate. He said something like, in name, the tax is 1/30th. In reality, it's 5/10.
5/10. He meant 50%.
Effectively, yes. He argued that while the nominal tax on land wealth was tiny, maybe 3%, once you factored in all these per-person fees that people had to pay, the actual burden on a common family's income was closer to half of what they could produce.
So much for rest and recuperate. Underneath the nice slogan, the state was still extracting a huge amount, maybe even more than before, just using a different, sneakier mechanism.
And arguably a much more unjust mechanism.
Right, that injustice seems key. It wasn't just that the total burden might have been similar or higher, it's how it was levied. The poll tax system feels fundamentally unfair, especially when you have differences in wealth.
It is fundamentally unfair. And this isn't just an ancient China thing. It's a concept you see pop up throughout history, and it's almost always hated. Why? Because a poll tax is blind to wealth. It taxes heads, not assets.
It's a flat fee just for existing, basically.
Exactly. The classic modern comparison helps, I think. Imagine a billionaire living in a huge mansion. Now imagine a poor family renting a tiny apartment. Under a pure poll tax system, they could end up paying the exact same amount in tax just for being residents.
Which feels completely wrong. It violates that basic idea of contributing according to your ability to mouth.
Absolutely. And we don't even need to look that far back. Remember the UK in 1990? Margaret Thatcher's government introduced the community charge, which was widely nicknamed
The poll tax.
the poll tax. And the reaction was immediate and furious. Massive protests, riots across the country. It was seen as so deeply unfair that it contributed hugely to Thatcher's downfall. People viscerally reject that kind of tax.
So that same sense of injustice was likely brewing in Han China.
You have to assume so, and maybe even more intensely, because the wealth gap was widening and the consequences were starker. Think about it. You have a powerful local landlord. The sources call them Hao Cheng Di Ju.
Hao Cheng Di Ju. What does that translate to, roughly?
Something like powerful local magnate or great landlord. Think local oligarch, maybe even a bit like a mafia boss in some cases. These guys own vast amounts of the best land. Hundreds, maybe thousands of acres.
Okay, so this oligarch pays the poll tax for his family members, 120 qian per adult.
Right. Now picture the small peasant farmer next door. He's barely scraping by on a tiny plot of poor soil. Maybe he only owns a few acres, if that.
He also pays 120 qian per adult.
Exactly. The richest landowner in the county pays the same head tax as the poorest farmer. The state's administrative weakness, which led them to this easy poll tax, ended up creating a system that effectively subsidized the rich at the expense of the poor.
And these Haochan weren't just wealthy farmers, were they? You said oligarchs mafia-like.
Yeah, they were more than just rich. They often had their own private security forces, like little militias. They controlled local markets, loaned money at high rates, and critically, they had huge influence over the local government officials, the same illiterate guys trying to collect taxes. They could bribe them, intimidate them, collude with them.
Basically, they were too powerful to mess with. Too big to tax properly, even if the system tried.
Pretty much. And now connect this to the other tax policy, the near-zero land tax.
Ah. So the poll tax hits everyone equally, unfairly, benefiting the rich. And the land tax, which should hit the rich harder, is almost non-existent.
Precisely. What does that create? It creates a massive, almost irresistible incentive for the oligarchs to acquire more land. Why? Because land is now virtually tax-free.
Owning vast estates costs them almost nothing in taxes.
Right. So annexing more land, buying it cheap from desperate peasants, maybe even forcing them off it, becomes an incredibly profitable business. Their wealth grows exponentially as they absorb more territory, but their contribution to the central government's treasury based on the poll tax stays flat.
That's a recipe for disaster.
Yeah.
The rich get richer and pay proportionally less, while the poor farmer is still stuck with the poll tax burden, maybe even after he loses his land.
It's a perfect storm of inequality and state weakness. The oligarchs reap all the benefits of the supposed tax cut. They get tax-free land accumulation. The average farmer gets the burden of the poll tax, loses his land, and has no safety net when disaster strikes because the central treasury is empty.
Because the land tax that should have filled it was cut to appease. Well, who did it appease? Not the peasant in the long run.
It appeased the need for administrative simplicity, but the result overwhelmingly benefited the powerful local elites.
Okay, it seems like in the very, very beginning, maybe the first few years after the dynasty started, this system might have sort of worked by accident.
How do you mean?
Well, if the population was small after all the wars and there was lots of empty land the government was giving out,
Yeah.
maybe almost everyone who paid the poll tax also owned some land.
Ah, I see. Yeah, that's a fair point. In the absolute earliest phase, when the government was settling people on new land, the overlap between person counted for poll tax and person owning land might have been very high. So taxing heads was, indirectly, sort of like taxing landholders.
The administrative shortcut didn't cause immediate structural damage because society was relatively flat at that moment.
Exactly. The underlying problem, the injustice and the incentive for land grabbing was there, but it took time to manifest as a major crisis.
So when did it start to go wrong?
It started once things settled down. Peace returned, the population began to grow, agriculture recovered, and that's when the natural or maybe unnatural process of land concentration began.
Farmers losing their land.
Yes. Some lost it due to bad luck, a flood, a drought, family illness, falling into debt. Others lost it because the local Haochang Diyu, the oligarch, strategically squeezed them out, bought them out cheap, or used predatory lending.
But the government, with its simple poll tax system based on headcounts,
kept demanding the tax money from the farmer even after he'd lost his land. The household registration list said he existed, so he owed the tax, regardless of whether he had any income source left.
That's brutal. A landless farmer still owing a hefty tax just for being alive. What could he possibly do?
He basically had two options. Both were terrible for him, and ultimately fatal for the stability of the Central Empire.
Okay, what's path number one?
Path 1. Serfdom. He gives up his independence entirely and goes to work for the local oligarch who probably now owns his old land. He becomes a tenant farmer, a sharecropper, essentially a serf bound to the oligarch's estate.
He survives, but at the cost of his freedom. Why is that bad for the empire?
Because it's the direct road to feudalism. This farmer is no longer a citizen of the emperor in any meaningful way. His loyalty, his labor, his economic output, it all belongs to the local land baron now.
The oligarch builds his own little kingdom.
Exactly. He gets a private workforce, strengthens his local power base, and often these oligarchs would find ways to hide these dependent farmers from the official registers, maybe list them as family members or slaves, shielding them from the emperor's poll tax collectors altogether.
So the emperor loses a taxpayer and a citizen. The oligarch gains power. The central state weakens.
Precisely. That's path 1. Local power grows, central power shrinks.
Okay, what was the alternative? Path 2.
Path 2. Vagrancy. If the farmer refuses to become a serf, if he won't submit to the oligarch and he absolutely cannot pay the poll tax, he runs.
Just disappears.
Yeah. He becomes what the texts call a floating person, liumaying. He abandons his village, slips off the household register, and essentially goes off the grid. He becomes a wanderer, maybe joins bandit groups, lives in the marshes or mountains, completely outside the state's control.
So the state loses its tax money this way too.
Yes, but it's much worse than just lost revenue. This path creates a massive, destabilizing social problem.
How so?
Think about it. One desperate vagrant is a local crime issue. But what happens when, because of this unjust tax system and land annexation, you have hundreds of thousands, maybe millions of these floating people?
Millions of landless, desperate people with nothing left to lose.
They become social dynamite. They have zero stake in the current system. They're already living outside the law. They are angry, hungry, and witless. What do they become?
An army waiting for a leader, a rebellion waiting to happen.
Exactly. That's the fuel for peasant uprisings. They are the foot soldiers of revolution.
So the seemingly convenient administrative fix taxing heads because land was too hard. It didn't just cause injustice. It actively created the very population that would eventually rise up and destroy the dynasty.
That's the tragic irony when you look at the major rebellions that tore the Han dynasty apart, especially later on.
Like the Yellow Turbans.
The Yellow Turbans are the most famous example, yeah. But also earlier ones like the Lulin Uprising, the Chimay, the Red Eyebrows, who formed the backbone of these massive rebel armies.
The vagrants. The floating people.
Overwhelmingly, yes. Millions of people disenfranchised by this exact process, losing their land, unable to pay the poll tax, forced into either serfdom under local warlords or becoming vagrants ripe for rebellion. The state's short-sighted policy dug its own grave.
The Yellow Turban Rebellion was huge, wasn't it? Millions involved. Didn't the government have to rely on regional generals to put it down?
Yes, and that was the final nail in the coffin for central authority. To fight the massive rebellion fueled by vagrancy, the central government had to grant enormous military power to regional governors and generals.
Who then used that power for themselves.
Of course. Once the rebellion was crushed, these empowered regional leaders became independent warlords. They didn't give the power back. That's what led to the final breakup of the Han Empire into the Three Kingdoms period. It all connects back.
Wow, so the celebrated rest and recuperate tax cut wasn't just flawed, it was arguably the seed of the entire dynasty's destruction centuries later. That's quite a story. #outro.
So yeah, we circle back to that initial question, don't we? Is a tax cut always a good thing? And looking at the early Han, the answer is a pretty resounding no.
Not in this case, anyway.
Not when it's born from weakness, not when it's structurally unjust, and not when it ends up benefiting the powerful few while making life harder for the average person. The Han cuts didn't really help the common farmer in the long run. That poll tax burden was crushing.
And worse, it created the perfect conditions for those local oligarchs to gobble up land tax-free, basically dismantling the emperor's power base from below.
Exactly. They got the 0% property tax that let them amass wealth, while the central government lost its connection to its own citizens and couldn't fund itself properly.
Yeah.
The foundation just eroded away.
It's a really powerful lesson, isn't it?
Yeah.
About how crucial state capacity, the actual ability to govern effectively and fairly really is. Good intentions aren't enough.
Not at all. Chasing short-term convenience, like counting heads is easier, led straight to long-term disaster. You need the administrative muscle to implement policies justly. Otherwise, even something that sounds benevolent, like a tax cut, can backfire spectacularly.
Benevolence without competence is just asking for trouble.
Well put. It highlights that the structure of governance, the how, is just as important, maybe even more important, than the stated goals.
Okay, so to leave our listeners with something to think about.
Right. Let's flip it around. Imagine you are that early Han emperor. You genuinely want to give people a break, implement a real tax cut that helps ordinary folks and doesn't destabilize the empire.
That you know your administration is weak. You know measuring land and collecting fairly is almost impossible right now.
So the question is, what do you need to fix first? Before you even touch the tax rates, what fundamental administrative or structural problems would you absolutely have to solve to make sure your tax cut is actually beneficial, not just beautiful on the surface, but destructive underneath?
What's the groundwork you need to lay for a successful act of benevolence?
That's the challenge. Something to chew on. We're heading way back today, 2,000 years. But this isn't just a dusty history lesson.
No, not at all. We're looking at this incredible ideological showdown. It basically set the stage for how governments, even today, argue about, getting involved in the economy.
We're talking fiscal intervention, private power, economic stability, all these huge themes.
And it happened in the Han Dynasty. An ancient clash, really, between something like laissez-faire and, well, pretty aggressive government action.
Yeah, and it wasn't some quiet debate club. This was high-stakes politics right in the capital. It shaped how an empire managed its money for the next 2,000 years.
Seriously, and the key figure, the man in the middle of it all, was this guy, Mr. Song.
Think of him as like the ancient secretary of the treasury, the CFO for this massive empire.
And his ideas. They were radical back then, incredibly effective, and honestly, they still echo in financial debates we have right now.
So if you really want to get your head around the idea of the state actively managing things, especially in that classical world,
you have to understand Mr. Song. His whole philosophy of active governance. He basically wrote the counter-argument to just letting things be, set up this fundamental conflict.
Exactly. And that's our mission for this deep dive. Really unpack Mr. Song's ideas, this active governance thing, and you'll see these surprising links to modern stuff like Keynesian economics, even antitrust policy.
He's the key, the shortcut to understanding how imperial finance actually worked.
Okay, so to really feel the weight of this philosophical fight Song was leading, you first need to grasp just how powerful this guy was. His rise is, well, pretty amazing.
Yeah, he wasn't your typical bureaucrat. Definitely not. He was a genuine prodigy, born in Luoyang.
And his background tells you something right away. Not nobility, not some scholarly family.
Nope, son of a merchant, which likely gave him this, ground level view of how commerce actually works. Profit, trade. That perspective probably fueled his later ideas that really challenged the old way.
Oh, absolutely. But the detail that just screams genius, how he got into the civil service.
Yeah, get this. He was 13, just 13 years old, picked as an official candidate.
And why? Because he was apparently a wizard at mental arithmetic.
Think about that. A teenage quant running numbers for the biggest empire on Earth.
It's incredible. And that skill in such a huge centralized state.
It wasn't just a party trick. It was strategic. Being able to quickly figure out taxes, logistics, resources, that was power. His math brain gave him that first big push.
And he just kept climbing. Didn't stop until he hit the absolute top of the financial world.
Became the Da Si Nung, which for us translates pretty well to Secretary of the Treasury.
Holding the purse strings for the entire empire. Revenue, spending, currency, funding those vast frontiers. All of it.
And he honed this expertise under, well, immense pressure during the reign of Emperor Han Wudi.
Right, and this emperor had huge ambitions. We're talking massive military campaigns to expand the borders.
Yeah, pushing out against the Xiongnu nomads, for example.
Yeah.
Very expensive.
And massive domestic projects, too. Canals, roads, infrastructure.
Funding all that. It's not just ticking boxes on a budget sheet. It's a constant balancing act, a potential crisis every day.
And Mr. Song was the guy who figured it out. He drove the financial reforms needed to keep those armies marching and those canals dug.
The emperor must have trusted him immensely, because before Han Wudi died,
He promotes Song again to Yushi Dafu, the Grand Censor, and makes him a regent.
a regent, meaning he's advising the young heir. So when this big debate happens, Song isn't just the money guy anymore.
No, he's arguably the most powerful person in the empire, outside the imperial family itself, a real power broker.
Which brings us right to the main event, the salt and iron debate.
Held 6 years after Emperor Wudi's death in the capital, Chang'an. But, okay, why did they even need this debate?
Well, the short answer, the treasury was empty, bone dry.
All those wars.
Exactly. Especially those long grinding campaigns against the northern nomads. Super costly. Maintaining those supply lines, those garrisons, with very little financial return.
So, to pay the bills, Song and his team had brought in these state monopolies on essentials like salt and iron.
They worked financially, stabilized the budget. But over time, well, things got messy. Corruption, exploitation. People were really suffering under that.
And that sparked the debate. The official question was basically, should we ditch these monopolies?
But it blew up way beyond that. It became this huge argument about everything. National strategy, the state's role in the economy, who should really hold the economic power.
And you had these two clear sides. On one side, Mr. Song, his finance officials, the government guys.
And on the other, the literati. Think public intellectuals, academics, critics outside the government, kind of like dissident economics professor.
And this wasn't some polite seminar.
Oh no, it was a political battle royale. The whole future of how the empire managed its money was on the line.
We know exactly what was said, amazingly. It was all written down by Huan Quan in the discourses on salt and iron, the Yan Tai Lun.
Which leads to this fascinating point about Song's power.
Yeah, here's this guy, Grand Censor, Regent, basically running the show. He could have just shut it down, right?
Easily. Could have just said, look, we need the money, policy stands, end of discussion. Pulled rank.
But he didn't. Why?
That's what's so interesting. It shows incredible confidence, maybe. Or maybe he wanted to really cement the idea, the intellectual basis for his active governance.
So instead of just ordering them, he decided to persuade them.
With logic, with facts, and, crucially, using their own rule book against them.
You mean the classics?
Exactly. The data on this is just wild. In the recorded debate, he quotes the Lun Yu, the Analects, 18 times.
18 times. And the Shi Jing, the Book of Odes.
8 times. Mengzi, Mencius.
Yeah.
5 times. He knew their texts inside out.
That's brilliant tactics. The literati based their whole authority on knowing these classics.
And Song, this practical finance guy with a merchant background, basically walks in and says, not only do my policies work, but your own revered texts support them. I know them better than you do.
It's like the Treasury Secretary today debating Nobel Prize economists, but instead of spreadsheets, whips out quotes from, I don't know, the Bible, the Federalist Papers, Shakespeare.
Right. To prove his tax plan is not just effective, but morally sound according to their standards. It's a power move.
He's flipping the script. They attack the monopolies on moral grounds, saying they violate ancient virtues.
And he counters by quoting Mencius, showing his policies actually serve the people's welfare, provide stability, stealing their moral high ground. Political Judo, like you said.
And remember the atmosphere. They were attacking him personally, calling him greedy, immoral because of his merchant roots.
Yet the record shows he just kept his cool. Stayed calm, used reason, didn't lose his temper. That kind of composure under fire, it shows deep conviction.
Absolutely.
Conviction backed by reason and using the very texts his opponents held sacred. That's why this debate wasn't just forgotten. He was ready to fight power with persuasion.
Okay, we've got the man, the context. Let's dig into the philosophy itself. We tend to think of ancient states as preferring the sort of hands-off approach, right? Like an ancient laissez-faire.
That's the common assumption. Passive non-action, the invisible hand, doing its thing.
But Mr. Song, he completely rejected that.
Utterly. And that rejection, that's the core of his intellectual revolution. He argued the state shouldn't just sit back. It had to act.
His summary for this idea was just 4 words, wasn't it?
Simple, radical, active governance.
It's so tempting to jump to a modern parallel. Like, he's the John Maynard Keynes of 2,000 years ago, arguing the state needs to step in and manage the economy.
It's a useful starting point, that comparison, but yeah, we need to be careful. The context is key.
Right. Keynes was focused more on smoothing out economic cycles, right? Using spending and monetary tools to fight recessions, manage demand.
Exactly. Song, with active governance, was using state control over key resources managing the supply side, really to achieve different goals.
Goals like
Preventing powerful private players from getting too strong, and funding a massive permanent military. It was more about ensuring state supremacy and political stability through resource control.
So, shared idea of intervention but different focus. Keynes on cycles, Song on perpetual state power and stability.
You got it. Still, the vision Song had for what active governance could achieve, it was almost utopian for that era.
He pictured this ideal society, everyone fed, everyone clothed.
Natural disasters somehow just stop happening. No bandits roaming around. All officials are magically honest and doing their jobs. Total stability, total prosperity.
And how do you get there? Not just through virtue signaling.
No, through active management. Domestically, he believed you needed laws, you needed punishments. Very much echoes of earlier legalist thinking there.
He used that farming metaphor, didn't he?
Yeah, a really powerful one. You have to actively remove harmful weeds to grow good crops.
Meaning if you let disorder or corruption just grow unchecked.
The weeds take over. Good crops, the ordinary law-abiding people, they suffer, they wither.
And internationally, active governance meant spending. Big time.
You needed a permanently strong army. Serious defenses. He was pretty blunt about it, too.
Yeah, he basically said enemies submit because they fear you, not because they admire your virtue.
And generating fear through military might is expensive. Virtue costs nothing. So, active governance needs this strong military, needs this active domestic control. Which leads right back to the fundamental question for any finance minister.
Where does the money come from? Reliably. Constantly.
And this is where he drops his most explosive idea, something that just flew in the face of centuries of accepted wisdom.
He said agriculture isn't the only way to make a country rich.
Flat out rejected it. He argued that industry and commerce are just as important, just as effective at generating national wealth.
That sounds normal to us now, but back then?
Revolutionary. The whole imperial ideology was built on the idea that farming was the bedrock, the only truly productive activity. Commerce was seen as almost parasitic.
But Shang saw it differently. He had this, really modern grasp of economics.
He did. He argued industry and commerce naturally concentrate resources. That concentration leads to specialization in the market, better exchange of goods.
Which boosts efficiency.
Exactly. More efficiency, faster economic development, and boom, the nation's wealth grows much faster than just relying on farming alone.
It just shatters that simple stereotype we have, that all ancient Chinese thinkers valued agriculture and suppressed commerce. Shang is this giant exception.
He understood comparative advantage, specialization, centuries before those ideas were really formalized in the West. It's pretty stunning.
And this wasn't just some forgotten idea. It kept bubbling up, right? Like a latent tradition.
Yeah, you see echoes later with reformers like Wang Anshi in the Song dynasty, who tried similar state-led economic projects. It even provided some theoretical backing for the self-strengthening movement much, much later in the late Qing.
And China realized, we need modern industry to survive.
Right. And just to really highlight the time gap.
Yeah.
Think about this. Mr. Song is making sophisticated arguments for boosting national wealth through commerce and industry.
When?
1800 years before. The French physiocrats in the 18th century, guys often seen as the dawn of modern economics, were still arguing that all real wealth comes only from the land.
Wow. Shang was millennia ahead on that one. Okay, so Shang establishes that industry and commerce are good. They create wealth. The first obvious step to fund his active state is, tax the merchants.
Right. But that alone isn't enough. Merchant taxes can be volatile, hard to collect consistently, not enough for that perpetual war machine in those big projects.
So this is where he gets really clever. The state monopolies. This wasn't just a blunt instrument. There was some serious financial engineering going on.
Totally.
Yeah.
He showed this incredibly deep, almost intuitive understanding of how markets work. Specifically, he saw a crucial difference between types of goods.
Okay, what types?
Well, you've got your ordinary stuff, clothes, maybe everyday food items, basic tools. If the government taxes these heavily or raises the price,
People buy less
Sure.
or find substitutes.
Exactly. Demand is sensitive to price. It's elastic, we'd say now.
But then there are special commodities.
Yeah. Things like salt, iron, liquor, maybe tea later on. Essentials, or things people really, really want.
And for these.
Shang realized the price doesn't change demand nearly as much. People need them.
Now, initially, wasn't there pressure to just monopolize everything?
There might have been, but Shang, ever the pragmatist, knew that state agencies weren't exactly models of efficiency. Trying to manage the production and sale of every little thing, nightmare. Too complex.
So he focused the monopolies.
Just on those special commodities. Salt and iron were the big ones. And that decision is the key to his whole revenue strategy.
Because he understood inelastic demand.
He got it intuitively. Think about salt. You absolutely need it to live, to preserve food.
And iron. For farming tools, for plows, and critically for the state, for weapons.
People have to buy this stuff. So if the government, through its monopoly, bumps up the price a bit,
People still have to buy pretty much the same amount.
right, demand doesn't drop off significantly, which means the state gets this massive, reliable, predictable stream of income, almost regardless of small price changes.
That reliability must have been crucial compared to, say, the land tax.
Hugely different. Land tax depends on the harvest, right? Weather, pests, local officials skimming. It's unpredictable.
A bad harvest hits and boom, your land tax revenue collapses.
But people still need salt. Maybe even more salt if there's a famine, to preserve whatever food they can find. This inelastic demand gave the central government financial stability that was independent of local farm luck.
So the state boosts its income by raising the price of salt or iron. And it feels like a normal purchase, but it's
The
basically
hidden consumption tax, disguised as a state-run business.
like modern taxes on gasoline or cigarettes, things people find hard to stop buying even when the price goes up.
Exactly. And Shang's justification, his motto for this, was famously something like, beneficial to the state without harming the people. though the harm part was definitely debatable.
Yeah, I bet the literati had thoughts on that. But you're saying this wasn't just about filling the treasury.
Not by a long shot. The critics focused on the high prices, the potential for corruption, the market distortion, all valid. But Song was playing a much deeper game. It was about governance, about stability.
Okay, how so? Were there any initial upsides for regular folks?
Well, arguably, yes. Having the state manage salt and iron production could mean, at least in theory, more standardization, consistent quality, maybe more stable prices across the empire, less chance of being ripped off by some local private dealer selling dodgy goods, more order in the market.
But the real goal, the big political objective,
Was preventing something Song deeply feared? What happens if these absolutely strategic resources, salt for food, iron for tools and weapons, fall into the hands of private individuals?
they get rich, very rich.
Extraordinarily rich. And that wealth inevitably buys influence, power. They develop into these powerful local magnates. Song had a term for them, the Haoqiang.
Haoqiang. What's a good modern translation for that?
The perfect one. Oligarchs. Think Russian oligarchs, or maybe the American robber barons of the 19th century.
He was worried about that kind of power emerging.
He was looking down the road, generations ahead, and seeing this future where private individuals could amass so much economic power they could challenge the state itself.
More than just dodging taxes, you mean?
Oh, yeah. He feared they could corner the market on grain during a famine, control the price of essential tools, maybe even build private armies with their control of iron, effectively creating a shadow government.
Oppressing the common people, undermining the emperor.
His nightmare scenario was that these private financial titans would eventually tear the empire apart. Local power bases, chaos, civil war. For Song, the state had to control these strategic choke points to survive.
So the salt and iron monopolies,
Right.
they weren't just about money.
In Song's mind, they were the empire's first antitrust law, designed to strangle those potential monopoly giants, those oligarchs, before they even got started. Kill them in the cradle.
Wow. Preventing the rise of a rival power center through economic control.
It was all about long-term stability, preventing that dangerous social imbalance that comes from unchecked private wealth. A really proactive, almost preemptive strike against internal threats.
Okay, but let's push back a bit. The argument is, to prevent private monopolies, you create a giant state monopoly. Isn't that just replacing one problem with another? It's still authoritarian, still open to corruption, which is exactly what his critics said.
And that's a completely fair point from our modern perspective, but we have to try and see it through his eyes within the context of the Han Dynasty.
What was different then?
Well, his thinking was heavily influenced by older legalist ideas, which really prioritized imperial unity and stability above everything else.
The state as the ultimate guarantor of order?
Pretty much.
Yeah.
And they didn't have the tools we rely on today to check private power, right?
Yeah.
No independent courts in the same way, no strong democratic accountability. From Song's viewpoint, direct state control might have seemed like the only reliable way to stop society from collapsing under the weight of private greed.
So, better the devil you know. Predictable state inefficiency, accountable ultimately to the emperor.
Then unpredictable, ruthless exploitation by dozens of private oligarchs accountable to nobody but themselves.
It's tough to judge him by 21st century standards.
It is, but you have to admire the depth of his thinking, using fiscal tools to grapple with these huge issues of social balance and state survival even 2,000 years ago.
So let's try to wrap up, Mr. Song. We're looking at this incredible figure. Child prodigy rises to the absolute heights of power.
Armed with this understanding of commerce and industry that was just light years ahead of contemporary Western thought.
Formulates this philosophy, active governance, interventionist, pragmatic.
Designed not just to fund wars, but fundamentally to keep the empire stable in the long run. How? By using fiscal tools, these monopolies on essential goods.
The ones with inelastic demand.
Right. Using those monopolies to actively stop a dangerous class of private oligarchs from ever emerging.
Intellectually, he seems to have won the argument, at least on paper. He had the power, the logic. He even used his opponent's own sacred texts against them.
A really compelling, rational case for a system that delivered wealth and crushed potential rivals to state power.
And yet,
Yeah.
he wasn't guaranteed to win the political fight. The literati, his opponents, they had sharp criticisms ready. Moral arguments, practical arguments.
They challenged the very soul of his system. And that's the fascinating thing.
What?
Song's policies, the state monopolies on strategic goods, they actually lasted. They persisted across dynasty after dynasty, long after this specific debate ended.
Why? Were they just too effective?
Too effective financially, probably, and too good at keeping potential internal economic rivals weak. The system just worked too well for the central state to ever fully give it up.
So here's the final thought, the question for you listening. Song's active governance seems like a powerful answer to the threat of oligarchs, backed by solid financial logic.
But imagine you're one of those literati, one of those professors 2,000 years ago. You see the corruption. You see the hardship caused by the state monopoly. How do you argue against Song's logic? What kind of moral or practical case could possibly take down a system that guarantees state stability and crushes the super rich?
Right, so last time we really got into Mr. Shang, right? This incredibly sharp Han Dynasty Treasury Secretary.
Yeah, the architect of those huge state monopolies. Salt, iron, the big stuff. A real believer in what he called active governance.
Exactly. The idea that the state must step in, control key industries, extract maximum revenue to fund its projects. Very hands-on.
But then imagine this scene. The emperor, maybe feeling some political heat, summons the opposition. And it's not rival ministers.
No.
It's hundreds of thinkers, intellectuals, mostly Confucian scholars, the very people you might picture as, well, kind of impractical bookworms.
Right, obsessed with ancient texts and morality. But here's the twist, the paradox that really grabs you. When these scholars get their platform, challenging the most powerful financial figure in the empire, they don't just make moral arguments.
No, they sound surprisingly modern, almost like early libertarians or something.
Oh, it's uncanny. They're talking small government, laissez-faire economics, demanding the abolition of those state monopolies. That's like, wait, are these Confucian scholars or early Chicago school economists?
Exactly. So this deep dive, that's our focus, digging into this forgotten opposition. We want to really unpack the arguments of these literary scholars, Jewish officials, the Shui, Shang Yang.
What were their core policies, their philosophy?
And how do these ideas, formulated 2,000 years ago, give us this complete counter-narrative to state intervention, a narrative that honestly still shapes our political debates right now?
Okay, so let's define the players first. Who exactly were these literary scholars and virtuous officials? The name itself seems important.
It is. It points to two different recruitment paths into the government system, essentially.
Okay.
The literary scholars, or Shui, were mostly these Confucian intellectuals, often chosen for the provinces, the commanderies, and kingdoms, especially east of that key strategic point, the Hangu Pass. Think of them as the empire's philosophical core.
And the virtuous officials, the Shang Yang.
These were men selected, supposedly, for their outstanding moral character and governing potential, often chosen from areas closer to the capital.
But the key thing here, and you mentioned this, is that they weren't necessarily high-ranking officials at that moment like Mr. Shang was.
That's crucial. They might have been selected for future office or held lower posts, but they weren't the entrenched bureaucracy. And interestingly, the historian who recorded this whole debate, Wan Quan.
In the Yan Tai Lun, the discourses on salt and iron.
Right. He doesn't list their individual names. He groups them together. Why? Because their arguments against Shang's policies were remarkably unified. They presented a united front.
And we really need to ditch that stereotype of them being ivory tower academics, right? These weren't just scholars writing papers.
Absolutely not. Think of them more like dissident public intellectuals, maybe university professors, independent researchers, think tank experts today. They were specifically brought to the capital for a public showdown.
A showdown with the Secretary of the Treasury himself in front of the court.
Yeah, imagine the pressure. This was high-stakes intellectual combat. Their job was to publicly dismantle the financial policy of the empire's most powerful minister. To assume they just showed up with some nice poems about virtue is completely missing the point.
They came prepared. They had an alternative vision.
They had to. They knew the assignment. Critique, yes, but also offer a viable alternative way to run the empire's finances.
Okay, so if Mr. Shang represented active governance, intervention, control.
Then the scholars, almost by definition, had to champion the opposite, passive governance. Or maybe minimal governance is a better way to think about it.
So what does that look like, practically speaking, in the Han Dynasty? How do you govern passively?
Well, at its heart, it's about keeping costs down, fundamentally. Shang's active approach monopolies, big administration, constant military campaigns, it costs a fortune.
Right, and that money has to come from somewhere.
Exactly. It means squeezing the people, usually the farmers, through taxes or high prices from the monopolies. It puts a massive burden on the population.
And the scholars saw this not just as, a tough necessity of governing, but as a fundamental flaw.
They did. Their alternative was simple. Find the most economical way to run things, the lowest possible cost. Lighten the load on the people. Let them prosper on their own.
It's fascinating how direct the parallel feels to modern debates. Saying sounds almost Keynesian. The government needs to step in, regulate, spend.
Right. Manage the economy.
Yeah.
While the scholars sound like classical liberals, almost pure laissez-faire. Keep the state small. Keep taxes low. Let the market work.
And they had this incredibly evocative phrase to capture that ideal of minimal government, a sort of poetic ideal for the ruler.
Oh, it's beautiful. Rule with droopy robes and folded hands. Chui Gong RG.
Explain that image. What does it convey?
Think about it. The emperor, the siren, is present. He's on the throne. But his robes, his sleeves are drooping. His hands are clasped at rest. He's not actively manipulating things.
He governs through non-action. Is that the idea?
Wu Wei, precisely. Wu Wei. Governing by not overtly interfering. The ideal statecraft should feel effortless, almost invisible. Quiet, cheap, no big flashy displays of state power. It's maybe the most elegant description of small government ever penned. Adam Smith would have loved it.
So if that's the ideal, it immediately tells you something about domestic policy. If the state isn't supposed to be constantly intervening, what's its main job? How does it lead?
Well, definitely not through harsh laws and constant punishment. They were really disturbed by the reliance on legalism, on coercion as the main tool.
I thought the government was focusing on the wrong thing.
Completely. They argued the state's primary function isn't just enforcement or punishment. It's to cultivate virtue, to make people righteous. How? By setting a powerful moral example from the top down.
So inspire goodness rather than just police badness.
Exactly. Build a moral society through leadership, not just react to its failures with force.
That sounds, well, maybe a bit idealistic on the surface.
It could sound that way, but they backed it up with a really sharp, practical critique of relying only on law. They had this killer line, a real zinger that cuts right to the heart of it.
Okay, let's hear it.
They said, law can punish a man, but it cannot make him honest. It can kill a man, but it cannot make him benevolent.
Wow. Okay. That lands.
Right. It's powerful because it gets at the limitation. Law deals with the external act, the crime. It can stop someone, punish someone after the fact.
But it doesn't change their internal character. It doesn't build that inner moral compass.
Exactly. If people only behave well because they fear the law, fear getting caught.
Yeah.
What happens when the police aren't looking? Or when the punishment seems worth the risk? You haven't built a truly stable or good society.
It makes me think of that common phrase in American conservative circles. You can't legislate morality.
It's the exact same logic. 2,000 years earlier, these Han scholars are saying, look, law is a tool, maybe the necessary one sometimes, but it's not the foundation. If you don't invest in culture, in ethics, in that shared sense of right and wrong,
then no amount of rules or punishments will ever be enough.
you got it. The focus has to be on cultivating virtue, not just coercing compliance.
Okay, so this philosophy, small government, low cost, focus on virtue, not coercion, that applies at home. But what about foreign policy? Empires have borders, enemies.
Right. You can't just stop being frugal and passive at the border. It has to extend outwards. So if Mr. Sang was funding his massive armies and expansion with those monopoly profits, hardbower.
Then the scholars needed an alternative strategy for dealing with the outside world.
And they had one. They argued strongly against constant warfare and aggressive expansion. But again, it wasn't just a moral plea for peace, though that was part of
This
it.
was also about efficiency, about cost.
Absolutely. It was strategic. They saw endless conquest as incredibly wasteful, occupying huge territories, maintaining garrisons far from home. It's a massive drain on resources.
So what was their alternative? If not conquest, then what?
Their proposal was essentially cultural assimilation, using peaceful diplomatic means, transforming potential enemies rather than conquering them.
Ah, so influencing them, bringing them into the Han cultural sphere.
Exactly. They believed it was far cheaper and ultimately more effective in the long run to expand the empire's influence by exporting its culture, its values, its way of life, win them over rather than hold them down.
That sounds incredibly like the modern concept of soft power.
It's precisely soft power 2 millennia ago. They understood that cultural attraction could be a more sustainable and less costly form of influence than military occupation. It reduces the long-term cost of managing an empire dramatically.
Okay, that's clever. But they took it even further, didn't they? With an idea that sounds shockingly modern.
Oh, this is where it gets really fascinating.
Yeah.
They introduced the concept of a natural boundary for imperial expansion.
A natural boundary. What did they mean by that? Not like a river or a mountain range necessarily.
Not just geography, no. It was an economic concept, a hard-nosed analytical idea. They were basically saying there's a limit to how far an empire can expand profitably.
Profitably. So based on cost versus benefit.
Precisely. This is pure marginal cost versus marginal benefit analysis applied to geopolitics. It's something you'd expect from a modern Rand Corporation report, not ancient scholars.
So explain the logic. How does that work?
They argued that once an empire expands beyond a certain point, this natural boundary, the cost of taking and holding that next piece of territory becomes greater than any benefit you get from it.
Okay, let's break that down. What are the costs of expanding, say, another 100 miles into nomadic territory?
Well, you've got the immediate military cost, soldiers, supplies, logistics lines stretched thin. Then you need to build forts, roads, set up a whole new administration out there, pay officials.
And deal with inevitable resistance or rebellion.
Right. Constant security costs. And what's the benefit? Maybe the land isn't very fertile. Maybe it's sparsely populated, so tax revenue is minimal. Maybe the resources are hard to get out.
So the overhead, the administrative and military burden of that new territory starts to outweigh any value it brings back to the central government.
Exactly. The scholars were essentially saying, look, we've done the math. For every extra square mile we conquer out there, it's costing us more in soldiers, administrators, and headaches than we're getting back in taxes or goods. It's a purely utilitarian calculation.
Forget glory, forget manifest destiny. Is it paying the bills?
That's the question they were asking. It's about national solvency versus imperial ego.
And we have a term for this in modern history, right?
We do. Imperial overstretch. It's the idea that great empires often collapse not from one big defeat, but because they slowly bankrupt themselves, trying to maintain territories that have become too vast and too expensive to manage.
Rome, maybe the British Empire later.
Exactly. The logistical and fiscal strain becomes unsustainable. The Han scholars diagnosed this problem, this fiscal limit to empire, 2,000 years ago. It's quite breathtaking, really.
Okay, so we had this clear philosophy. Passive governance, minimal cost, focus on virtue domestically, and a very calculated, cost-conscious approach to foreign policy and expansion.
Right, a consistent worldview.
So, given all that, their position on the central issue of the debate, the salt and iron monopolies, seems almost inevitable.
Completely. Abolish them. And the state control. Open those industries up to private enterprise, to free development. That was their core economic demand.
And how did they argue against Mr. Sing's justification? He claimed the monopolies were good for the state and didn't harm the people.
They hit that head on. They said, no, actually, these monopolies cause real, tangible harm to ordinary people's lives and livelihoods. And they use specific examples.
The most powerful one being the iron tools, right?
Yes, the state-run ironworks. Under the monopoly, the government workshops produced basically one standard issue farm tool. A shovel, a plowshare, whatever. One model for the entire empire.
Which sounds efficient from a mass production standpoint, maybe.
That's probably how Shang saw it. But the scholars pointed out the reality on the ground. Farming conditions across the Han Empire were incredibly diverse.
You had hard, rocky soil in some places, soft river valley soil elsewhere, dry land farming, wet paddy farming.
Exactly. And a single standardized tool just can't work effectively in all those different conditions. If you need a heavy-duty tool for tough ground, but the government only issues a lighter one,
it breaks. Or it's just useless. It slows down your work, ruins your harvest, costs you money.
Precisely. It holds back agricultural progress. This wasn't just theoretical. It was a practical disaster for farmers who needed tools suited to their local needs.
It's such a clear illustration of a fundamental critique of, well, central planning.
It really is one of the oldest and best arguments against it. The central authority, no matter how smart or well-intentioned, simply cannot possess all the specific local knowledge needed to make the right decisions for everyone, everywhere.
It reminds me of that analogy you used, like that government deciding everyone gets the same exact car.
Yeah. Imagine a government car administration saying, okay, efficiency dictates we only make one model, a basic sedan, and they give that same car to the farmer who needs a pickup truck, the mountain delivery driver who needs four-wheel drive, the city commuter.
It just doesn't work. It fails everyone in different ways because it ignores diverse needs. The scholars saw the state iron monopoly doing the same thing to agriculture.
So that was argument one, practical failure, harm to the people. Argument two went after the money itself. They challenged the whole idea of state profit.
How so?
They were blunt. They said, look, this profit the state is making from salt and iron, it doesn't just magically appear out of thin air.
Right. It has to come from somewhere.
Since you, the state, are making money from this monopoly, that money must be coming from the pockets of the people buying the salt and iron.
So it's not really profit in the sense of creating new wealth?
No. In their view, it was just a transfer of wealth. They called it, quite directly, plunder. The monopoly was simply a mechanism to take money from the population and put it into the state treasury, using government power to enforce it.
That's a strong word. Plunder.
It is. And it leads directly to their third major point, which is about who is running these monopolies. They question the very ability of government officials to manage these industries effectively.
Why couldn't bureaucrats run a salt works or an iron foundry efficiently?
Think about incentives. A government official run the state monopoly has a guaranteed job. They have no personal capital invested. They face zero competition. What's their motivation to innovate, to cut costs, to improve quality?
Well, probably not much. Their main goal might just be to meet quotas, avoid trouble maybe,
Yeah,
increase revenue for the state or themselves.
exactly. And the easiest way to increase revenue in a monopoly, just raise the price. They argued that bureaucrats inevitably resort to price gouging because there's no market pressure to keep them honest or efficient,
So the price of essential goods like salt and iron just keeps going up and up.
until ordinary people can barely afford them. The officials aren't acting like entrepreneurs trying to build a better business. They're acting like, well, like tax collectors in disguise, extracting revenue through high prices.
This sounds a lot like the modern concept of rent seeking.
It's precisely rent-seeking behavior described 2,000 years ago. Using a privileged position granted by the state not to create value, but simply to extract wealth that already exists. They're not managing a business. They're collecting a toll.
Milton Friedman would have recognized this argument instantly. The inherent inefficiency and tendency towards extraction when the state runs commercial enterprises.
Absolutely. But Mr. Sang had a counter-argument ready for this, didn't he? He worried about private power.
Yeah, his big fear was that if the state didn't control these industries, then powerful private merchants oligarchs would take over. And these private oligarchs could become so rich and influential, they might challenge the state itself.
A classic argument for state control preventing dangerous concentrations of private power. How did the scholars respond to that?
Their counterattack was incredibly bold. They basically said, you're worried about the wrong oligarchs. They conceded that private merchants might get rich. But they argued that private wealth alone, no matter how large, could never realistically overthrow the organized power of the imperial state. A wealthy salt merchant isn't going to raise an army and topple the emperor.
Okay, so where was the real threat, in their view?
The real threat, they said, was the one Sang's policies were creating. It was the danger of crony capitalism, to use a modern term.
Ah, so officials using their state power for private gain.
Exactly. The real oligarchs to fear, they argued, were the court insiders, the powerful officials and elites who were running these state-backed monopolies with government protection. They had both economic clout and political connections.
So they weren't just merchants. They were politically protected merchants, blurring the line between state and private interest.
Right. The scholars essentially pointed their fingers right back at the government establishment, maybe even implicitly at Sang himself, and said, you claim to be protecting us from private power, but you're actually fostering a far more dangerous form of corruption within the state itself. You are the problem.
Wow, that takes immense courage. To say that in the imperial court, to the face of the man running the system. That's extraordinary.
Okay, so putting all these pieces together, the critique of monopolies, the focus on cost, the fear of state-driven corruption, it leads them to a very specific conclusion about the nation's overall economic priorities.
It does. It leads directly to that famous and often controversial doctrine, value agriculture and suppress commerce. Zhongbang Yi Sheng.
Which can sound pretty backward or anti-business to modern ears. Why did they land there?
Well, it flowed from their moral framework and their observations. They had this deep-seated belief, almost a fear, that if commerce became the primary focus of the state and society,
then profit-seeking would become the dominant value.
Exactly. And they believed that would inevitably corrupt public morals, erode social cohesion, and undermine the very foundation of the nation, which they saw as the hardworking, virtuous farmer.
Was this just a philosophical concern, or did they see evidence of it happening?
They argued it was already happening. They saw industry and commerce being used as tools to exploit the agricultural base. They pointed to officials colluding with merchants, manipulating markets, using complex commercial taxes and state contracts to enrich themselves at the expense of the farmers.
So commerce wasn't just seen as neutral trade, it was seen as inherently prone to corruption and exploitation, especially when mixed with state power.
Precisely. Therefore, their conclusion felt logical to them. The state must rely on agriculture, the root, for its sustenance and fiscal revenue. Commerce, the branch, while necessary for distributing goods, should be kept in check. It should never become the main source of government income.
It's fascinating how closely this mirrors the ideas of the French physiocrats centuries later in the 1700s.
It's an almost perfect parallel. The physiocrats also believed that only land, only agriculture, created true wealth. Everything else, manufacturing, trade, commerce, they saw as sterile or unproductive.
Meaning these sectors just reshuffled existing wealth, or worse, acted like parasites, extracting value from the farmers who are the only ones actually creating something new from the earth.
That was exactly the view. Industry and commerce didn't create, they only transformed or transported. So if the government based its finances on taxing commerce, it was essentially basing itself on a parasitic activity, encouraging greed and moral decay.
So underlying it all was this ancient fear of what a fully commercial society might become: greedy, corrupt, unequal, unstable, a fear of early capitalism, in a way.
You could definitely see it as an early critique of the potential downsides of a market society driven purely by profit, yeah.
Before we get to the outcome, it's worth pausing just to appreciate the context of this debate itself. It's pretty remarkable it even happened this way.
It really is. You have these scholars, essentially outsiders, brought in to publicly critique the emperor's top finance minister. The stakes were incredibly high.
And yet, by all accounts, Mr. Shang, despite being the target, allowed a relatively free and open atmosphere for the discussion. He engaged with the arguments.
He did. It speaks to a certain confidence, perhaps, but also maybe a recognition of the value of intellectual debate, even when it's challenging your own policies. And the scholars themselves showed incredible nerve.
Absolutely. Standing up to that kind of power took real guts. History remembers them for that courage.
So, what was the result? After all this intellectual fireworks, who won? Did the laissez-faire scholars get their way and abolish the monopolies overnight?
Well, like many great debates, the outcome wasn't a clear knockout. It was more of a split decision. And that split is key to understanding its long-term impact.
Okay, so who won what?
The scholars definitely scored points. They're generally seen as having gained a slight upper hand in the immediate aftermath. Their core principles, small government, passive approach, focus on agriculture, moral leadership, became deeply influential.
So their ideas resonated and started shaping future policy thinking.
Yes. They laid the foundation for what would become the official ideal of imperial governance for centuries.
Bump. Shang also won. How?
Because the practical realities didn't disappear. The empire still needed money, especially for defense on the frontiers. The state's need for guaranteed, controllable revenue from things like salt and iron was just too strong to ignore completely.
So the monopolies weren't actually abolished, or at least not all of them.
Exactly. Key strategic commodities, especially salt and iron, largely remained under state control or heavy regulation. Shang's system, his active governance tools, didn't just vanish, they just maybe went a bit quieter for a while, waiting in the wings.
Ah, okay. And this leads to the long-term legacy, the framework you mentioned earlier.
Precisely. The scholars' ideologies, small government, laissez-faire, pro-agriculture, morality. First, this became enshrined as the empire's orthodox principle. This was the official philosophy, the one taught in schools, the ideal everyone paid lip service to for the next 2,000 years.
The correct way things should be run, according to official doctrine.
Right. But Mr. Shang's ideology, big government when needed, active intervention, state monopolies, revenue maximization that became the empire's unorthodox principle.
The necessary evil. The toolkit you pull out when things get tough.
Exactly that. It was maybe officially frowned upon in peaceful times, but the moment a serious crisis hit, a major war, a famine, a rebellion, emperors almost inevitably reached back for Shang's interventionist playbook, because it worked in the short term to raise funds and mobilize resources quickly.
So you have this fascinating dynamic, an official ideology of small government, constantly rubbing up against the practical necessity in times of crisis for big government action.
It created this permanent tension, this ongoing dialogue or conflict within Chinese imperial finance for millennia. The orthodox principle versus the unorthodox necessity. They were two sides of the same coin, constantly shaping policy.
It's incredible. It's like the ghosts of these two opposing viewpoints were locked in debate for centuries.
And you could argue those ghosts are still with us. Because fundamentally, what were they debating?
The role of the state in the economy. Free markets versus intervention. Small government versus big government.
It's the core tension we still see today, isn't it? It's like the spirit of the Han scholars arguing for free markets versus the spirit of Mr. Shang arguing for Keynesian-style intervention. They're still shaping our economic debates right now all over the world.
So to wrap up, these literary scholars and virtuous officials, they were so much more than just ancient moralists.
Yeah, far from impractical bookworms. They moved seamlessly from high philosophy about virtue.
Right down into the weeds of economic analysis, critiquing central planning with specific examples, doing marginal cost-benefit calculations on imperial expansion.
Identifying rent-seeking behavior within state monopolies. It's remarkably sophisticated.
And maybe their sharpest warning, the one that really resonates today, was about where the biggest danger lies.
They argued it wasn't really the wealthy private merchant you needed to fear most.
No. The real threat to the state's long-term health and integrity came from within. From that crony capitalism, the fusion of state power and economic enterprise, protected from competition, breeding corruption.
So if they could see that danger so clearly 2,000 years ago, when government was, relatively speaking, much smaller and simpler.
What does that tell us? What does that suggest about the inherent risks, the almost inevitable temptations, when we expand government's economic role so massively in our complex modern economies?
It's a sobering thought. And it leaves us with a question for you, the listener, to ponder. Think about the world today. Which of these ancient Han principles seems more dominant right now in the nations you observe?
Is it the orthodox ideal? The push for a smaller, more frugal government, lower taxes, less intervention? Or is it the unorthodox necessity, the reliance on active state spending, regulation, and intervention to manage crises in economies?
And whichever force seems stronger, what might that choice, that balance, tell us about our current direction and maybe our long-term stability?
That's the question. That's the puzzle we leave you to ponder.
When you really zoom out and look at the grand sweep of history, global empires, there's this one massive contradiction, right? It just screams at you.
Which one are you thinking of?
Think about Rome, okay, the Western Roman Empire. Mighty, powerful, lasts for centuries, then it finally buckles, collapses in 476 AD.
Right, the traditional date, yeah.
And that was basically it. Done. Europe shatters. Permanently. It just dissolves, into dozens of separate kingdoms, little feudal states.
Decentralized, yeah. Constantly fighting each other.
And the central idea, the authority, the very concept of Rome as a unified power, it just never came back. Gone for good.
A definitive endpoint for that kind of unity in the West.
But then you look east. You look at the Chinese tradition. Totally different story, isn't it?
It really is. Take the Han Empire, for instance.
Yeah.
Huge, powerful, comparable to Rome in many ways.
Yeah.
And it suffers this catastrophic collapse.
Leads to centuries of division, right? Chaos.
Yeah, about 300 years. Fragmentation, brutal warfare. It's the period we call the Wei and Jin dynasties. Just constant turmoil.
Okay, so far, sounds a bit like Rome's aftermath. Fragmentation.
But here's the kicker. Unlike Rome, China. Well, it managed to pull itself back together, time and again, actually, throughout its history, but specifically after this period.
They reunified.
Exactly. Under the Sui dynasty and then cemented by the Tang. The imperial system, that central idea, it endured. It came back.
So that's the puzzle, isn't it? The big question we really need to tackle today. What is the fundamental difference? Why does one society fragment forever and another one manages to reunite, seemingly against all odds?
What makes that difference?
Yeah. Was it, I don't know, some kind of mystical destiny? Was it just the culture being stronger? Or maybe the geography was just easier? What was it?
Well, the classic historical debate often points to those big macro factors.
Yeah.
You have brilliant historians like Changping.
Right. I've heard the name.
His argument, and it's influential, is that Rome conquered outward. It absorbed all these fundamentally different cultures, languages, peoples, making it inherently brittle, like trying to glue together things that just don't fit.
Okay, it makes sense. Too diverse to hold.
So when it broke, it couldn't be glued back together.
Sure.
China, on the other hand, the argument goes, was formed by forces coming together inward. It built this very strong, centralized, culturally homogenous tradition.
More of a solid core from the start.
That's the idea, making it more resilient, easier to eventually reunify. And look, that view it's insightful. There's truth to it.
Yeah.
But it also feels a bit romantic. Maybe too simple.
Yeah, it does sound a bit like historical determinism, doesn't it? Like, oh, it was just meant to be. But hang on. Think about the practicalities.
Go on.
Administering a territory that vast, China is huge, especially after 300 years of warlords running their own shows, building their own power bases. How do you just glue that back together?
It's incredibly difficult.
The answer can't just be, oh, the culture was strong. That doesn't explain how you actually, make people pay taxes again, follow orders from the center.
It absolutely cannot. Culture provides context, maybe a shared identity to appeal to, but it doesn't run a state. It doesn't collect revenue or register households.
Exactly. So today, we're skipping the philosophy, right?
We are. We're diving straight into the messy stuff. The ledger books, the dusty census registers, the debates over tax policy.
We're looking at the cold, hard financial reality, what really determines survival.
That's the mission. Because the answer, we think, lies in something much grittier than culture or geography.
This deep dive is about the wealth war.
A brutal, strategic, 3-century-long battle.
But not against foreigners, not against invaders from the outside. This was a war waged by the state, or at least the forces trying to rebuild a central state.
Against its own internal elites. Against its own deep state, you could almost say.
The powerful, entrenched, unbelievably wealthy aristocratic clans.
That's the shortcut. Seriously.
Very.
If you want to understand why the Chinese Empire endured where Rome didn't, you have to understand this relentless financial struggle.
This war for control over the absolute basics: land, tax revenue, and people.
It was a fundamental fight. Public authority versus entrenched private power. And whoever won that fight determined the course of the next 1,000 years of history. It's that important.
Okay, so if we're talking about a war, we need to understand the enemy. And these aristocratic clans, they weren't just like random rich families. This was something else entirely.
Oh, absolutely. We're talking about the Shizu. And you're right, they weren't just born rich overnight. This was an evolution over centuries.
It started earlier, right? Back in the Han Dynasty.
Yeah, it traces back to the powerful local landlord class from the late Han. They were called the Haochang. These were families who had accumulated vast amounts of land, built up local influence, even had their own private militias sometimes.
And they were part of the reason the Han central government weakened in the first place.
A big part. Their growing local power seriously undermined central authority. They controlled resources, people, and weren't always, shall we say, cooperative with the imperial tax collectors. They were the seeds of fragmentation.
So these Haochang were already powerful. But then during these 300 years of chaos, the Wei and Jin period, they leveled up.
They absolutely leveled up. They evolved from being, powerful local strongmen into something far more cohesive, more sophisticated, and frankly, much more dangerous to any central authority.
This is where we get the term Shizu Munfa, the hereditary aristocratic clans.
Exactly, Shizu Munfa. This represents the ultimate consolidation of power. We're not just talking landowners anymore. These families became the absolute core of society in both the north and, especially initially, the south.
Deeply rooted.
Incredibly deep, overwhelmingly powerful, controlling, estimates suggest they controlled almost all the valuable, productive, potentially taxable resources in the empire: land, commerce, political office.
So if you wanted to do anything significant, whether it was economic or political, you had to deal with them, go through them.
Pretty much. They were the gatekeepers. They held the keys to the kingdom, often quite literally.
You described them as an octopus before. Explain that. What were the tentacles?
Right, it's a good analogy because their power wasn't just from one source. It was this integrated system, maybe 4 main tentacles, all interwoven, grabbing every vital part of the state and society.
Okay, let's break them down. Tentacle 1.
First, they were still the massive landowners, controlling agriculture, the engine of the pre-modern economy, vast estates, worked by tenants or even unfree labor, generating enormous agricultural surplus.
Okay, land. Tentacle 2.
They were also the wealthy merchants, or at least they controlled and profited massively from commerce and trade, even if they looked down on merchants socially. They financed trade routes, controlled markets, extracted tolls.
So land and commerce, what's 3?
They were the noble officials. They didn't just influence politics. They occupied almost all the high positions of power in the government bureaucracy, in the judiciary, in the military leadership.
So they ran the state machinery itself.
And finally, the 4th tentacle, maybe the most insidious one. They were the scholarly families. They controlled education.
How critical was that?
Absolutely critical. In this period, access to education, particularly classical Confucian education, was basically the only reliable path into government office. It was the ticket to power.
And the clans monopolized this.
They did. Educational resources were scarce, books were hand-copied, tutors were expensive. The clans established their own family schools, controlled the academies. They essentially created a closed loop.
Like controlling the Ivy League of the time.
Exactly. Take the family of Wang Shiji, the famous calligrapher during the Eastern Jin dynasty. Their cultural prestige was immense, partly because they dominated learning and literature in their region.
So if only your family members and close allies can get the education needed for office,
then you guarantee that the next generation of high officials, the people running the ministries, judging the court cases, they're all going to be your children, your cousins, your nephews. It's a self-perpetuating system.
it's not just nepotism then, it's structural. They locked it in.
Precisely. It wasn't just favoritism, it was built into the structure of society and government. Which brings us to the political mechanism they used to solidify this control. We absolutely have to talk about the nine-rank system.
Right, the Jipin Zong Xingji. I've read about this. Wasn't it actually set up with good intentions? Like, after the Han collapse, they needed a way to find talented people for the bureaucracy?
That was the official story, yes.
Yeah.
The stated intent was meritocratic, or at least less chaotic than the late Han system. The idea was you'd have a local official, the Zongjiang.
Like a local evaluator?
Sort of.
Yeah.
A respected figure in the local province or commandery. Their job was to assess the local talent, look at their character, their abilities, and then rank them into 9 grades, from 9 lowest up to 1 highest.
And these rankings determined who got recommended for imperial government jobs.
Supposedly, yes.
Yeah.
The central government would use these rankings to make appointments. On paper, it sounds like a way to bring in capable people from the provinces, maybe bypass some of the cronyism of the capital.
It didn't work out that way.
Not even close. This system was completely, utterly subverted by the very aristocratic clans it was supposed to regulate, or at least manage.
How? How did they game it?
It was brutally simple, really. Who do you think got appointed to be the powerful local zongzang, the evaluators themselves?
Oh, no. Don't tell me.
Yep. Members of the most powerful aristocratic clans in that region. They made sure their own family members held these crucial assessment positions.
So the gatekeepers were guarding the gate for themselves.
Exactly. There was a famous saying at the time, sums it up perfectly. The upper ranks have no poor men. The lower ranks have no powerful families. Shangping Wuhanmen, Xiepin Wushizu.
Wow. So if you were from a top clan, your relative, the Zongzang, would give you a high rank 1, 2, or 3, guaranteeing you a top government job.
Pretty much guaranteed. And if you were a talented commoner or from a less influential family, you might get rank 7 or 8, maybe a low-level clerk position if you were lucky. But you were never getting near the levers of real power.
So the 9-rank system, designed perhaps for meritocracy, became the legal mechanism for formalizing hereditary power. It turned government jobs into essentially inherited property for the clans.
You've nailed it.
Yeah.
It was, in its way, quite brilliant, wickedly brilliant. It provided this official bureaucratic veneer, this illusion of impartial assessment, over what was essentially a massive, closed-shop crony network run by and for the aristocracy.
This is where that analogy comes in, right? The clans being like...
Yeah, it's a useful comparison for a Western audience.
Yeah.
Think of them as combining the generational, inherited political power and social prestige of Britain's old House of Lords.
Okay, got that.
But combined with the immense financial power, the commercial influence, maybe even the cultural patronage of a family like the Medicis in Renaissance Italy.
Land, money, politics, and culture, all wrapped up in one hereditary package.
It's a potent combination. Which is why, if you're looking for a modern term...
They weren't just the 1%.
No way. They were the institutional deep state. They didn't just influence the state. In many ways, they were the state, or at least the parts of it that mattered. They controlled the personnel through the 9-rank system. They dictated policy from their official positions. And crucially, they controlled the purse strings by keeping their own wealth off the books.
And this wasn't subtle, was it? The emperors knew their position was weak.
Oh, absolutely. Think about that famous political declaration during the Eastern Jin dynasty down in the south. The Wangs and the Sima family rule the world together.
Sounds almost polite, like a partnership agreement.
It sounds polite, but the subtext is brutal. The Sima family held the imperial throne at that time. They were technically the emperors.
Okay, so they're one half of the ruling together.
Right. But the Wang clan, specifically the Longyuan clan, was the most powerful aristocratic family. They dominated the court, held the key ministries.
So the declaration wasn't saying the emperor and his most loyal subjects rule. It was saying...
It was openly stating that the imperial throne, the symbol of central state authority itself, was merely a partner, or maybe more accurately, a minority shareholder in the enterprise of ruling China.
And the Wangs, the clans, they were the majority shareholders, the true board of directors.
That's exactly the implication. The emperor didn't rule supreme, he shared power. And often, he ruled only under conditions tacitly or explicitly set by the dominant clans. They were the real power behind the throne.
And they rubbed it in, didn't they? There are stories of officials from these top clans being openly disrespectful to the emperors.
Yes, accounts exist of high-ranking Wang clan officials, for example, refusing to perform the proper bowing rituals, or showing up late to court audiences, or even openly contradicting or mocking the emperor's decisions in front of others.
That's incredibly bold. It's psychological warfare, almost.
It absolutely is. It's a constant campaign to remind the imperial family and everyone else at court who holds the real levers of power, undermining the imperial prestige day by day.
Okay, so if the state is that compromised, if the emperor is just a minority shareholder, if the bureaucracy is locked down by hereditary clans via the 9-rank system, if their wealth is untaxed,
then reunification is impossible. Forget about conquering external rivals. You can't even assert authority over your own territory and your own supposed officials. The political system is structurally rigged against the center.
So before you can even think about unifying China, about bringing the North and South together after centuries apart,
You first have to win the war at home. You have to conquer your own aristocracy. You have to break their grip. That was the fundamental challenge. That was the test.
which leads us to the main thesis here.
Exactly. Solving the clan problem, which ultimately meant declaring war on their wealth, their land monopoly, their political control, was the absolute non-negotiable prerequisite for the empire's survival and eventual reunification. This wasn't just about tweaking policies. It required an institutional revolution. A war fought not with armies on a battlefield, but with land registers, tax codes, and census takers.
So this wealth war, this internal struggle against the clans, it wasn't just a single event. It played out over, 3 centuries?
Roughly, yeah. Across the Wei Jin and into the northern and southern dynasties period. It was the defining background conflict.
And it became the key difference, didn't it, between the regimes that formed in the north after the Han refugees fled and the regimes that tried to carry on the old traditions in the south.
Absolutely. This wasn't just North versus South militarily. It was North versus South in terms of state-building strategy, specifically vis-a-vis the aristocracy.
Yeah.
It was like a high-stakes card game played over generations.
And the surprising outcome, maybe, is that the North, often seen as rougher, more barbarian influenced, actually won this internal war.
They did. Which is precisely why the eventual reunification came from the north.
Right.
Why Yang Jin, who founded the Sui dynasty, emerged from that northern military and political tradition.
Because the North played its cards better in this wealth war.
They played stronger cards in 3 critical rounds. The South, largely because it was founded by and with the help of the powerful southern clans, kept folding or playing weak hands.
Okay, let's deal the cards. Round 1. What's the most fundamental resource in an agricultural empire?
Land. It all starts with the land.
Now, you'd think the established South would have the advantage here with its longer history of settled agriculture. But you said the North had a unique strategic edge, stemming from chaos.
Paradoxically, yes. The North had experienced decades, even centuries, of intense warfare, nomadic invasions, regime changes, mass migrations. It was brutal, but it had an unintended consequence.
Which was?
Large tracts of land, especially in the Yellow River Basin, became depopulated, abandoned, left barren. Crucially, much of this land was unclaimed or its ownership was unclear, especially land that might have previously belonged to aristocratic families who fled south or were wiped out.
So the destruction created a blank slate, an opportunity.
A massive opportunity. And the rulers of the Northern Wei dynasty, established by the Tuba-Xiang Bei people, were smart enough and, frankly, powerful enough to seize it.
This is where we get the Juntian, the equal field system.
Yes, the Juntian.
Yeah.
And we need to be clear, this wasn't just, giving everyone a little plot. This was a radical, revolutionary declaration of state sovereignty over the most fundamental asset of the empire, the land itself.
Okay, tell us how it actually worked. The name equal field sounds almost communist. Did everyone get the exact same amount?
Not exactly equal and definitely not communist in the modern sense, but it was radical state control. The core idea was the state claimed ultimate ownership of vast amounts of land, especially that abandoned or newly reclaimed land.
The state is the landlord in chief.
Precisely. And then the state distributed this land directly to the people, to basically everyone who registered with the state authorities. Farmers, refugees fleeing instability, even in some cases, slaves who were freed or registered separately.
So the state bypasses the aristocracy entirely. It creates a direct link. State land given to individual subjects.
That's the crucial break. It shatters the dependence of the peasantry on the aristocratic clans for access to land. Why be a tenant on a lord's manor when the state itself is offering you land directly?
Okay, but what kind of land? You mentioned two types. This is important, right?
Absolutely critical detail. The system distinguished between two main types of land grants. First, and the largest portion, was the paraphindion, literally the oral share field, or personal share field.
Personal share, what does that mean?
It means it was granted based on the number of eligible individuals in the household, typically adult males and sometimes females. But here's the revolutionary part. This land was temporary.
Temporary? How?
The state granted you the right to cultivate it during your working lifetime. But upon your death, or if you became unable to farm it, the state reclaimed that paraphindion. It reverted back to the state pool for redistribution.
Wow, so it couldn't be inherited, it couldn't be bought or sold, it couldn't accumulate within one family generation after generation.
Exactly. The state was saying, we are the ultimate owners. You are just temporary stewards, granted the right to use this resource productively for the benefit of yourself and the state. It directly attacked the core principle of the aristocratic model, which was based on large, private, hereditary estates.
A fundamental shift in the concept of land ownership. So what was the second type of land?
The second, smaller type was Shang Yang, the mulberry field, or sometimes land for hemp or other cash crops. This portion was inheritable.
Ah, okay. Why the difference?
Likely to encourage long-term settlement and investment. Growing mulberry trees for silk production, for instance, requires years of cultivation before it pays off. Making this land inheritable gave families an incentive to settle down, invest in these more permanent crops, and develop the local economy. But it was a much smaller part of the overall grant.
So the bulk of the land reinforced state control, while a smaller part encouraged stability. That's incredibly clever.
It was brilliant policy. It achieved multiple goals at once. Provided immediate economic relief and security to the common people, tied them directly to the state through registration and land grants, vastly increased the state's registered population and future tax base, and most importantly, structurally undermined the entire basis of hereditary aristocratic wealth and power, their permanent control over vast tracts of land.
And people responded. They left the clans to register with the state.
Massively. It triggered a huge shift in loyalty and dependence. Why rely on a local lord when the emperor is offering you 40 acres, well, the equivalent pretty much for free, just for registering?
You compared it to the U.S. Homestead Act.
Yeah, it's a decent parallel in terms of granting state land to settlers. But the equal field system was arguably far more radical, far larger in scale relative to the economy, and crucially, it was enforced compulsorily across huge territories. It wasn't just an option, it was the basis of the entire socioeconomic order in the North. It actively starved the aristocratic clans of their labor force and challenged their land claims. Soundbite. The North's equal field system was a brilliant radical declaration. Leave your master and the state will give you land.
Okay. Wow. That's a power play. So how did the South respond? The Eastern Jin court down in Changping, modern Nanjing, they must have seen this happening.
They saw it, but they were hamstrung from the start. Remember how the Eastern Jin regime was established?
Yeah, they fled south after the collapse of the Western Jin, right?
Right.
And they needed the support of the powerful southern clans already there, plus the northern clans who fled with them.
Exactly. The court was inherently weak relative to these established powerful families. The saying was, the ruler was weak and the ministers were strong. Wang yu ma gong kan xie. They owed their existence to the clans.
So launching a direct attack on the clan's landholdings like the equal field system did, that was politically impossible.
Completely impossible. They wouldn't have survived the backlash. Any attempt at meaningful land reform that threatened the core interests of the aristocracy was doomed from the start.
So what did they do instead, this mountain occupation law? The Yanshanfa.
Right. The name sounds impressive, like they're reclaiming territory. But the reality was, well, pathetic.
Pathetic how?
For years, maybe generations, the powerful southern clans have been illegally occupying vast areas of mountainside forests and wetlands. Land that technically should have been public domain or state land available for taxation or settlement.
Okay, so illegal land grabs. What did the law do about it?
It basically acknowledged the reality of this illegal occupation. It legalized it retroactively.
Legalized the theft.
Pretty much. The law said, okay, you clans can officially occupy these mountain and forest areas. It did impose some slight quantity limits, supposedly based on the rank of the official or family doing the occupying.
Limits they probably ignored anyway.
Likely, or found ways around. And the law required them to pay a small, almost token amount of tax on this newly legalized occupied land.
So the state finds massive illegal land grabs by the most powerful people in the country. And its response is to say, okay, you can keep it, just, pay us a tiny fee to make it official.
That's the cynical but probably accurate analysis. The Eastern Jin regime was far too weak politically, militarily, to actually challenge the clans and reclaim that land. They couldn't enforce their own laws against the powerful.
It's like the IRS finding billions hidden offshore by billionaires and asking them to maybe pay a small symbolic amount as like a favor.
That's a pretty good modern parallel. The Yuanshan Fa was an admission of defeat. It was the state trying to save face, trying to get something, anything on the books from resources that rightfully belong to the public or the state treasury.
So, round one conclusion.
The South lost. Badly. They essentially ratified the illegal privatization of state assets by the aristocracy. They conceded the foundational resource control over land because they were politically captive to the very clans they needed to regulate. The North, forced by circumstance perhaps, but acting decisively, won round one by fundamentally reasserting state ownership and control over land. Big difference.
Okay, so the North has reclaimed theoretical control over a lot of land via the equal field system. But land doesn't automatically mean money in the state coffers, right? You have to tax it or tax the people working it.
Exactly. Winning the land battle is step one. Step two is converting that control into actual, usable state revenue. This is round two, the fight over taxation capacity. Who pays, how much, and can the state actually collect it?
And the North had a clear strategy here, too. What was the goal?
It seems to have been twofold and very consistent with the equal field policy. First, keep the tax burden on the newly registered common farmers relatively light and predictable. You want to encourage them to stay registered, stay loyal, and keep farming.
Cement their loyalty to the state, not the old clans.
Right. Second goal, significantly increase the tax burden on the aristocratic clans, find ways to tap into their vast, previously hidden private wealth, and convert it into accessible state resources. Make them pay their share, finally.
How did they do this? What did the northern tax system look like?
The northern way, again, were quite systematic. They reformed the main tax structure called the Tainzu Hudiaoji. It had different components.
Break it down for us.
Okay, so Tainzu was essentially the land tax, paid per household based on the land they received under the equal field system. But crucially, it was generally kept low.
Okay, low land tax for farmers.
Then you had the Hudiao. This was more like a household or poll tax.
Yeah.
And here's a smart adaptation. It was typically paid in kind.
In kind, meaning?
Meaning not in cash, which was often scarce in the countryside, but in goods, usually bolts of silk or hemp cloth and measures of grain.
Why was that smart?
Because it aligned perfectly with the rural agrarian economy. Farmers produced grain, and their households often spun and wove cloth. They had these goods. Asking for cloth and grain was much easier for them to comply with than demanding currency they might not possess.
So it was a fair system for the commoners. Visible, relatively easy to pay, maximized compliance.
That seems to have been the intent and the effect. It encouraged people to remain registered and contributing, building the state's resource base steadily.
Okay, so that covers the lighten the farmer burden part. What about the other side, increasing the burden on the clans?
This is where it gets really ingenious. They certainly increased the general household tax rates for wealthier aristocratic families. They are expected to pay more grain and much more cloth.
Makes sense. Progressive taxation, kind of.
Kind of. But the real surgical strike, the detail that fascinates historians, was a specific tax levied on the clans based on the number of oxen they used for plowing their large estates.
Oxen. Why tax the animals? That seems random. Why not just tax their land more heavily?
Because taxing the land accurately was still difficult, especially the vast hereditary estates. The clans still held alongside the equal field land, verifying boundaries, assessing fertility across huge areas. It's complex, and the clans would resist any intrusive survey.
Okay, so oxen were easier to count.
Much easier to count, but it's more profound than that. Think about what oxen represented in that agricultural economy.
They were draft animals, used for plowing.
Exactly. They were the essential capital goods of the era. An ox could plow far more land, far more efficiently, than a human could with a hoe. Owning large teams of oxen was what allowed the aristocratic clans to cultivate their massive estates on an almost industrial scale, often using relatively little hired or tenant labor compared to the output.
So the oxen were the engines of their large-scale agricultural profits, especially the profits from land that maybe wasn't being properly taxed otherwise.
Precisely. Oxen represented agricultural machinery, the key to productivity and large surpluses. Taxing the oxen was therefore analogous to. Imagine today imposing a specific heavy tax on a modern corporation's factory robots, or its AI servers, or its automated production lines.
You're taxing the means of production itself, especially the means that generate profit with less direct labor input.
Exactly. It was a brilliant way to target the source of the aristocracy's untaxed or undertaxed wealth and profits. It was a form of wealth tax, or maybe a capital goods tax, disguised as a simple tax on livestock.
And it sidestepped the whole messy business of trying to measure every acre they owned or estimate their cash income. You just count the oxen needed to run their operations.
It was surgically precise. You could visually inspect a manor's fields and stables and get a pretty good idea of how many oxen were needed. It hit the clans where it hurt the profitability of their large-scale, capital-intensive farming.
So this seemingly obscure oxen tax, it was actually a major tool in the wealth war.
A hugely important one. It did two vital things simultaneously. One, it significantly boosted state revenue, bringing in resources. Maybe even the oxen themselves could be taken as tax that could fund the army and administration. Two, it imposed a clear financial constraint on the unchecked accumulation of wealth by the clans. They were finally being forced to contribute based on their actual productive capacity.
Okay, the North is playing chess here with its tax policy. What about the South? Were they playing checkers? Or maybe just knocking the pieces over?
Oh, maybe closer to the latter. The southern regimes, like the Eastern Jin and its successors like the Lusong, were plagued by administrative paralysis when it came to taxation.
Why? What was the problem?
Several problems. First, remember the chaos of the initial southward migration. Household registration was a mess. Large numbers of people were unregistered or their status was unclear. This made any kind of systematic land-based taxation incredibly difficult from the start.
Hard to tax land if you don't know who owns it or lives on it.
Right. But more fundamentally, even if they wanted to implement a comprehensive land survey and tax system like the North's, the southern aristocratic clans would have none of it.
They opposed it. Why?
Because they knew any accurate land verification would expose the vast extent of their own holdings, much of which was probably held tax-free or taxed at ridiculously low customary rates. They used their political dominance at court to block any serious attempts at land registration or verification.
So if you can't reliably tax the land, what's the alternative?
You try to tax the people directly. The southern regimes often resorted to levying taxes based on the number of adult males in a household, the dinko, or sometimes a general household levy.
Okay, tax the individuals. Seems simple enough.
Simple in theory, impossible in practice. Why? Because again, the clans controlled the information and the people. How could the central government possibly verify how many adult males were actually living on a powerful clan's vast estates?
They couldn't just send inspectors.
Inspectors could be bribed, threatened, or simply refused entry. More importantly, the clans maintained their own private, unofficial population registers. They simply hid thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands, of able-bodied men from the state's view.
How did they hide them?
By classifying them not as independent peasant householders liable for state tax, but as the clan's own dependents, retainers, private guests, serfs, slaves, disciples, people who worked the clan's lands or served the clan directly, but were kept completely off the official government census rolls.
So the clans had this huge pool of hidden tax-exempt labor.
Exactly. It was a massive drain on the state's potential manpower and revenue. The state needed a huge, intrusive, and costly auditing system to try and count every single person, and the weak southern courts simply couldn't afford it, nor could they enforce it against the entrenched power of the aristocracy.
They also tried taxing household assets, right? Like the North's cloth tax.
They did try variations of a household tax, sometimes levied in cloth or other goods, but again, it ran into the same wall: verification. How do you assess the assets of a powerful clan if they won't let your officials onto their property to count the looms or measure the grain stores?
The clans just obstructed any attempt at actual assessment.
Consistently. If a state cannot penetrate private property to verify basic assets and count the population, its tax system is fundamentally broken. It cannot effectively tax the wealthy and powerful.
So let's wrap up round 2, the verdict.
The South failed. They couldn't touch the real wealth of the aristocracy. They couldn't impose meaningful financial burdens on the most powerful segment of society. Therefore, they couldn't convert the clan's vast private resources into reliable state revenue. The state remained starved, while private wealth flourished untaxed.
And the North.
The North. Through clever policies like taxing capital goods, the Oxen found a way to bypass some of the verification problems and directly tax the source of aristocratic wealth itself. They demonstrated superior strategic thinking in overcoming aristocratic resistance and building state capacity. Round 2 definitely goes to the North.
All right, round 3. We've talked land and we've talked tax. What's the third crucial element for any state, especially back then?
People. Simple as that. Laborers to work the land, soldiers for the army, taxpayers to fill the treasury. After centuries of war and instability, population's sheer human capital was arguably the most precious and scarce resource of all.
And just like with land and tax avoidance, the aristocratic clans were hoarding people.
Absolutely. As we just discussed with the tax situation, they hid huge numbers of people within their estates and spheres of influence. These weren't just family members. They were tenants, servants, serfs, slaves, retainers, adopted relatives, all sorts of dependents.
And these people were kept off the official state registers.
Deliberately. Because if they were registered with the state, they'd be liable for state taxes and state labor service, corvée. By keeping them unregistered, the clans essentially had a private, tax-exempt workforce, providing labor and revenue solely for the benefit of the clan.
The state is being denied its citizens its most vital resource.
Exactly. The clans were creating their own little microeconomies, their own population pools, outside of state control.
Now, we know the North's equal field system was a big draw, pulling people away from the clans by offering them land directly from the state. That was the initial magnet.
Right. That got the ball rolling. It incentivized registration. But the northern rulers knew that wasn't enough in the long run. The clans were powerful and persistent. They needed a permanent, robust enforcement mechanism to ensure the population stayed registered and couldn't be hidden away again.
They needed a way to keep counting heads accurately and continuously.
Precisely. And that mechanism was the final administrative masterstroke, arguably the most devastating blow to the clan's control over labor. It was the three-chief system, of the Sanyangji.
Okay, 3 chiefs. Sounds hierarchical. How did it work on the ground? This had to go deep into local society, right?
It went incredibly deep. It was essentially a highly organized, top-down system of grassroots administration and, frankly, surveillance. Think of it as ancient grid management.
Management, like modern policing tactics.
Similar principle. It created 3 mandatory layers of local leadership and responsibility, built on units of 5.
Okay, break it down. Layer 1.
At the most basic level, every 5 households had to appoint one neighborhood chief, Lin Zhang.
5 families, 1 chief. Got it. Layer 2.
5 neighborhoods, so 25 households were grouped together under one village chief, Li Zhang.
25 families, 1 village chief, and layer 3.
5 villages making 125 households were overseen by one district chief, Dang Zhang. And it's the 3 chiefs system.
Lin, Dang, neighborhood, village, district, what was their job? Just pass messages down?
Oh no, much more than that. Their primary responsibilities were crucial state functions performed at the hyper-local level. First, conducting the census. Door-to-door, head counts, registering births, deaths, and especially identifying any unregistered residents hiding within their block.
So direct population verification at the 5 household level.
Exactly. Second, collecting taxes. They were responsible for ensuring the households under them paid their grain and cloth taxes on time. Third, conscripting labor for state projects, corvée. They had to round up the required manpower from their assigned households.
Wow. They were essentially unpaid, frontline agents of the central state embedded directly into the community fabric.
That's a perfect description. But here's the really crucial part, the enforcement mechanism that made it work, unlike the 9-rank system which got subverted. How did the central government ensure these local chiefs actually did their jobs honestly, especially when the powerful clans might pressure them to look the other way?
Yeah, that seems like the weak point. If the chief is just a local farmer, why wouldn't he cover for his powerful neighbor, the clan leader? Bribes, threats.
The state anticipated this. They didn't rely on loyalty. They used fear and direct liability. The positions of the 3 chiefs were often compulsory. you might be forced to take the role.
Forced volunteering. Okay.
And here's the teeth. If a chief was found to have failed in their duties, if they missed registering people, if they were caught covering up census fraud, if the tax quota wasn't met from their block, the penalties were severe.
How severe?
We're talking harsh punishments.
Yeah.
Heavy fines, beatings, imprisonment, and crucially, often the chief's entire family could be held liable and punished alongside them. Collective responsibility.
Whoa. That is brutal. You mess up your census count and your whole family pays the price.
Brutal but effective. It created an incredibly strong incentive for the chiefs to be diligent and, importantly, to resist pressure from local elites like the clans. The fear of punishment for themselves and their family outweighed the fear of, or loyalty to, the local clan leader.
It essentially forces compliance through self-interest and fear of devastating personal consequences. It turns neighbors into state informants, almost.
It created an internal surveillance system where everyone was watching everyone else, overseen by chiefs who had a very strong personal stake in ensuring accuracy and compliance. It made it practically impossible for the aristocratic clans to continue hiding large numbers of dependents off the books.
The state could finally see down to the lowest level.
Yes, hidden farmers were exposed, registered, probably offered land under the equal field system, and immediately became tax-paying, corvée-providing subjects of the state. It was a massive transfer of human capital control from the private estates of the clans directly to the imperial center.
And didn't the North also just free a lot of slaves around this time, too?
They did. Several Northern Wei emperors issued edicts officially freeing large numbers of slaves and bondservants, particularly those held by the old elite. This wasn't just humanitarian, it was strategic. Every freed slave became a potential registered taxpayer and soldier for the state. It further eroded the clan's private labor pool.
So the three chiefs system combined with freeing slaves, this was the North's final blow in the war for population control.
It really was. You could call it ancient big data management. Centralized, systematic, ruthlessly enforced data collection on the state's most vital asset, its people. The state was building a new, solid foundation based on direct citizen-state relationships, cutting out the aristocratic middleman entirely.
Okay, the North builds this incredibly intrusive but effective system. What was the South doing in this crucial third round? They had something called Tuduan.
Yes, Tuduan. This was the South's main effort regarding population registration during this period.
What did it involve?
It was primarily aimed at dealing with the huge influx of people who had fled south, especially during the initial fall of the Western Gene and subsequent chaos in the north. These northern emigres often lived in temporary settlements, maintained their northern regional identities, and crucially were often exempt from local taxes and labor service obligations in the south. They were sort of displaced persons living in limbo.
So Tuduan was about settling them.
Exactly. It was a policy requiring these northern refugee populations to finally register officially in the southern districts where they had settled. Once registered under Tuduan, they lost their temporary refugee status and became regular obligated taxpayers and potential corvée laborers for the southern state.
Okay, that sounds necessary. You can't have a huge chunk of the population living tax-free indefinitely.
It was absolutely necessary for the southern regimes to try and integrate these populations and broaden their tax base. It was an attempt to increase state capacity.
But I sense a but coming.
The critical limitation is who it targeted. Tuduan focused almost exclusively on these newly arrived mobile populations from the north. It was about registering the refugees.
What didn't it do?
It never dared to touch the existing native southern population that was already hidden away within the manors and estates of the powerful southern aristocratic clans. Those dependents, retainers, and serfs remained largely invisible to the southern states' registers.
So the southern clans kept their private, hidden labor pools intact.
Largely, yes. The southern state couldn't or wouldn't implement anything like the intrusive three-chief system to penetrate the estates of its own powerful aristocracy and count the people hidden there. Tuduan only addressed the new people, not the old hidden people.
So it's like the North was forging a completely new watertight bucket designed to hold all the water, every drop.
Right.
While the South was just trying to patch the specific hole where the new arrivals, the refugees, were leaking out of the tax system, but ignoring the massive leaks already existing within the powerful clans' domains.
That's a perfect analogy. The North undertook fundamental reconstruction. South performed reactive maintenance, never addressing the core structural weakness, the power of the clans to withhold resources, both land and people, from the state.
So, round 3 conclusion. North wins again.
Decisively. The North, through the equal field and especially the three chief systems, achieved centralized control over its populace, turning hidden dependents into registered subjects. The South made efforts with Tudwan, but ultimately still relied on the goodwill or suffered the obstruction of its own aristocracy to manage local economies and populations. The state's reach simply didn't extend as far or as deep in the South.
Okay, so across these three crucial rounds, land ownership, taxation capacity, and population control, the verdict seems pretty clear. The North consistently outmaneuvered the South in building genuine state power relative to the aristocracy.
It really does look that way. The North, through sometimes brutal but effective statecraft, successfully reclaimed the three key elements needed for a strong central government: control over land as a public asset, the ability to extract revenue from wealth, even capital wealth like oxen, and direct access to and registration of the population.
And this superior state capacity built up over centuries of this wealth war. This is what gave the North the decisive edge.
It provided the foundation. When Yang Jin, a general from the Northern Zhou dynasty, which succeeded Northern Wei, usurped the throne and founded the Sui dynasty in 581 AD.
He was inheriting this stronger, more centralized northern state apparatus.
Exactly. He inherited a system where the state had already won key battles against aristocratic privilege. He had a larger registered population, a more reliable tax base, and a tradition of strong central authority that the southern regimes simply couldn't match. This gave him the resources and the power base to conquer the weak southern Chen dynasty and finally reunify China in 589.
So reunification wasn't just about brilliant generalship on Yang Jin's part. It was the culmination of this long internal restructuring in the North.
His military campaigns were essential, obviously, but they were launched from a position of profound, self-sufficient institutional strength that had been built over generations through winning these rounds of the wealth war.
But you also said this wasn't an easy or quick victory, even for the North. The clans didn't just disappear overnight.
Oh, absolutely not. It's critical to stress this. We're talking about an entrenched power structure with centuries of history, wealth, and social prestige. Winning the war over wealth, land, tax, people laid the foundation for the new empire. But winning the war over social status and political influence took much, much longer.
So the Shizu families still held power even after the equal field system and the three chief system were in place.
They certainly did. Their economic base was weakened, their ability to hide resources curtailed, and the nine-rank system was eventually abolished under the Sui. But their cultural prestige, their networks, their sheer historical weight meant they remained influential, especially in high society and certain government posts, for a long time.
They fought back using culture and lineage as weapons, even when their direct economic power was clipped.
Precisely. The truly prominent aristocratic clans, the big names, they didn't really perish as a distinct integrated political and social force until maybe the mid-Tang dynasty, perhaps during and after the Anlushan Rebellion in the 8th century. That's centuries after the Northern Wei reforms we've been discussing.
So it was a really long, drawn-out decline.
Very long war of attrition. But, and this is the crucial point, the initial prolonged conflict, those 3 rounds of the wealth war waged primarily by the northern emperors, laid the absolutely essential, non-negotiable groundwork.
Without those early victories.
Without the equal field system reclaiming land, without the innovative taxation hitting their wealth, without the 3 chief system registering the people, the chance for reunification under a strong central state like the Sui and Tan would likely have been lost entirely. The clans might have remained too powerful, keeping China fragmented, perhaps more like post-Roman Europe.
Which brings us right back to the start, the big comparison, Rome versus China.
Let's draw the final contrast. After the Western Roman Empire fell in 476, who won the wealth war there?
Well, there wasn't really a central state left to fight it, was there?
Exactly. The aristocratic clans of the late Roman world, the powerful senatorial families, the emerging Germanic warrior elites like the Franks, the Goths, the Vandals, they essentially won by default.
They carved up the empire.
They carved it up. They seized the land, established their own private power bases, their own kingdoms. There was no central authority capable of imposing a universal land register like the equal field system, or a comprehensive census like the 3 chief system, or a standardized tax on their wealth.
Power became fragmented, decentralized, localized with these feudal lords.
Precisely. They divided the empire among themselves, creating numerous independent competing kingdoms where the power of the local lord, the local strongman, completely superseded any abstract notion of a central Roman state. Fragmentation became permanent because the private entities holding the land and wealth were stronger than any potential public authority.
And in China.
In China, the story played out differently, especially in the north. The emperors, often from non-Han backgrounds initially, like the Tubo Wei, won the wealth war. They successfully fought for and reclaimed those three key elements: land, tax revenue, people from the grip of the established aristocratic clans.
They systematically dismantled the mechanisms of aristocratic power.
Yes. They weakened or destroyed the tools the clans used, things like the nine-rank system for political control, the vast untaxed hereditary estates for economic power. And in their place, they built institutions that fostered independent, supreme imperial power, an authority that wasn't just a minority shareholder beholden to a board of aristocratic directors.
So the thesis holds.
I think it does. The Chinese Empire survived, reunified, and endured because, in that critical post-Han period, the forces representing central state authority ultimately defeated the forces of entrenched hereditary private wealth, the aristocratic clans. It wasn't some mystical cultural essence. It was about superior administrative strategy, financial innovation, and the political will to execute it, often ruthlessly.
Reunification wasn't destiny. It was the outcome of a brutal, centuries-long internal war over resources won by the state.
A conscious war waged by the state against oligarchy, against inherited privilege, to forge a unitary, centralized empire that could actually count its people, tax its wealth, and control its land. Breaking the power of the clans was the prerequisite for putting China back together again. Hashtag tag outro.
Wow, what an incredible deep dive. It really reframes how you think about the survival of empires, doesn't it? It wasn't just about military might against outsiders.
So much of it was about the internal battle. The ability of the state to actually govern, to impose its will, especially its financial and administrative will, on most powerful interests within its own borders. That seems to be the deciding factor time and time again.
And the tools they used in the North, they sound so bureaucratic, almost mundane. Conducting a census, assigning land temporarily, taxing oxen.
They sound mundane, but those policies, the equal field system, the three-chief system, that clever tax on capital goods, they were the actual weapons in this war. They were the innovations that fundamentally restructured society, broke the power of the old elite, and allowed a new centralized empire to rise and endure for millennia.
It really hammers home that this struggle, the tension between public authority, the state trying to act for the collective, and entrenched private wealth, powerful individuals or groups looking out for their own interests. That's completely timeless, isn't it?
Absolutely. Whether you're looking at 5th century China figuring out land reform and census taking, or you're looking at the Roman Republic struggling with senators grabbing public land, or, modern debates about progressive taxation, antitrust actions against monopolies, closing tax loopholes. Right. It's fundamentally the same dynamic.
Who controls the key resources, land, capital, information, people? And who gets to set the rules? Who pays for the public good?
It's always the same fight, just in different arenas with different technologies.
So maybe a final thought to leave our listeners with.
Well, if the prerequisite for the Chinese Empire's survival and reunification was ultimately winning that brutal, centuries-long wealth war against its own internal oligarchy, if it meant systematically dismantling their control over land, labor, and political access, then what does that tell us about other historical wealth wars? Think about, say, the American Progressive Era, fighting the trusts and monopolies, or modern battles over regulating finance, taxing multinational corporations, dealing with offshore tax havens. Are these just echoes? Are they modern versions of that same fundamental conflict, the emperor versus the clans?
And maybe the more provocative question:
who's winning that perennial 3-round battle over resources, revenue, and control today? Something for you to definitely chew on as you go about your day.
Imagine a massive, sprawling empire. It lasts for 2,000 years, and its government is constantly, obsessively, tearing up and redrawing the property maps of its own people.
It just begs the question, why?
Exactly. They call this whole thing the equal field system.
But here's the thing that, just stops you in your tracks.
The paradox.
The paradox. This system, even with a name like equal field, it didn't touch the vast, sprawling estates of those powerful land-holding aristocrats. Not at all.
So it only affected the commoners.
Right, the commoners, refugees, people who were really struggling to just make a living.
So if the equal field system wasn't actually about taking wealth from the rich, if it wasn't about some kind of real social or economic equality, then what was the strategic genius behind it?
Or maybe the long-term strategic necessity.
Right.
Why would this huge empire do these endless land adjustments for centuries?
It had to be more than just a tax scheme.
Oh, it was a complete institutional commitment. We're about to dive into the true heart of Chinese governance here. And it reveals this four-word philosophy that really explains everything.
A philosophy that dictated how the state kept itself stable for millennia.
Precisely.
Okay, let's unpack this. Our mission for this deep dive is to get past that surface definition of equality and find the system's real purpose.
I think the first hurdle for anyone looking at this is the name itself. When you hear equal field system, your modern brain immediately jumps to, post-industrial political ideas.
Right, you think of radical land redistribution, that classic slogan, strike the landlords and divide the land.
And you have to just throw that image out completely. The Juntian system was never about equalizing land rights or wealth in that way.
So what was it?
It was fundamentally a massive bureaucratic distribution engine. But, and this is the critical part, it only distributed one very specific type of asset.
Which was state-owned wasteland.
That's it. That is the essential distinction. It changes everything.
Because it means the system couldn't, and really didn't, challenge the huge, established, fertile, private lands owned by those powerful aristocratic clans.
Exactly. These clans were basically parallel power structures. And the state, especially coming out of these huge civil wars, just didn't have the military or political muscle to take their lands.
So the system wasn't revolutionary at all. It was more restorative and strategic.
It was. It acknowledged the political reality that the big elites were untouchable, for now at least, which means its real purpose had to be aimed at a totally different group of people.
The common people.
Absolutely. The fact that it couldn't touch the big landlords is the key to understanding its real strategic goal, which was all about stabilizing the masses.
To really get why the state was so desperate, you have to picture the scene. We're talking about China after the chaos of the post-Three Kingdoms era, the collapse of the Jin dynasty. It was just a prolonged period of brutal civil war.
The reality on the ground was horrific. Infrastructure was gone, irrigation systems had failed, huge areas of what used to be fertile farmland were just desolate.
But the biggest problem for the government wasn't even the land itself, was it?
No, it was the people.
They were refugees.
Displaced, constantly moving, trying to escape famine, conscription, violence. They were either hiding out in the mountains or, more importantly, hiding under the protection of the big local clans.
And those clans wouldn't be paying taxes on them.
Of course not. So the central government is staring at this fiscal and really existential nightmare. Land that's not being farmed means zero revenue. People who aren't on the census can't be taxed, they can't be conscripted, they can't be drafted for public works projects.
They were losing control. They had to stop the bleeding.
And fast. They needed a policy that could aggressively bind these scattered people back to the land. They had to get them farming again, producing again, and most importantly, get them registered on the state census.
And the wasteland was the bait.
It was the perfect bait. It was the only asset the state had in abundance that was, politically cheap to give away. It turned empty, useless land into a magnet for people.
And it's so interesting because the goals are strikingly similar to things we see much later in Western history. I mean, you think about the U.S. Homestead Act of 1862.
It's an incredible parallel.
The U.S. government wasn't breaking up southern plantations. They were giving away 160 acres of public land out west.
The underlying logic is identical. It doesn't matter if it's continents and centuries apart. In the U.S., they needed settlers to populate the West, build things, and frankly, solidify their claims against native populations and other powers.
And in China, they needed farmers to stabilize food production and solidify the central state's tax base against the power of the local clans.
In both cases, the state offers up public land 160 acres in America, about 100 money in China, to anyone willing to work it.
It's genius, really. You're turning an empty public domain into stabilized, taxable, quasi-private wealth. You're literally creating a tax base out of nothing.
And the mechanics of the system, how they actually did it, showed just how much deep institutional thought went into this. It wasn't just a simple handout.
No, it was a calibrated system of incentives and duties, and it changed from one dynasty to the next.
Right. So let's start where it began, with the Northern Wei dynasty. They formalized this with incredible detail. Land grants went to anyone over 15.
And importantly, they gave it to women, too.
Yes, recognizing women was critical. In that kind of small peasant economy, the entire household is the economic engine. But they also got more granular. The size of the grant wasn't just based on how many people you had.
It was about your productive capacity.
Exactly. They even factored in how many slaves or oxen you owned when they calculated how much land you got. It was all about potential output.
And the land itself wasn't just one block. It was split into different categories, right? Which defined your relationship with the state. The first one was called open land, or lutin.
Lutein was basically a lifetime lease. It was not inheritable. So when you died, that land went right back to the state's land bank.
So the state is saying, we'll give you a way to make a living, but it's conditional. You have to stay on the census, pay your taxes, do your military service.
It's a non-transferable asset tied to civic duty. If you failed to meet your obligations, they could take it back. When you died, it got recycled to the next 15-year-old who needed a plot.
And then there was another category for the bureaucrats.
Yes, office land, or Jifen. This land was granted to local officials based on their rank. But the harvest from this land wasn't sent back to the capital as tax.
It stayed local.
It stayed local.
Right.
It was used to directly fund the operating expenses of that office. Salaries, supplies, whatever they needed. It was a really clever way to decentralize the funding of the bureaucracy and keep government functioning even in remote areas.
Okay, so then we move forward to the Sui dynasty under Emperor Wen. He makes some big changes.
He does. He formalizes the idea of permanent inheritable land. He calls it perpetual property land, or Juntian.
And that's a huge shift. The state isn't just offering a lifetime lease anymore. This is a genuine family asset you can pass down to your kids. Why would they give up their right to take it back?
Two big reasons. Stability and containment. For the average farmer, getting a piece of this Juntian along with their lease land gave them a much bigger incentive to stay put and really invest in the land long term. You know, dig a deep well, build terraces.
But for the powerful aristocrats and officials, it was a containment strategy.
Exactly. Emperor Wen basically drew a line in the sand. He said, look, I recognize your status. I'm granting you this much land as your permanent, legally protected property. Now that you have this official guarantee, you have no excuse to just grab more unregistered land.
It was an attempt to regulate their endless expansion, a trade-off.
It was an attempt to buy their compliance by giving them a guaranteed legal asset. It's pure institutional design, trying to solve a political problem with an economic incentive.
And for the commoners, what was the general amount of land they received?
The rule of thumb was generally one man receives 100 mud of land. And just for context, a mu is pretty small, a little less than a sixth of an acre. So we're talking about maybe 16 acres.
16 acres, which for a family using ancient technology is a viable farm. Enough to feed themselves and pay their taxes, but certainly not enough to become a local power player.
Not at all. Then finally, in the early Tang Dynasty, the structure is mostly the same, but they change the name. The open land, the Lutein, gets renamed
to mouthshare land, Kofun Tan.
And that name change is so fascinating, isn't it? It's much more evocative. It's emphasizing that this land is literally being distributed to feed the mouth of every single person in the family.
But the core mechanism is always clear.
Always. Distribution for stability, not equalization for justice. And the state always, always keeps that ultimate reversionary right.
So if the system was always limited like this, a distribution of wasteland, not a leveling of wealth, how do we get from that specific mechanism to the grand strategy behind it all?
We have to look past the mechanism to the philosophy that guided all of these institutional designers across every dynasty. The state wasn't just reacting to crises. It was guided by this profound ancient moral and political principle.
And this is the idea that explains why they were so obsessed with adjusting land instead of just, collecting taxes in a different way.
Exactly. And it comes down to four crucial words. Wei Minji Chan.
Wei Minji Chan.
That's the North Star. It translates roughly as creating property for the people. This concept is the central pillar of the entire Chinese institutional worldview. It connects everything.
And this wasn't just some administrative goal, right? This was a moral imperative.
It was the moral justification for imperial rule itself, and it's rooted deep in Chinese political thought, specifically from the philosopher Mencius.
Mencius, who was writing centuries before the empire was even unified, he's the one who really defined the ruler's moral mandate.
He did. He insisted that any enlightened ruler must ensure the economic security of his people. He was very specific.
What did he say?
He said the people must have enough land and resources to serve their parents and to support their wives and children. They have to have enough to be full in good years and to just escape death in bad years.
That's a powerful idea. The ruler's legitimacy, his whole mandate of heaven, isn't just about military might or being divinely chosen. It's about economic competence.
It's about ensuring the people have that jichan, that secure livelihood. Because only once that physical foundation is secure, only when people aren't starving, can the ruler then ask them to be good citizens and be loyal.
If the ruler fails at that basic level, the people are naturally going to turn to crime and rebellion.
It's almost It's like an ancient version of Maslow's hierarchy of needs.
It really is. You can't ask someone to worry about civic responsibility if they're stuck on the bottom layer just trying to find food and shelter.
So the state's fundamental job is to design the systems, like the equal field system, to make sure that bottom layer is met for everyone. If a dynasty fails to secure Wei Minji Chan, it loses the mandate of heaven. And you see this happen over and over again in Chinese history.
Right. So the Juntian system was the bureaucratic tool they used to proactively fulfill this mentioned mandate to rebuild the stability that had been lost for generations.
And if we look at the language again, especially that character G, it's very nuanced. It doesn't just mean to buy or to set up.
It means to institute, to design, to regulate. It implies a very intentional, constructed system.
This is so important. The policy is not charity. It's not about handing out grain when people are starving. It's about creating a robust, sustainable institutional design that enables self-sufficiency generation after generation.
So the state has to constantly regulate land ownership patterns to make sure that property stays within reach of the common farmer.
It requires constant monitoring and adjustment. And that's why the Chinese state was perpetually doing these land surveys and censuses. It's the mechanism they use to operationalize their own moral legitimacy.
So when we look at the equal field system as this outcome of Wei Minji Chan, we can start to see the practical goals it was trying to achieve.
And really, land adjustments from the very earliest systems to the later ones were always aimed at two things that support each other.
Okay, what are they?
First, maximizing agricultural production efficiency, given whatever technology they had at the time. And second, making the state's tax collection as fair and sustainable as possible.
Efficiency and fairness. Those are the two pillars everything rests on.
To really get the efficiency part, we have to go way back to the earliest organized land system in Chinese history, the well-field system, or Jing.
This was from the city-state era, long before the unified empire.
Right, and the name Jing literally looks like a tic-tac-toe board, a 9-square grid.
And that's how the land was divided up. 8 squares on the outside for 8 different families.
They farmed those for themselves. But the key was the central square. That was the public field, the Gongtan.
And everyone had to work on that central field together before they could go work on their own private plots.
It's very similar structurally to the European medieval manorial system. In Europe, the serfs had to work the lord's domain for a few days a week. In China, the public field was basically a tax paid in labor.
And it was efficient for its time. I mean, when you think about the technology primitive tools, not a lot of animal power. Having everyone work together on that central state field was probably the best way to get a harvest in.
It pooled scarce resources, like oxen and plows. But like all agricultural systems, it was brittle. It broke when technology advanced.
During the spring and autumn period?
Exactly. The Jingtine system just becomes obsolete. You get the widespread use of iron farming tools, more oxen for plowing. Suddenly, the effort-to-output ratio gets way better.
And that big communal labor unit is no longer efficient.
Not at all. A small family unit led by a patriarch who can make quick decisions about planting and harvesting is now way more productive than that clunky 8-family collective.
So the small peasant family economy is born.
And the state has to adapt or face total collapse. So they formally replaced that old feudal ownership with the idea of ultimate royal ownership of all land. And they basically just acknowledged the small plots that the peasants are already farming.
And that means they have to change how they tax people.
You can't demand labor on a public field anymore. So they shift to collecting taxes based on land area. They called it taxing by the acre, Liu Mu, or Shui. It was a huge change.
So this context is everything. The equal field system, which comes hundreds of years later, was really just the government's tool to reestablish that optimized small peasant economy after it had been shattered by war.
That's it, exactly. It was a mechanism to distribute land so people wouldn't flee and hide under the tax-free umbrella of the big aristocratic clans.
Because if a local warlord could hide 1,000 farmers on his estate, that's 1,000 people not paying taxes to the central government.
And it's 1,000 potential soldiers for his private army. By offering state land, the Juntian system pulled that labor force back out into the open, made them taxable subjects of the state, and indirectly weakened the power of those clans. It was a brilliant solution to a deep political problem.
There's a quote from the historian Shang Yang that I think just nails this. He said, "The equal field system is the well-field system under the prefectural system." It sounds a bit dense at first.
But it's the key insight. Let's unpack it. He's saying the structures were different. The old well-field system existed under feudalism, when loyalty was personal. The equal field system existed under the centralized, bureaucratic prefectural system.
But the spiritual substance, as he calls it, was the same. That core commitment to Wei Minji Chan, making sure everyone has a plot of land to survive, that's the constant, even when the political machinery changes.
Now, the equal field system as a specific policy, it did eventually run its course. After the Tang dynasty, the state basically ran out of public wasteland to give away. The refugee crisis was over, the land was all claimed.
But that guiding spirit, that institutional North Star, it didn't die with the system.
Not at all. Later dynasties, like the Song, Yuan, and Ming, just found a different bureaucratic tool to do the same job.
The land surveys.
Exactly. They did these incredibly extensive land surveys to compile what they called fish-scale registers. And it's hard to overstate the amount of work this involved. This was meticulous field-by-field surveying to create maps so detailed they looked like overlapping fish scales.
So even though the state wasn't actively giving out land anymore, the act of creating these centralized records was a way of acknowledging and protecting the peasant family's possession of their plots.
They were securing that livelihood, not through distribution, but through documentation. And that detailed record keeping made sure that taxing by the acre was fair and accurate. It was the same goal, just a different method.
Okay, so we've established the first major strategic goal was internal stability, making sure people could make a living. But there's a second one, isn't there? One that's about the very nature of state power itself.
Yes. Every single time the state adjusts land, whether it's giving it away or just surveying it, it reinforces one critical foundational principle.
That the monarch retains the ultimate right to the land.
The monarch holds the final, supreme property rights to all land under heaven.
And this is where, a modern Western listener might start to see this as just pure despotism.
And that's a fair reaction. I mean, ultimate monarchical ownership was definitely the source of a lot of abuse and tyranny. It was. But we have to look past the short-term abuse to see the profound, long-term systemic benefit this structure provided. It's what held the entire Chinese community together.
So was there any check on this power? What was stopping the emperor from just taking whatever he wanted?
The main check was that moral mandate we talked about, Mencius's principle. If the emperor used his ultimate title to unjustly seize land and starve the commoners, he was risking the mandate of heaven. He was inviting rebellion. The whole system was a bargain. I guarantee your livelihood, and in exchange, you accept my ultimate sovereignty.
So the idea of property back then was just ambiguous. It wasn't the clean private versus state-owned system we have today.
Not at all. Between commoners, it looked just like a private property system. You could buy, sell, lease land. It was a functioning market.
But as soon as the state gets involved, that boundary just dissolves.
Because the emperor always held that final say. The best modern parallel is really eminent domain.
Right. Even in modern democracies, the state reserves the right to take private property for public use, like building a highway, as long as they pay you for it.
The Chinese emperor held that ultimate right of eminent domain over every single piece of land in the empire. It was the fundamental legal guarantee of the state itself. It's what allowed him to mobilize resources on a massive scale without having to negotiate with hundreds of feudal lords.
But this ultimate ownership created a real tension for the emperor himself, right? He had these two conflicting identities.
He was almost schizophrenic, institutionally speaking. On one hand, he's the head of his private family, the dynasty. He's concerned with his own wealth and lineage.
But on the other hand, he's the representative of the entire national community, the public interest.
And historically, that tension often resolved in favor of the private interest, which led to corruption and the end of dynasties. But despite those failures, the systemic benefit of having that ultimate title was immense. It made sovereign power look a lot like modern national sovereignty.
To really see the genius of the Chinese structure, I think you have to compare it to its opposite, medieval Europe, where land followed blood, not the state.
The classic example is Aquitaine in the 12th century. This huge territory, a big chunk of modern France, was owned by Duchess Eleanor.
And when she divorced the King of France,
she took her entire territory with her. Then, in this incredible geopolitical move, she immediately marries his biggest rival, Henry II, the King of England.
And just like that, a huge piece of France becomes English territory.
A single marriage transferred half of France to the English crown as a dowry. And that one act planted the seeds for centuries of war. Territory is a personal asset. It could be transferred through marriage or inheritance, which constantly undermined any idea of national integrity.
It's the definition of feudal fragmentation. The stability of a kingdom depended on the personal relationships of a few powerful people.
Exactly. Now compare that to China. Could a Chinese princess, married off for diplomatic reasons, transfer her family's territory to her husband's country?
Absolutely not. It's unthinkable.
Because that ultimate title, that eminent domain, was held by the emperor, who symbolized the entire Chinese community. The land, no matter who was living on it, remained fundamentally part of the unified imperial system.
The genius is that this ensured the territorial integrity of China over the very long term. The master might change, a new dynasty takes over, but the territory itself remains whole.
And that unity, that secure sovereign framework, is what allowed the monarch to do everything else. To build massive public works, to govern internally, to defend against external threats. Without that ultimate title to the land, the whole system of Weiminjichan just couldn't work.
So the equal field system wasn't just about taxes. It was about using property distribution to reestablish national unity after a period of total collapse.
This is the foundation of everything.
So let's try to synthesize the true meaning here. The equal field system was not about economic equality. It was a deeply strategic institutional design, and it was guided by that philosophy, Weiminjichan, creating property for the people.
And that policy served two foundational strategic goals. First, it secured the livelihood of the population, which ensured stability and a fair tax base for the state.
And second, by always asserting the monarch's ultimate title to the land, it secured the territorial integrity of the entire empire. It guaranteed sovereignty against both internal fragmentation and external threats.
And that underlying commitment, that spirit, survived long after the equal field system itself was gone. It just found new tools, the fish scale registers, the land surveys, the acreage tax, to keep doing its job for centuries.
It really reveals a profound truth about imperial governance, doesn't it? The property system was their ultimate security mechanism. The state was willing to engage in these massive bureaucratic adjustments generation after generation just to prevent the kind of fragmentation that defined feudal Europe.
So if the entire institutional design of Imperial China centered on securing both the livelihood of its people and the integrity of its territory, what does that tell us about how the government truly saw its own citizens?
Were they just protected subjects? Economic units whose land could be negotiated away?
Or was the preservation of their livelihood, their jichan, the state's highest political responsibility?
And if it's the latter, how much stability are you, the citizen, willing to trade for the ultimate guarantee of property rights? Imagine a nation so fantastically wealthy, so secure, that its state-owned granaries hold enough food to feed every single person for 60 years.
60 years.
They have solved hunger. They have solved scarcity.
It really does sound like the peak of human civilization.
Yeah.
Right? The ultimate measure of peace and solvency. This is the Sui dynasty.
Now take that image and shatter it. Because despite having all that food, all that money, and all that centralized power, this empire collapsed entirely.
Imploded.
It just imploded in a bloody chaos in less than 2 decades.
It's the great paradox of history. I mean, empires usually fall when the fiscal tank runs empty.
Right.
When they can no longer afford the military or the bureaucracy or the infrastructure.
Right.
But the Sui dynasty, it proved the exact opposite.
Yeah.
Success can breed a very specific kind of fiscal blindness. Their failure wasn't about what they collected. It was about the violent, abusive method they chose to collect it.
That's right. And for too long, I think the narrative around the Sui collapse has been just completely dominated by character assassination.
Oh, absolutely.
All the gossip about Emperor Yang's megalomania and his personal failings, which was, conveniently spread by the very people who succeeded him, the Tang dynasty.
We're putting that whole soap opera aside.
We are.
Today, we are focusing on the ledger. This deep dive is about the physical balance sheet of human labor.
Yeah.
We're asking a pretty fundamental question.
Which is?
When an empire has staggering wealth, why does it choose to physically break its own workforce? And why did that overflowing treasury prove so utterly powerless to stop a revolution fueled by, well, pure human exhaustion?
So our mission is to dissect the fiscal mechanics and the astonishing human cost of this unchecked ambition. We want to explore precisely why even 60 years of grain reserves cannot save a state if its policies push its people past the point of physical survival. Okay, so before we even get to the collapse, we have to establish the context of their prosperity. Because when we say the Sui dynasty was rich, we don't just mean, well off.
No, not at all.
We mean they achieved a level of financial security that you rarely see in world history. And that's an audacious claim, so let's ground this in some hard evidence.
We have to. And we can actually set aside the historical chronicles. written by the winners, by the Tang, the indisputable proof lies in the archaeology.
And the ground.
In the ground. The Sui dynasty centralized its economy around grain, which, in this agrarian context, was the ultimate measure of everything. It was currency, it was strategic reserve, it was power. And to manage all this, they built these monumental state granaries.
And we're talking about massive infrastructure projects, not just little silos, right? These are vast complexes.
Exactly. I mean, think of the Tai granary near the western capital, the Lugo granary, right, and the Hanjia granary at the eastern capital of Liang. These weren't emergency caches.
No.
They were strategic national reserves designed to buffer against any eventuality, war, famine, drought, for generations to come.
And the thing that really cemented this picture for us came much, much later. In 1969, right?
Yeah, it did. Archaeologists were excavating the Hanji granary site near Liang in what is now Henan province. And they opened a cellar, just one subterranean storage pit within this massive complex.
What did they find?
They found 1,400-year-old grain. It was carbonized, of course, but the volume was preserved.
So let's visualize that volume for a second. What did that single cellar hold?
Based on the remains, they calculated that this one cellar contained approximately 250,000 kilograms of grain.
250,000 kilograms?
250,000. To put that into perspective for you, imagine an enormous room, maybe 40 feet across, packed floor to ceiling with nothing but rice and millet.
And that's just one storage unit. It forces you to realize the sheer intimidating scale of the entire Hanjia complex.
Let alone all the other state granaries spread across the country. This is the ancient equivalent of Fort Knox.
Right.
But instead of ingots of gold, they were hoarding mountains of calories. This physical wealth signified absolute national solvency.
And the people living at the time, they knew it. What did the contemporary ministers estimate their total national food reserves were?
Their estimates were just astonishingly high. They believed that the packed warehouses held enough strategic reserves to feed the entire population, the commoners, the soldiers, the court, for 50 or even 60 years.
50 to 60 years. That just changes the entire calculation of the dynasty's collapse. This state wasn't fragile, it was incredibly resilient. It was sitting on a wealth foundation almost immune to market fluctuations or bad harvests.
Exactly.
So the question immediately shifts. If they weren't poor, how did they get this rich this fast?
What's fascinating here is that the speed of accumulation, it surprised even the founder, Emperor Wen. He reportedly asked his officials why they had so much grain.
He didn't even know.
He was baffled. He said, I've lightened taxes, I've spent a good deal on rewards for my officials in the military. How is this possible?
That points to some major systemic efficiency. This wealth wasn't accidental, it was institutional.
Precisely. We could break it down into three key institutional pillars. First, the successful centralization of political control.
Okay.
The Sui dynasty finally managed to suppress the powerful local aristocracy and the entrenched local tycoons who had dominated land and population for centuries.
Which fundamentally means they eliminated the powerful middlemen who used to skim off the top of the tax revenue.
Correct. The state gained direct control over land registration and the population census. This allowed them to tax the common people efficiently and broadly, which gave them a huge boost in revenue reliability.
Okay, so pillar one is control. The second pillar must be the administrative structure. You need a system that can manage wealth on this scale.
And they delivered. They delivered administrative innovation. The Sui established the 3 departments and 6 ministries structure. Now, for you listening, this might sound like some dry bureaucratic jargon, but this was a major step toward modern governance.
Let's unpack the function of that system. What did it actually do?
It created clear divisions of labor and responsibility. It moved away from systems where one powerful family or one official controlled everything. The 6 ministries handled key functions: personnel, revenue, rights, war, justice, and public works.
So it's specialization.
It's specialization. This structure concentrated resources efficiently, it reduced internal corruption, and crucially, it allowed the state to manage logistics and finance on an unprecedented national scale.
So better governance structure, check. Centralized land control, check. But wealth still needs to move. If all the grain is grown in the south, how do you get it to the capitals in the north?
And that's the third pillar, a logistics breakthrough. The widespread use of efficient land transport and the embryonic canal systems meant that grain and materials could be continuously transported to the national treasury.
That's a constant flow.
A constant flow. It eliminated bottlenecks and ensured an uninterrupted supply of wealth feeding those colossal granaries.
And let's not forget the crucial restraint shown by the founder, Emperor Wen. He understood the delicate balance required to maintain this whole system.
That is the most telling detail, and it really foreshadows the collapse. Wen was personally frugal, sure, but strategically, he was gentle with his greatest resource: manpower.
What did he do?
He actually raised the compulsory service age for corvée labor. That's the forced public service, from 18 to 21.
That 3-year window, it sounds small, but in an agrarian economy, that's massive.
It's absolutely massive. That extra time allowed young commoners to focus on productive agriculture, building up their own family's wealth, and at the same time boosting the overall prosperity that the dynasty was enjoying.
He understood.
He understood that a happy, productive farmer contributes more long-term wealth than a conscripted, exhausted laborer. He kept the tax handle light.
And that light touch is precisely what his successor, Emperor Yang, completely abandoned. So we've established the premise. The Sui dynasty was not fiscally poor. They had the solvency to hire any army, fund any project, and buy any material they needed.
Anything they wanted.
Yet, Emperor Yang chose the cheapest, fastest, most lethal path available: mass forced conscription.
The issue was never the resources. It was the timing and the ambition. Yang wanted global recognition and massive internal infrastructure projects completed right now.
Immediately.
Immediately. And when ambition is too large, too immediate, it inevitably defaults to the most brutal, blunt instrument of state control, which is the direct conscription of human life.
What's so tragic is that Yang started his reign following his father's gentle principles. He raised the service age again, pushing it back to 22, and he even exempted women from certain taxes. He seemed to grasp the need for restraint.
But that restraint lasted only until his grand vision kicked in. Once he decided on big work, unprecedented construction and foreign wars, he had to pivot instantly. We can structure his self-destructive projects around the analysis of historian Liu Ximian, serving the 4 barbarians, and obsessive touring.
Let's start with serving the 4 barbarians. This sounds like necessary diplomacy and territorial expansion, but it quickly devolved into a fiscal catastrophe focused purely on image.
It was pure extravagance for reputation. Yang recruited the Hu people from the western regions to pay tribute and visit the capital. But the actual tribute was minor. The real cost was staging the performance.
The Potemkin village effect. They had to create an illusion of unlimited wealth for the foreign visitors.
An absolute illusion. Every single county and region these foreign dignitaries passed through was required to stage massive showy displays, endless feasts, clean streets, lavish gifts, the appearance of boundless prosperity.
And the cost of that.
To pay for this massive theater, local governments were completely bankrupted. They drained regional treasuries dry, all to project an image of power to a handful of foreigners.
It's the ultimate lesson in the vanity of state spending. But the cost was more than just showmanship. It involved real logistical strain. I know Yang induced the Western Turks to cede land.
Right. And territory is great geopolitically, but it requires continuous, immense logistical support. You need supply lines running thousands of miles from the interior to staff the soldiers and the new civilian populations guarding that land.
And those supply routes themselves became death traps.
They did.
How so?
Well, just imagine the thousands of commoners conscripted just to haul grain and supplies over harsh terrain. They were poorly paid, they were given poor rations, they had almost no medical care. Historical records indicate countless commoners just died by the roadside.
Wow.
From exhaustion, disease, and exposure. Just trying to deliver goods to these far-flung outposts. That logistics chain was already bleeding the populace dry before the wars even started.
And then came the true fiscal hemorrhage.
Yeah.
The 3 successive campaigns against Goguryeo in Korea. This wasn't just a war. It was an exercise in national self-sabotage by conscription.
The scale is almost unbelievable. The military draft alone involved over 1 million fighting men.
1 million.
But as you pointed out, the real killer was the support labor. For every soldier on the front line, you needed 5 or 6 people just managing the logistics chain.
Just to keep him fed and armed.
Transporting grain, weapons, and supplies hundreds of miles north. So if you pull 1 million men for combat, and then you pull hundreds of thousands, potentially millions more, just to feed and supply them.
You are systematically vacuuming every capable male worker out of the agricultural sector.
The country was stripped bare. The fields at home were emptied, production halted, and families were left without the manpower needed to survive. All to feed this insatiable military machine whose primary goal was often prestige, not necessary defense.
So that covers serving the 4 barbarians. Now, let's look at obsessive touring, the construction projects. The Grand Canal is the most famous, but these projects were legion. And the core problem was the terrifying mortality rate, driven by sheer forced speed.
The projects themselves, like the canal, were brilliant ideas with long-term benefits. But Yang's projects were too many, too frequent, and executed far too fast. He pushed the workforce past any reasonable human limit. And this is where the historical data points become truly shocking.
Let's start with the building of the eastern capital, Liang. What does the data tell us about the human cost there?
The historical records detail that 2 million men were drafted for labor every single month for the construction of Liang.
Every month.
Every month. But the most horrifying statistic is the mortality rate. Nearly 40% of those laborers died.
40% monthly mortality. That means they weren't just building a city, they were running a meat grinder. The state was forced to conscript new, healthy workers constantly just to replace the hundreds of thousands who were dying from disease, exhaustion, or accidents every 4 weeks.
It was an attrition event disguised as urban development. These men were subjected to high labor intensity, terrible sanitation, inadequate shelter, and just brutal, unforgiving oversight. It demonstrates a system where human life was calculated as entirely disposable fuel to meet an impossible deadline.
And the pace didn't slow down. What about repairing the Great Wall?
In the third year of the Dai era, over 1 million men were drafted specifically for wall repair. Another 200,000 were added the following year. And during the construction, historical records show that more than half of those laborers died.
More than 50% dead. That goes beyond simple neglect. That is state-sanctioned, forced exhaustion.
It is absolute system failure, driven by Yang demand for speed at any cost. And then, of course, there's the Grand Canal. It's rightly celebrated as the backbone of China's eventual north-south economic integration.
The 7th century equivalent of the interstate highway system.
Exactly, a brilliant idea.
Executed in a lethal manner.
Absolutely lethal. Excavation started in the first year of Dai, with over 1 million laborers immediately conscripted. The Tongji and Yangji canals, crucial segments of this vast waterway, were completed in just 1 year.
1 year.
Utilizing another million-plus laborers. The records are silent on the exact death toll, but they confirm countless deaths and injuries.
And this is the crux of the Sui dynasty's undoing. They had massive stores of grain, they had the silver to pay, they had the solvency to hire professional labor, spread the project out over 10 years, provide good conditions, and maintain agricultural productivity.
Instead, they chose the cheapest, most violent, and fastest method. Forced labor at breakneck speed. This created the inevitable vicious cycle. For 13 years under Yang, there were massive corvée drafts almost every year, running overtime with no time limits.
And when the strongest laborers are gone, often never returning, the normal engine of wealth creation, the farms, it just stops.
Correct. You cannot have agricultural productivity if your entire labor force is digging canals for the state and dying in the process. The paradox is complete. The national granaries are overflowing, proving the dynasty's papal solvency.
But the actual people, the foundation of the agrarian economy, are spiraling into extreme poverty and starvation because they are physically unable to work their own land.
Yeah, they are starving while standing next to Fort Knox. This excessive annual abusive use of manpower was the critical reason the Sui dynasty, despite its overwhelming wealth, perished after only 38 years.
So the Sui collapse isn't just a historical anecdote about a bad emperor. It serves as the most spectacular warning sign about a fundamental fiscal flaw that plagued empires for 1,000 years. The reliance on mandatory, physical service, or corvée.
It's the ultimate lesson in the failure of governance. Corvée labor is structurally unstable because it ignores the economic imperative of productivity and triggers the deepest, most immediate resistance from the populace.
Let's frame this within the basic options an empire has to collect wealth. We call these the 3 tax handles.
Right. A state can try to tax commerce, so goods and trade. It can tax land property, harvests, or it can tax people poll taxes, head taxes, or direct labor.
And corvée.
Corvée, the direct conscription of manpower, is the most primitive, least evolved form of taxing people. It is the default setting for a new or desperate dynasty that lacks sophisticated financial management.
Why is this primitive tax handle so uniquely fatal compared to, say, a tax on the harvest?
Because it is a burden placed directly on the human body. It's on the physical source of all productive activity. Unlike an abstract financial tax, which is just numbers on a page, corvée is physical pain felt immediately.
It's visceral.
It's visceral. It causes debilitating illness, injury, and often death. This creates a powerful sense of fear and terror among the populace, which instantly mobilizes violent resistance.
Let's use that modern analogy again. If the government demands 30% of your bank account, you comply, however reluctantly.
Right. But if the IRS instead demanded that you personally come to the state capitol to lay bricks for 3 months every year, regardless of how rich you are, that forced service physically exhausts you, ruins your long-term health, and most importantly,
it destroys your ability to do your actual job, the one that generates wealth in the first place.
Exactly. So the state gets the work done, but at the catastrophic cost of crippling the long-term, self-sustaining wealth production of the entire country. The Sui dynasty was wealthy enough to avoid this choice, yet they chose it anyway.
They chose short-term speed over long-term stability.
They did. And this instability is why, when you look at imperial history, the general arc of civilization is defined by the state constantly trying to evolve away from this physical service requirement.
It was a long, messy, 1,000-year process of evolution full of relapses, but the movement was always toward replacing forced labor with collected money that could then be used to hire professional labor.
This shift to what's called commutation is the critical institutional step. It's fundamentally more cost-effective for the state to collect money and hire a trained workforce than to drag a reluctant, unskilled farmer off his field and watch him die of exhaustion.
Where do we first see this shift happen institutionally in Chinese history?
Well, you can look at the Han Dynasty. They introduced gongfu, which was a commutation tax. This was a landmark reform because it essentially gave people a buyout option.
So pay a fee, and you're off the hook.
Pay a fee, usually in grain or goods, and you were largely excused from the obligation to physically serve the state.
That sounds like a sophisticated step, but you mentioned relapses.
The relapses always coincided with war and chaos. During the instability of the northern and southern dynasties, when the state desperately needed manpower for military or defense, and when the common people had no accumulated wealth to pay those buyout fees.
It came back.
Physical corvée labor became a necessary, brutal burden again.
So the Sui dynasty essentially institutionalized a desperate wartime measure during a period of unprecedented peace and wealth. They learned nothing from the Han.
They repeated the worst mistake.
Yeah.
And the succeeding dynasty, the Tang, learned the lesson the hard way from the Sui collapse.
What was the Tang's immediate response to avoid the Sui disaster?
The Tang refined the commutation process further. If citizens didn't want to serve physically, they could pay their obligation in textiles, usually bolts of silk or hemcloth.
Why textiles?
Textiles were valuable, they were easily stored, and they were transportable. Institutionally, the heavy burden of physical corvée virtually disappeared. It was a clear and immediate societal response to the excesses of Yang.
But the underlying taxing people concept never completely died. It just resurfaced under different bureaucratic names later on.
Precisely. The Song and Ming dynasties saw the complexity return. The Song, for example, assigned labor based on asset status richer households, had a greater obligation for service. But even here, the reform trend held.
What happened then?
Wang Anqi's famous reforms converted these mandated labor burdens into hired help, paid for by money collected from the populace.
So it keeps happening. States keep realizing they should tax the wallet, not the body. What was the next major refinement?
That came during the Ming dynasty, with the landmark reform known as the single whip reform. This was crucial because it simplified the chaos of multiple tax obligations, land tax, labor tax, silver tax, special levies, into one single point of extraction.
And it folded most of them into the land tax.
Primarily. So the single whip reform essentially takes the concept of the labor service tax, which the Ming called yin chai, or silver service, and transforms it into a line item on your property tax bill.
That's the core concept. It was a huge administrative modernization. It moves the burden away from the physical person, whose health and location are difficult to track, onto the land, which is an immovable, quantifiable asset.
Which is fiscally superior and less painful for the commoner.
And this idea, this concept of converting a physical obligation into a monetary buyout, it is not unique to Eastern history. It sounds exactly like what happened in the West.
We see that parallel in the American Civil War commutation fee of 1863. If a man was drafted into the Union Army, he could pay $300 to the government to hire a substitute and avoid military service.
It's the same mechanism.
It's the same basic socioeconomic mechanism, transforming a mandatory physical obligation into a monetary tax, offering a buyout fee. It's the natural evolution of governance, trying to maximize revenue with minimum public friction.
But the complete, definitive elimination of the requirement for physical service in China didn't happen until much, much later.
That's right. It wasn't until the Qing dynasty, well into the 18th century, that the final and most powerful reform occurred. Tandingrumu.
Merging the head tax into the land tax.
That's it. That sounds like the final blow to the primitive tax handle. What was the significance of that merger?
Well, this took the dingyan, the personal silver tax levied on every person, literally the tax on your head, which was the remnant of the ancient corvée obligation, and absorbed it entirely into the land tax.
And once that personal physical tax base was extinguished,
the requirement for direct physical service was institutionally gone forever. It's no longer about counting people, it's about counting acres.
Exactly. And the societal impact was recognized by later thinkers as monumental. Liang Qichao, a prominent intellectual, described this specific reform, Tandingrumu, as marking the elimination of slavery in China.
Wow.
It shows how profoundly the physical labor requirement was tied to the suppression of personal freedom and livelihood.
So, the collapse of the Sui dynasty serves as the most spectacular, terrifying fiscal alarm in history. A rich state destroying itself because it chose the most painful, primitive, and direct way to extract labor from its people, even when it had the wealth to pay for it.
The lesson echoes through 1,000 years of governance. The method of fiscal collection must always be mindful of human cost. The Sui had 60 years of food security, but it chose forced conscription, shattering its economy and triggering revolution.
Extreme ambition combined with the most physically burdensome tax method is a recipe for catastrophic self-destruction, no matter how full your treasury is. That wealth meant nothing when the people themselves were treated as disposable tools.
The Sui dynasty wasn't fiscally poor. It was fiscally stupid. It had the wealth to pay for labor, but chose the cheapest, most violent method of collection, shattering the very foundation of its agrarian economy and triggering resistance.
Besides the direct consequence of excessive corvée labor and the resulting starvation, what other long-term consequences of Emperor Yang's ambition, like the constant military failure or the logistical nightmares, do you think ultimately contributed most acutely to the fall of the incredibly rich Sui dynasty?
Imagine stepping into, let's say, the year 700 AD, but you're not in the rugged, fragmented West. You're in Shang Yang, the imperial capital of the Tang dynasty.
The center of the world at that time, a city of over 1 million people.
1 million people. And it's this beacon of cosmopolitan power, incredible wealth, and something really surprising. Just overwhelming safety.
You're describing what we call the High Tang. It's the golden century. An empire so successful, so utterly stable, its currency was the standard across Asia. Its poetry is, well, it's immortal.
It really does seem like the absolute pinnacle of human achievement. But here's the puzzle we're diving into today. How could this dynasty, at the very, very height of its power and all this visible prosperity, have a financial system that historians basically call fragile from the very beginning?
And that is the core contradiction. This deep dive is all about the economics of the early Tang, specifically this really integrated system of land, tax, and labor. We have to look past the glorious facade.
To see the cracks in the foundation.
Exactly. To analyze the fatal, almost mathematical design flaws. It's like a ticking clock hidden inside the machinery, making its eventual collapse, or at least a temporary one, pretty much unavoidable.
So before we get to the collapse, let's just live in that golden age for a minute. I think we need to feel just how extraordinary that sense of security really was.
It's important because this wasn't just, a powerful kingdom. It was an entire world system that was humming along at a peak efficiency we almost never see in history.
Magnificent is the word that comes to mind.
It was. The phrase prosperous Tang makes you think of art and culture, which was there, of course. But the real marker of success was this incredible administrative and logistical stability.
And we have actual evidence for this, right? Not just poems.
Oh, absolutely. Specific accounts that detail this level of trust between the state and the average person, that is. It's almost breathtaking to read.
The one that completely floored me was the account from the New Histories of the Tang about the Zhenguan era.
Ah, yes.
Yeah.
The 1,000-mile journey.
Exactly. Because a person could set out on a journey of 1,000 miles, which is just a massive undertaking back then, and not even need to carry their own food.
Stop and think about what that actually means. Forget public catering. A 1,000-mile journey without rations means you, the traveler, trusted, absolutely trusted, that every local inn, every market, every little rest stop along the way would be open.
And stocked. And safe.
And safe. It proves exceptional public safety, so no bandits. And critically, it shows a highly sophisticated, standardized transport and distribution network. The economy was just humming.
That level of logistical confidence is It's such a powerful way to measure success. The state wasn't just keeping people from killing each other, it was efficient enough to guarantee supplies everywhere.
And you could measure that success in prices. Look at Emperor Xuanzang's reign, which was really the peak of the peak. The records are clear. Most common households had huge grain stockpiles.
Not just for a season.
No, enough to last for several years. And this huge surplus, naturally, it pushed market prices for grain down to historical lows.
When you remove that basic, fundamental anxiety of existence, where's my next meal coming from? When you remove that from most of your population, you've done something revolutionary. That is the definition of a golden age.
Absolutely. The whole society's focus can shift from just surviving to culture, art, administration, expansion. And, this level of stability, it really needs a historical parallel to give it context.
For a Western audience, the immediate comparison is the famous Pax Romana.
Precisely. The promise of the Pax Romana was that a citizen could travel from the cold frontier of Britain all the way to Syria, and you were always under the umbrella of Roman law and military protection.
A single, secure system.
The Tang dynasty delivered the Pax Sinica, a period where huge internal trade routes and safe passage were guaranteed across a territory that was, frankly, much larger and more densely populated than Rome's.
So that journey of 1,000 miles, unarmed, and not even carrying your own food, it's the perfect soundbite for the Pax Sinica. This was a system that just worked.
It appeared to work flawlessly on the surface, but this is where we have to confront the paradox. This celebrated, powerful, safe empire, this towering golden building, was resting on fiscal foundations made of sand.
The core mechanism was flawed.
The very mechanism that financed all that peace and prosperity was structurally unsound. It was incapable of supporting the empire's own development beyond really the immediate generation.
So the stability itself was masking a deep instability. It was a golden cage. How deep did these flaws actually run?
To see the fragility, we have to pull apart the three systems that formed the early Tang's entire infrastructure. They were designed to be one machine, a single cohesive contract between the state and its people.
And I'm guessing if one part of that contract failed, the whole thing came crashing down.
The whole thing. That's why we call them the triple threat. They were completely inseparable.
Okay, so what are they?
First, you have the way land was distributed, the equal field system, or Juntian. Second, how the government got its revenue, the land, tax, and labor system, the Zuyang Dio.
And the third?
The military, the militia system, or Fubing.
Now, I understand that many historians see this whole integrated model not as some brilliant innovation, but almost as a step backward, a regression to an older, less sustainable idea.
That is the crucial insight. For centuries before the Tang, the ideal in Chinese finance was to tax land. Tax it based on its size, its value, how productive it is.
Which seems logical.
It is, but it's administratively very difficult. So the Tang system was a compromise. The new idea was, first, we grant you the land, and then we tax you, the person who holds it.
So even though it looks like it's about property, it's really about counting heads.
Exactly. It fundamentally operated on the older ideology of taxing people. A poll tax, a tax on every adult male just for existing. And historically, that is always a recipe for disaster.
Let's break down how that compromise worked then. Starting with the foundation, the equal field system. What was the promise the state made?
The promise was very specific, and it sounded incredibly generous. The state would allocate 100 mues of land to every single adult male.
100 mu. This was the state basically guaranteeing you a livelihood.
That was the idea. But, and this is critical for why it failed later, not all of that land was the same.
Okay, how was it divided?
Of that 100 mu, the vast majority, 80 mu, was called personal share land. Think of it like a temporary lease for your lifetime. When you died, that land was supposed to go back to the state.
So it could be redistributed to the next generation of young men.
Right. It was supposed to be the state's circulating capital, the government's big pool of land.
And the other 20 mu.
That was the prize. That was the perpetual or hereditary land. This 20% was the real asset. It belonged to your family forever. You could pass it down. This was meant to build generational wealth and encourage people to invest in their property.
So the state keeps control of 80% to ensure fairness, but it gives up 20% as an incentive. It sounds like a pretty smart political compromise, actually.
And the system had another vital job. It funded the entire bureaucracy, the nobility. Officials were also granted huge tracts of land based on their rank, sometimes thousands of mu.
And the income from that land paid for local government operations.
Yes, but here's the key problem. That land was taken out of the public pool permanently. It was hereditary. So right from the start, Huge swaths of the best land were being removed from the system that was supposed to keep redistributing it to the peasants. We have to remember that point.
Okay, so the state grants the land. Now I want something back. This brings us to the land tax and labor system, the Zhu. This is where the whole economy of stuff really comes into play.
It is. It's finance based on tangible goods, not on coins or abstract currency. And this is the part of the system that would just become too clumsy, too inefficient to manage during a long period of peace.
So let's break down its three pillars. First up is Zhu.
Zhu was the grain tax. Every year, you paid a certain amount of grain, and it was calculated based on the number of registered adult men in your household. This fed the government, the capital, and the army.
Simple enough.
Yeah.
Second is Dio.
Daya was the textile tax. Every single household had to pay a set amount of silk or maybe hemp or cloth if you were poorer. This provided the raw materials for everything from the emperor's robes to military uniforms.
And the last one, Yang, the labor part.
Yang was the corvée labor. This was your service obligation. A mandatory number of days, every adult man had to work on public projects, building roads, fixing dikes, digging canals.
But there was an out, wasn't there?
There was. And it's interesting. You could pay a substitution fee, but you didn't pay it in cash. You paid it in more textiles, more cloth.
We really need to pause on this because it's so alien to how we think about taxes. We just transfer numbers electronically. For them, this was a massive physical undertaking.
It was. It wasn't a bank transfer. It meant you, the peasant, had to deliver literal, heavy, bulky goods.
So try to imagine it. You've got to load up your cart with, say, 200 pounds of grain that you've just harvested.
Then you have to haul it, maybe for days, to the county seat. And then you also have to deliver a 20-foot bolt of silk that you and your wife spent weeks weaving.
And you're not done. Then you have to stay for 20 days and do back-breaking labor, or hand over even more of that precious fabric just to buy your way out of it.
The logistics are just staggering. The state had to collect, verify the quality, store, and then redistribute literal mountains of grain and textiles.
Which feels like a core reason the system would fail in peacetime.
It is. The complexity and the cost of material-based finance are immense. Grain spoils, textiles get moldy. You need this huge infrastructure. Thousands of granaries, warehouses, and an army of bureaucrats just to prevent corruption and theft.
And you compare that administrative nightmare to just collecting silver coins.
There's no comparison. A system that might be useful in a very primitive economy or during a war became this massive, inefficient anchor holding back the prosperous, developing Tang economy.
Okay, so the tax burden was both physical and administrative. How did this all connect to the third leg of the stool, the military, the militia system, or Fubing?
The Fubing system was, in theory, brilliant. It was a way to have a huge, dedicated army that was perfectly integrated into the agricultural economy.
How did that work?
A militia soldier received his 100 land grant just like everyone else, but, and this was the huge incentive, he was exempt from all those crushing Zhu taxes and labor duties.
So that's the ultimate trade-off.
Yeah.
You agree to serve, and you're freed from that heavy material burden.
Correct. You farm your land most of the year, you train in the off-season, and you march to war when you're called up. But, and this is the fatal cost assumption, the Fubing soldier was required to provide his own military equipment and supplies when he was deployed.
A bring-your-own-gear army. Why would a state that powerful do that?
Because it was cheap. It was a way to maintain a massive military on paper while avoiding the colossal expense of manufacturing and issuing armor, weapons, and food for hundreds of thousands of men. The state just assumed that the tax exemption and the land grant would be enough for the soldier to cover those costs himself.
An assumption that would come back to haunt them.
It would doom the entire system the moment real, lasting peace settled in.
So we have this incredibly complex, interlocking system. The state guarantees land, the people guarantee taxes in the form of stuff, and a part of the population guarantees defense.
And the core flaw is that this whole intricate contract, this machine, couldn't actually withstand the very thing it created, a long period of peace and prosperity.
Let's start with the foundation then. Why did the equal field system, that beautiful promise of 100 moves for everyone, why did it crumble? It just seems mathematically impossible to keep going.
It really was. It was a beautiful idea, but an unsustainable fantasy. And there were two forces that just combined to destroy it. The first was the unavoidable reality of land concentration.
But how could land concentrate if 80% of it was supposed to go back to the state when someone died?
It happened through both legal and, more importantly, illegal means. Legally, a really skilled or lucky farmer could use their extra wealth to buy up more of that 20% of perpetual land from their neighbors.
Okay, that's just natural accumulation.
Right. But the real problem was illegal. It was powerful local families, regional nobles, government officials who used their influence to just annex land. They exploited people's debts, forced sales, used outright corruption to gobble up huge estates and take that land out of the public sphere for good.
And the central government in the capital was probably too far away or too reliant on these local elites to stop them.
Exactly. And on top of that, you have to remember the state itself was constantly granting huge, new, hereditary estates to its own top officials and nobles as rewards. So this pool of circulating land was just shrinking and shrinking from all sides.
And then the second force you mentioned was population growth. That should be a good thing, a sign of success, but you're saying it mathematically broke the system.
It was the death blow. The Tang dynasty saw this massive demographic boom under the Pax Sinica. More peace, more food means more people. So every single year, more and more young men were coming of age and turning up at the local magistrate's office, demanding their promised 100 middles of land.
And the state's supply of that land was dwindling.
Dwindling fast. Think about the math. As the population grows, the amount of that privately held perpetual land, the 20 more everyone gets it balloons generation after generation. It's locked into private hands.
Which means the state's only resource, that 80 mil of personal share land that's supposed to be returned and recycled.
That pool is getting smaller and smaller because of land concentration and corruption, and the demand on it is getting bigger and bigger. Inevitably, you reach a point where the state simply runs out of land to distribute.
So the government becomes insolvent, but its currency is land. It can no longer deliver on the most basic promise of the entire system.
And when you look at it that way, the system starts to look less like a fair social contract and more like a massive Ponzi scheme.
That's a really sharp parallel. Explain that. How does it work like a Ponzi scheme?
A Ponzi scheme means a constant flow of new investors to pay off the old ones. Here, the young men coming of age are the new investors, and they're promised a payout of 100 mils of land. The capital used to pay them is supposed to come from recycling the personal share land from the people who died. But when the state can no longer get its hands on that recycled capital because it's been taken by elites or there's just not enough to go around, the scheme collapses. The state can't pay out.
And the most infuriating part must have been that they couldn't deliver the land, the foundation of the whole deal, but they absolutely kept demanding the tax revenue, the Zuyang Diao.
Precisely. And that is the exact moment when prosperity turns into a protection racket. When you run out of land to give, but you still demand the taxes, the government has lost all moral and legal authority.
So you have peasants who received maybe 10 mo's of land, or no land at all, but they're still being taxed as if they owned the full 100.
That's what happened. So what do? The tax burden is impossible, the social contract is completely broken, and the local official is still banging on your door for his grain and his silk.
Yeah.
You disappear. The common people took the only logical path. They chose flight. They abandoned their little plots, their villages, and they became vagrants, refugees. They just vanished from the official government registers.
And this is what triggers that fatal, vicious cycle of collapse.
A complete death spiral. Imagine you're a local magistrate. You have a tax quota to meet, and it's based on the number of people registered in your county last year. But now, 30% of your population has fled.
You still have to send the same amount of grain and silk to the capital.
You do. And the central government doesn't care about your excuses. So local officials did the one thing that guaranteed the system's destruction. They apportioned the tax debt.
Meaning they took the taxes owed by the families who had fled
and dumped it all onto the few remaining law-abiding households who had stayed behind.
So the honest farmer who did the right thing suddenly sees his tax burden double or triple overnight. It's a punishment for being a good citizen.
And it becomes a swift, direct incentive for him to flee immediately. Why stay? So more people flee, which means the tax burden on the handful of people left goes up again exponentially. The tax base just evaporates.
Not because of a recession or a famine, but because the government's own administrative policy is destroying its population.
While this is happening, the military wing, the Fubing system, is collapsing for a completely different reason. It was dying from peace.
Right. The whole structure was built for a world of constant short-term warfare, where you had a chance to get loot or glory to justify the cost.
But under the long Pax Sinica, that whole calculation just flipped on its head. The cost-benefit ratio became toxic.
The soldier still had his land grant and his tax exemption, But as you said, the land grants were becoming impossible to get, and the tax burden was becoming insane anyway.
But the obligations of being a soldier were still immense. Long-term peace meant long-term garrison duty. You could be sent to the frontier, far from your farm, for 6 months, a year.
Right through the harvest season.
Exactly. You still had to go to mandatory training. And critically, you still had to maintain and purchase your own expensive military gear.
And we're not talking about small costs here. This is armor, swords, bows, arrows, maybe even a horse.
These are huge capital expenses for a peasant farmer. The time you lost from your farm for training and garrison booty, plus the cost of your equipment, could easily wipe out your entire year's profit.
So it became economically irrational to be a soldier. You were literally paying for the privilege of defending a state that was no longer holding up its end of the bargain.
People simply stopped volunteering. They deserted their posts. They used their exemption status to hide from the census takers. The fubing system, which was built on this idea of the patriotic citizen soldier, died because it made no economic sense.
And the state then had to, what, hire professionals?
They had no choice. They had to pivot to a centralized, expensive, professional standing army, which of course put even more strain on the already collapsing material-based tax system. It was a perfect storm.
The complete failure of all three systems, Juntian, Zhuangdiao, and fubing. It feels like more than just a problem for one dynasty. It feels like a huge lesson in history.
It's one of the most profound lessons in imperial finance. This wasn't just a Tang dynasty issue. It was the final, definitive proof that the entire ideology of taxing people, the head tax approach, was a political and economic dead end for a large, complex state.
It was the end of an era.
Completely. We mentioned the ideal was always to tax the land's value. The Tang compromise was grant the land, count the men, tax the men. And they proved, with catastrophic results, that this model is mathematically unsustainable against basic population growth and human greed.
And it's a lesson that history teaches over and over again in different places at different times.
Yeah.
The moment your tax system is based on existence rather than wealth or production, you build instability right into the foundations.
And you don't even have to look back 12 centuries to see the exact same thing play out. There's a crystal clear parallel with the downfall of the British Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher in 1990.
Because of the community charge.
Universally known as the poll tax.
Which was a flat tax levied on every single person, regardless of their income, their assets, their property. It was a direct tax on existing.
And the mechanism of its failure was identical to the Tang. The tax was obvious, it was immediate, and it was painfully regressive. It hit the poorest people the hardest, and they just could not understand why they should pay the same amount as a millionaire living in a castle.
And the result was mass public resistance, riots, and just widespread refusal to pay.
The taxpayer simply disappeared from the records. People refused to register to vote just to avoid the tax. It perfectly mirrors the flight of the Tang peasants centuries earlier.
It's an iron law of state finance, then. Taxing people just for being alive is politically toxic.
It's a universal lesson in statecraft. You cannot make existence itself the core taxable event in a functioning society. The resistance it creates is just too profound, and it forces the state to realize that a sustainable tax base has to be anchored in something tangible and measurable.
Like land acreage or commercial profit or accumulated capital.
Things that reflect an ability to pay. So the total implosion of the Zhuangdiao system wasn't really a choice for the mid-Tang emperors. It was a desperate necessity that forced them, finally, to embrace a sustainable model.
It forced that monumental pivot toward a system based on land acreage and wealth, regardless of how many people lived on it.
And that pivot gave birth to the famous two-tax law, the Liang Shui Fa, and that forever shifted Chinese imperial finance away from the personal poll tax model.
So what's the big takeaway for us, watching economies today?
I think understanding the Tang's fiscal failure helps you see the difference between a system that's a brilliant, maybe even necessary short-term political compromise like the Juntian system was for a generation, versus what is a viable long-term foundational structure for a complex state.
And the Tang proved that you can have a fatal structural weakness that is completely invisible during a period of peak power.
It can be hidden by that power. The strength on the surface masks the weakness underneath.
That's the real sting in the tail of this story. We started this whole deep dive with that traveler, walking 1,000 miles in complete safety, surrounded by overflowing granaries and military might.
The picture of success.
Only to realize that the economic foundations under his feet were already crumbling, and that the collapse was being accelerated by the very peace and population growth that made his safe journey possible.
Indeed. The celebrated Zhuang Diao system collapsed precisely during the High Tang, the absolute peak of the dynasty. So what does that relationship really tell you about the nature of structural health? It makes you wonder, doesn't it? How often today is our celebrated prosperity just masking fatal design flaws that are mathematically guaranteed to fail? We're just waiting for the right pressure to hit that tipping point. The gold is only ever as strong as the sand it rests on.
Imagine a dynasty collapsing. I mean, total chaos. The capital is sacked, the imperial family is scattered, and centuries of order just fall apart. So when the smoke clears, a new regime takes power, and what's the very first thing they do?
They tear down the old system. Always, especially the taxes.
Exactly. It's the iron law of dynastic change, right?
It is. Taxes are the ultimate political statement. A new emperor proves they're legitimate by, abolishing the burdens of the regime they just overthrew.
But today, we're diving into a historical paradox that completely defies that law. We're looking at a single fiscal decree, a tax law, born in the darkest hours of the collapsing Tang dynasty in 780 AD.
And this law didn't just survive the fall of the Tang.
No.
It outlived the Song, the Yuan, and the Ming dynasties.
It's just unbelievable.
We are talking about a tax structure that somehow became immortal. It persisted for over 1,000 years through revolutions, foreign invasions, total institutional collapse. It became the bedrock, the unshakable economic constitution of Imperial China, no matter who was sitting on the throne.
And it has a name.
It does. The two-tax law. The Liang Shui Fa.
A millennium of mandatory, continuous fiscal reality. I mean, that level of staying power, it demands that we look closer. This wasn't just some minor tweak to a tariff.
No, this was, and I think this is the best analogy for it, this was the Napoleonic Code of Chinese finance.
That's a powerful comparison. Unpack that for us.
Well, think about it. The French Civil Code, Napoleon's code, it survived the fall of his empire, right?
Okay.
It went on to lay the legal foundation for modern Europe.
Okay.
The Liang Shui Fa did the same for China's economy. It outlived 4 major imperial houses and set the economic foundation for the next 10 centuries.
So our mission today is clear. We need to get inside the Liang Shui Fa. What did it actually do? Why was it so necessary? What kind of crisis could possibly force its creation?
And maybe the biggest question of all, how did it fundamentally reshape the relationship between the government and the average person? How did it create, really, the precursor to the modern taxpayer?
Let's unpack this.
Let's do it.
To really get why a thousand-year reform was even possible, we have to look at the system that came before it, which was, to put it mildly, completely unsustainable.
Absolutely. For centuries, the big imperial ideal was always the same. Tax the land.
That makes sense. Land is where the wealth was in an agrarian society.
Of course, they knew land was the immovable source of wealth. The ideology was that the state's power and riches should come directly from the soil. But the practical reality of that,
nightmare.
A total disaster. I mean, can you imagine trying to survey and accurately measure millions of acres across an empire that size with 8th century technology? It was logistically impossible.
So they had to come up with a workaround.
A gigantic, incredibly complex administrative workaround. A system that lasted all the way from the early Han Dynasty right up to the mid-Tang. It was called the Tax and Grain, Labor, and Textiles, or the Zhuang Diao.
So how did that work? If they couldn't tax the land directly, what were they taxing?
Well, this is where the state's high ideal met this really messy reality. The whole thing depended on another system, the equal field system.
Okay.
The idea was the state first allocated land to the people. It gave out roughly equal plots to farming families. And because the government was the one handing out the land, they knew, at least in theory, how much land everyone was supposed to be farming.
Ah, I see. So it's a way of creating a record without a massive survey.
Precisely. But here's the crazy part. The Zhuang Diao didn't tax the acreage directly. They taxed the individual. It was a head count.
Wait, a head tax?
Yes. They taxed you because you were a registered adult male in the empire. And that tax, which you paid in grain, in mandatory labor days, and in cloth, that was the state's indirect tax on the land you were supposed to be occupying.
So it's a poll tax, essentially just dressed up as a land tax.
It was an administrative bridge to get to the land's value, and it worked for a while. But it depended on 2 things that had to be perfect. First, accurate household registration, and second, the state's ability to constantly redistribute land every time someone died or came of age.
And I'm guessing that by the mid-Tang, both of those pillars were wobbling.
They weren't wobbling, they had crumbled. The equal field system was collapsing. You had corruption, local elites grabbing huge estates, and just the sheer impossibility of managing that constant redistribution for a huge population.
So the link breaks. The connection between the person paying the head tax
Right.
and the land they're supposed to be farming, it just
It
snaps.
snaps. Land gets concentrated in the hands of a few powerful families who, by the way, are great at getting tax exemptions.
Of course they are.
And the common farmers. They become landless tenants working for these big landlords, and they disappear into the countryside.
Which creates a fiscal nightmare for the government.
A total nightmare. If you were a small farmer and you're facing starvation or a landlord is cranking up your rent, what's your best option?
You run. You get off the grid.
You run. You flee the imperial registers. You become what was called a hidden household.
So on the government's books, you still exist. You owe taxes.
Exactly. The official tax records still show you're liable for the grain, the labor, the textiles, but when the tax collector shows up, you're not there, or he can't find you.
They're trying to tax ghosts.
By the 8th century, the official registers showed catastrophically shrinking revenue, even though the population hadn't actually shrunk, they were just hiding. The government was trying to collect taxes from ghost lists, while the real source of wealth, the land, was being worked by tenants who were legally exempt from the old head tax system.
The entire foundation was shattered.
It was fiscally and administratively bankrupt. And since the state couldn't count on people to stay put, the whole approach had to change. They needed a foundation that was, well, literally fixed to the earth.
And this is the moment. This is when our reformer steps onto the stage. Chancellor Yang, serving under Emperor Dazan of Tang, he sees this absolute chaos and realizes the state needs immediate, predictable cash flow just to survive. So in 780 AD, he launches the two-tax law.
And it was a strategic masterpiece of consolidation. It took all those messy, fragmented, old obligations.
The grain you owed, the days you had to go build a canal.
Right, the corvée labor, the rolls of silk you had to weave, all the little local levies. And it synthesized them into one single, unified financial obligation.
So if you're a farmer back then, this must have felt revolutionary. Under the old system, it's like you're getting nagged constantly. You owe 20 days of labor in the spring, a few rolls of silk in the summer, 50 measures of grain in the fall.
Yes, constant harassment from different government departments. Yan Yan's plan was a massive simplification. It was really the ultimate debt consolidation plan for the taxpayers of the empire.
A bill consolidation plan for everyone. Instead of this constant drip feed of obligations, you get 2 predictable lump sum payments a year.
Exactly. And when it was first implemented, they set fixed quotas for the government's revenue needs. This gave the state the stability it desperately needed for budgeting.
But what about for the common person? Was it a heavier burden?
Often no. It actually resulted in a lightening of the overall burden compared to the unpredictable and often abusive demands of the old system.
Especially the labor part, I imagine.
The removal of mandatory corvée duty was a liberation in itself. A local official could no longer just arbitrarily demand you leave your field during planting season to go work on a distant road.
So what happened instead?
Instead, you paid a tax. And if the state needed that road built, it hired paid laborers. This was a huge step toward the professionalization of labor. It was revolutionary.
Okay, but fixed quotas sound great on paper. But doesn't that just open the door to a different kind of problem? If the central government tells a local magistrate, you need to collect X amount of silver, what stops him from collecting X plus Y from the people and just pocketing the Y?
That is an excellent question. And you've put your finger on the tension that plagued all imperial systems. The Liang Shui was definitely vulnerable to this.
Though it wasn't a perfect fix.
Far from it. The central government set the fixed quotas, but local officials were the ones who had to assess the assets the tax was based on. And assessment always leaves room for manipulation.
So a corrupt official could just say, my small plot of land is suddenly worth twice as much.
Precisely. They could arbitrarily hike the assessed value of your land or your other household assets to meet their own inflated collection goals. The reform shifted the site of corruption from dodging labor duty to fighting over property assessment.
Okay. But despite that flaw, it still lasted 1,000 years. So there has to be a bigger aha moment here.
There is. The massive paradigm shift, the thing that cemented its 1,000-year run, was the fundamental object of taxation.
They moved from taxing your existence to taxing your assets.
Absolutely. The old Zuyang Dio was a poll tax. They taxed you simply because you were a registered head in the empire. The Liang introduced for the first time on this scale the concept of a property tax.
Your tax burden was now based on your total household assets.
Right. And for the vast majority of people, what was the most important asset?
Land.
Land. The state was finally admitting that counting mobile heads was a futile exercise. People are slippery, they move, they die, they hide. The records are always out of date.
But the land.
The land is the ultimate, faithful, immobile asset. It cannot be moved, it cannot be hidden, it cannot be smuggled across a border. Once the state made that institutional pivot from trying to capture the physical person to securing the physical property, they had finally found a revenue foundation that could endure.
And the name itself, the two-tax law, it sounds so simple. It doesn't refer to two kinds of tax, right?
No, the categories were all bundled into one.
Yeah.
The two refers to the collection schedule. It imposed predictability.
Taxes were collected exactly twice a year.
Once in the summer and once in the autumn.
And that timing was deliberate.
Oh, absolutely crucial. It was aligned with the agricultural cycle. The summer tax was collected after the first harvest, like wheat, and the autumn tax came after the main harvest, usually rice.
Oh, so farmers paid their taxes right when they actually had cash or grain on hand.
Which made it fairer and just more economically logical. This predictability was a huge benefit for the people. You could actually budget your farming year knowing exactly when the state would come knocking.
And for the state, it finally met that centuries-old ideal, a system that was, at least in theory, fair. A tax based on actual land and actual assets.
The philosophical shift was complete. They had moved from a complex, fragile system based on personal servitude and labor duty to a streamlined, property-based system rooted in financial payment.
A reform this radical, this successful, it can't just spring from the mind of one brilliant chancellor, can it? I mean, big administrative leaps like this, they need the right tools and they need the right pressure.
That's exactly right. The forces had to be perfectly aligned. And that's why we have to look at the two catalysts. The technical preparation that made it possible, and the political crisis that made it unavoidable.
Let's start with the tools, the technical problem. Land measurement was always the great enemy of accurate taxation. If you can't map who owns what, a property tax is basically worthless.
This is the operational nightmare that sabotaged all the earlier attempts. But fascinatingly, the solution had been developing quietly in the background for centuries, starting way back in the Shui dynasty.
And it started with something that wasn't even about general taxes.
Not at all. It was the charity granary system, the yikang. This was, believe it or not, a humanitarian measure. It was designed as a local fund for famine preparations.
So like a local food bank funded by a small tax.
A very small supplementary tax. But the mechanism was pivotal. It was levied not by headcount, but based on the amount of land each household cultivated.
So it forced local officials for the first time to start keeping accurate local land records.
Even if the tax itself was minor, yes. The administrative muscle needed to measure and record land was being built up slowly, quietly, under the guise of disaster relief.
And over time, this small tax grew.
By the Tang dynasty, it had grown significantly. It was eventually renamed the land tax, and its revenue was used for all sorts of general expenses.
So to manage this growing land-based revenue, they needed a better tool, a better ledger.
And that is when they created the critical piece of technology, the Green Sprout Book, the Qin Miao Bu.
It sounds kind of dry, an accounting ledger, but its function was totally revolutionary. What exactly did it do?
It was the definitive register. It meticulously recorded the amount of land held by each household. It noted the quality of that land. Was it high, medium, or low yield? And crucially, it recorded the owner's name.
This is the tool that allowed the government to finally bypass those chaotic household registers, the lists of mobile people, and go straight for the stable, immobile wealth.
It's the ultimate administrative divorce between the person and the property. The state no longer cared where the farmer was, only who is legally responsible for that specific patch of dirt.
This technical capability, built up over generations, must have been the essential foundation. Without the data in the Green Sprout Book, the two-tax law would have been just an idea.
It would have been completely toothless. It was the administrative infrastructure that made a real property tax feasible across a massive empire.
You know, this technical preparedness is so often the hidden variable in these huge historical shifts, and has a perfect parallel in Western history, doesn't it?
It does. William the Conqueror's Doomsday Book of 1086.
Right. Same problem, same solution.
The Doomsday Book served the exact same strategic purpose. After conquering England, William needed to know what wealth existed so he could tax it. He sent surveyors across the land to record every asset, every parcel of land.
Because the fundamental principle of effective government is non-negotiable.
You can't tax what you can't count. The King Miaobu gave the Tang state that power.
So the technology was ready. The ledger was there. All that was needed was the political crisis, the external pressure to force them to finally abandon the old, failing system for good.
And that urgency arrived in the form of a cataclysm, the Lushan Rebellion in the middle of the 8th century.
This wasn't just a civil war. It was an event that fractured the empire.
It was an administrative and economic fracture that permanently redefined the center of gravity of the Tang Empire. The rebellion just ripped the northern heartland apart.
And even after the government sort of regained control, huge parts of the north were never really the same.
They fell under the permanent, quasi-autonomous rule of regional military governors, the warlords, or fansen.
And the immediate consequence for the emperor in the capital was financial.
Brutally financial. The warlords in the north basically said, the tax revenue from our regions, we're keeping it. They used it to fund their own armies, their own administrations.
So the main revenue stream to the capital was just cut off.
Permanently. The central government's revenue stream narrowed dramatically, forcing it to rely almost entirely on the wealth being generated in the south.
And this is where the crisis really comes to a head. Because the economy of the south looked nothing like the economy of the north that the old tax system was designed for.
Not at all. The south, especially the Yangtze River Valley, had been the site of a massive economic boom for centuries.
Well, what was the economic reality there?
It was dominated by a tenant and employment economy. You had large landholders with vast estates, and the common people worked as tenant farmers or hired laborers.
And here's the fatal loophole.
The fatal fiscal loophole. These people had never received state land grants under the old equal field system. It either never took root there or it had broken down centuries earlier.
And if they never got a state land grant?
They weren't registered in the old Zhu Yongdiao system. They weren't on the list of people who owed mandatory head tax duties.
So they were structurally exempt from the very tax the state relied on.
Yes. The state was looking at the economic engine of its entire empire, the wealthy, productive South, and realizing the vast majority of its productive population could not be legally taxed under the existing laws. They were financially solvent, but fiscally invisible.
That is a crisis of state survival.
Absolutely. The government couldn't tax the North because of warlords, and it couldn't tax the productive South because of obsolete laws.
The two-tax law wasn't just a clever idea anymore.
It became the only viable, necessary solution. It was the only way to tap into the new economic realities of the empire and save the central government from terminal revenue collapse.
This is perfect storm, a three-way convergence. The technical tool was ready with the King Miaobu.
The economic reality of the South demanded a new system.
And the political crisis of the Lushan Rebellion forced the emperor's hand. All three made the reform not just possible, but inevitable. So we've established the moment of creation. Now let's talk about the 1,000-year legacy. How on earth did this system become the unshakable foundation, the fiscal DNA of 4 different dynasties?
It lasted because it did 2 things brilliantly. First, perhaps ironically, it finally realized the theoretical ideal of the imperial state, the pure land tax.
And second,
it also completely revolutionized the citizens' relationship with the government in a way that actually benefited both sides.
Okay, let's take the first part. Realizing the ideal of a pure land tax.
Right. So when you think about taxing land, economists will tell you there are basically 3 ways to do it. You can tax the actual production output, how much grain is grown. You can tax the transaction value when the crop is sold. Or you can tax the market value of the land itself.
And given the technology of the 8th century, a market value or transaction tax would have been a non-starter. Way too complex.
Far too complex to manage on a national scale. The empire was really restricted to taxing based on land output or area, which, as we've said, required immense administrative capacity.
And the two-tax law, with the Greensbrat book behind it, finally gave them that capacity.
It moved them much closer to a nuanced assessment based on registered acreage and asset value. But what's fascinating is what happened to it over time.
It changed.
The initial vision of Yang Yan was quite broad. The two-tax law was meant to tax land area and other household assets, things like silver, livestock, even commercial property. They wanted to capture all forms of wealth.
But then came the chaos after the Tang dynasty collapsed. The five dynasties, period.
Exactly. Brutal instability.
Oh, yeah.
And what happens during constant warfare? Detailed accounting becomes impossible.
Right. Who has the manpower to go catalog every farmer's silver stockpile when armies are marching all over the place?
It was an administrative luxury that the 9th and 10th centuries just couldn't afford. So all those non-land assets were the first things to become untraceable. The complexity was stripped away by necessity.
And what was left?
Land. It was still visible, still fixed, and still traceable using the ledgers that were already established. So the two-tax law, through the cruel logic of political chaos, ironically simplified itself.
It evolved into a pure land tax.
The centuries-old imperial dream taxation, based purely on the possession of immovable property, was finally achieved. Not through some philosophical breakthrough, but through administrative desperation.
Okay, so that explains the financial stability. But you said the other reason it lasted was the change for the individual citizen, that it was more than just a new balance sheet.
Oh, this was arguably the most profound societal impact. It ended a form of what you could call fiscal serfdom.
Fiscal serfdom. You're talking about the old poll tax system, the Zhu Yang Dao.
I am. Under that old system, the state demanded your personal labor. It claimed your time, your physical body, your mobility. The citizen was, in essence, bound to the emperor through their physical person.
That constant demand for corvée labor must have been deeply intrusive.
Imagine you're a skilled artisan. The state could just demand you spend 6 months of your year crafting goods for the palace, completely destroying your personal business. The old relationship was one of personal bondage. You owed your very being to the state.
But the two-tax law changed that relationship completely.
It shifted entirely. The state no longer needed your body or your time. It just needed your payment, usually in silver or grain. The relationship became purely fiscal.
You levy a tax based on my property, and I pay that tax. The end.
The end. And this allowed the individual to gain incredible economic agency and mobility. If the state is only concerned with the land tax payment, the farmer is free to decide how he earns that money.
So he could move to a city and become a merchant.
Or he could stay on the farm and invest his farming methods to increase his yields and sell the surplus. It unlocked a wave of economic dynamism.
There's a famous Japanese historian, Naito Konan, who argued this point, right?
Yes, he claimed that the two-tax law essentially liberated the people from the status of slave tenants and kicked off a whole new era in Chinese history, the beginning of a true pre-modern civil society.
It was the birth of the modern taxpayer.
That's a perfect way to put it. The common person transitioned from being a personal servant of the state, defined by physical duty, to a property-owning economic agent whose duty was defined purely by financial debt.
And that new freedom, that new relationship, must have stabilized society.
It created a powerful feedback loop. The state got predictable, secure, land-based revenue. And the people got freedom of movement and economic autonomy. That mutual benefit is why no subsequent regime ever dared to get rid of it.
The endurance is still the most incredible part of this story. How did it achieve that status of untouchable orthodoxy, especially through all the chaos?
Well, its stability was first proven in the most chaotic environment you can imagine. The 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms period. That half-century of fragmentation after the Tang collapsed.
Where regimes were rising and falling in the space of a decade.
Exactly. Short-lived, violent, and constantly fighting for legitimacy. And in that fierce competition, what did they do? They used adherence to the Liang Shui Fa as a profound political signal.
They were telling the people, we're not just bandits, we follow the rules.
We adhere to the legitimate, fixed, and fair financial constitution. We have records of the founder of the Litter and Liang dynasty ordering his officials, outside of the two-tax, there shall be no reckless levies.
And there's another one, right?
Yes, Emperor Zhuangzong of later Tang said, the levies of this dynasty shall consist only of the two-tax. Even military usurpers who took power by force recognized that messing with this framework was political suicide. It had become the accepted standard of good governance.
The orthodoxy was fixed. So when the later, bigger dynasties came along and stabilized the empire, they didn't abolish it.
They did the opposite. They poured massive resources into making it more accurate and more permanent.
Like the Song dynasty.
The Song understood that the system was only as good as its data. They didn't just collect the tax, which they renamed the summer tax and autumn seedlings. They launched these massive bureaucratic efforts to maintain the land registers.
What did that actually involve?
It involved extensive, comprehensive land surveys. They systematically remeasured, recategorized, and cataloged land ownership across huge swaths of the country. They created these incredibly sophisticated maps and ledgers called U2, or fish scale registers, because the plots on the map looked like fish scales.
That is an astonishing administrative effort, a huge investment just to maintain a tax system.
It shows you it was their lifeline. And then if you jump ahead to the Ming Dynasty, the founder, Zhu Yuanzhang, was obsessed with restoring order and reliable revenue. He integrated the two-tax law completely into his new system of governance.
How central was it to the Ming system?
Well, the planned revenue from this one framework, the two-tax, accounted for nearly 75% of the entire formal fiscal revenue of the Ming state.
75%.
Over 27 million shik of grain. I mean, that percentage is the final, undeniable proof. This was not just a tax, it was the fiscal engine of the Ming Empire.
Everything else, taxes on salt, tea, commerce, was just supplementary. The entire foundation was the land tax that was first established back in 780 AD.
And that dominance continued right through the final dynasty, the Qing. Despite their own attempts to reform it, the two-tax law remained the core. Qing revenue from this framework almost always accounted for over 70% of formal income. Even when the Qing eventually merged the land tax and the head tax into a single payment, the land area portion, the legacy of the two tax, remained the dominant financial factor.
So this wasn't some desperate panicked measure from the late Tang after all.
No, it was the moment that the long-sought ideal of land taxation finally met the technical and political capacity to actually enforce it. It marked the maturity of the imperial system.
A state that finally realized it didn't need to control a person's body to secure its survival. It just needed to control the definition and taxation of their property. 1,000 years of taxation, defining a civilization. So we've seen this monumental shift. The collapse of the head tax, the critical, quiet role of the Green Sprout Book, and the liberation of the common person into a true taxpayer. The state got its revenue, and the individual got a new kind of freedom.
But here's the final thought. If the state only required a financial payment based on property, what other massive non-fiscal freedoms were truly unlocked by this millennium-long foundation? What other, less obvious impacts did the two-tax law have on the ancient empire beyond just balancing the budget? That's the legacy we'll ask you to mull over. Imagine an empire, the glorious Tang dynasty, so utterly shattered by a decade of civil war that the emperor's own household, they couldn't reliably put food on the table.
It's the ultimate collapse scenario. The royal coffers were just empty.
Completely. The land was devastated.
They were facing total financial obliteration. But here's the puzzle, right? How did this massive collapsing state manage to pull off the ultimate financial trick? How did they find a stable income stream that didn't just, feed the court, but actively funded their survival and then subsequent dynasties' defense for the next 700 years?
It's an incredible story. It's all about fiscal ingenuity born from just pure desperation. We're talking about two really crucial financial fixes that were implemented right after the Lushan Rebellion that saved this dynasty.
And the political backdrop to this is pure Shakespearean tragedy. The two brilliant minds who implemented these fixes, you have the long-term stable diet on one hand and the short-term emergency medicine on the other. They were bitter political rivals.
Bitter is an understatement.
Oh, yeah. Chancellor Yang, who brought in the two-tax system, eventually ordered the execution of the other minister, Liang.
It's unbelievable, and yet history binds them together as the fiscal twins. Their collective reforms were this invaluable legacy that allowed the Tang to just limp forward after all that devastation.
And today, we're focusing on the medicine minister Liu Yan's radical overhaul of the salt administration, which happened in 762 AD.
This deep dive is really about understanding how Liu Yan created the ultimate tool for fiscal flexibility, the empire's life-saving money, by turning, of all things, a common kitchen item into state oil revenue.
But the core conflict, the thing we have to resolve, is this paradox at the heart of it all. This salt profit was absolutely essential. It paid for the military, for official salary.
It kept the lights on.
It kept the lights on, exactly. And yet, for centuries, it was viewed through this very specific moral lens. It was seen as inherently evil.
Oppressive.
Oppressive, a state mechanism that was, and this is the quote, competing with the populace for profit.
So how can something so vital for survival be seen as so fundamentally wrong at the same time?
To answer that, you have to first understand the fundamental chemistry of salt itself. You have to understand why it was the perfect financial trap.
Okay, let's unpack that. When an ancient empire needed money, when they needed to fund their operations, the military, the bureaucracy, infrastructure, they really only had three basic levers in their fiscal toolkit.
Right. 3 ways to take money from the populace.
Yeah.
You can tax people, you can tax land, and you can tax commerce.
And each one came with huge inherent trade-offs.
Massive trade-offs. Let's start with the easiest one, just conceptually. The poll tax. That's just taxing people based on a head count.
Right. You exist, you pay a tax.
Exactly. And its great advantage is pure simplicity. It's easy to count heads, and if you know how many people you have, you know exactly how much revenue you should be getting.
But I can already feel the problem with that. People must have absolutely hated it.
Oh, it's the worst. It's too direct, it's highly visible, incredibly unfair, and it reliably provokes outright resistance. People historically despise being asked for a direct, flat head tax, especially, when their income can vary wildly from year to year.
And I imagine it's hard to collect without being really heavy-handed.
Extremely. You need a massive bureaucracy just to enforce it. So, okay, that's one. Then you have the land tax.
This one sounds fairer, right? The tax burden is tied directly to the land you own or the crops you produce. It's proportional to your wealth, which feels more logical.
It does sound logical, but managing it was a logistical nightmare for a pre-modern state. I mean, think about it. To do it fairly, you need complex, accurate surveying technology across a massive empire.
And honest record keepers.
The ledger management required a serious non-corrupt bureaucracy, which was rare. So land taxes always suffered from corruption and inefficiency because the records were so easily manipulated or just lost.
Okay, so that brings us to the third one. Taxing commerce. This would be things like tariffs, duties, sales taxes.
Right. And the strategic genius of this method is that the tax is disguised. It's sort of embedded in a voluntary transaction.
So the merchant just raises the price a little bit?
The merchant raises the price, they shift the tax burden to the consumer, and the consumer often doesn't even perceive it as the state reaching directly to their pocket. You achieve this ideal effect of taxing people without incurring their resentment.
That sounds like the holy grail of taxation. If you can tax people without them hating you, why did the empire rely on anything else?
Because it suffers from 2 huge practical disadvantages. The first is high management costs. I mean, monitoring every trade, every road, every intersection that requires massive infrastructure and staffing.
And the second?
The ease of tax evasion. Merchants are, by their nature, flexible. They can move goods around your collection points, they can hide transactions, they can bribe the local officials. It's a constant cat and mouse game.
So the imperial system was always trying to balance these 3 levers: visibility, complexity, and enforceability. Which finally brings us back to salt.
Yes, because Liu Yan's great insight, his genius, was realizing that this thing, salt profit, managed to leverage the advantages of both the poll tax, the fact that it hits everyone, and the commercial tax, the fact that it's disguised.
While minimizing the classic downsides of both.
Exactly.
Okay, so salt isn't just a commodity. You're saying it's the perfect fiscal trap. This is where it gets really interesting. What makes salt so unique compared to, say, silk or grain?
Well, you have to look at 2 key economic characteristics. The first is something called low elasticity and non-substitutability.
Okay, what does that mean in simple terms?
It means your consumption doesn't really change that much with your wealth or with the price. And crucially, you can't substitute it for anything else.
Right, you're not going to start eating a whole plate of salt just because you suddenly got rich.
Exactly. And you won't cut it out of your diet entirely just because the price went up a little bit. You need it to live.
And not just to eat, but for food preservation, right? In a pre-refrigeration world, this is critical.
Absolutely critical. So up to a certain threshold, which the state got very good at setting, your consumption stays roughly the same across all wealth levels. There is no other commodity that can truly substitute for salt. This guarantees a stable, constant, non-negotiable demand.
So if the state needs guaranteed revenue, salt guarantees the demand. You can't just stop people from needing it.
That's part one. The second characteristic is purely logistical and administrative, and that's its low management cost.
How so?
Well, think about grains, rice, wheat, barley. They're grown everywhere. To tax them effectively, you have to survey every field, monitor every harvest, chase down every small farmer across 1 million square miles. It requires an impossibly large bureaucracy.
But salt production, it's not like that.
Not at all. Salt fields are highly localized. You can't just make edible salt anywhere. Production is geographically limited, mainly to coastal areas or a few specific, well-known inland lakes and basins.
So the state can control the entire supply chain just by controlling those production sites.
Precisely. They don't have to police the whole empire. They only need to police a handful of production bottlenecks: the salt fields themselves, the ports, the storage depots.
So let me get this straight. You have a product that every single human needs, no matter how rich or poor they are.
Yep.
And the state only has to control a few geographic points to control the entire supply.
That is the most sustainable, high-yield revenue stream possible for an imperial treasury. It's a fiscal dream.
So we've established the why. Now let's get into the how. How did the state actually extract this revenue? We know the collective term was salt profit, or yan li, and historically there were three main ways they did it.
Right. Method number one is the most direct, a full state monopoly. The state handles everything, production, transport, sales, and it captures every single penny of profit.
And this was the old system.
This was the system the Han Dynasty used, and it's the one that Tang tried to resurrect pretty disastrously right after the Anlushan Rebellion.
Okay, what's method two?
Method two is the licensing system. This is where the state issues permits or franchises to private operators for specific stages of the process, usually transport and sale. And in return, it charges them hefty fees or big upfront payments.
So the state controls the bottleneck, but lets private capital handle all the hard work.
That's it. And that is Liang's great reform.
And the third method?
Method three is the pure taxation system. The market is just opened up entirely to private operation, and the state simply levies a specific dedicated tax on the trade. It's a lot like a modern excise duty.
But that would require a really effective tax collection agency.
Which is why it comes much later.
Yeah.
It requires a high level of state enforcement capacity, but it maximizes private efficiency.
Okay, now for the financial aha moment. This is where the moral controversy really comes in. You said salt profit leveraged the advantages of the poll tax. So why do scholars argue that it's essentially a regressive poll tax, just disguised as a commercial tax?
Because the price of salt isn't determined by the free market. Not at all. It is actively manipulated by the state to maximize revenue. The state intentionally inflates the wholesale price far, far beyond the actual cost of production and transport.
And because everyone needs roughly the same amount of salt enough for their family for a year, that inflated price becomes a fixed cost for every single household, no matter what their income is.
Exactly. Let's use some simple numbers to make this really tangible. Imagine you have a peasant family that earns, say, 100 strings of cash a year. The state-inflated price of salt forces them to spend 10 of those strings just to stay alive and preserve their food.
That's 10% of their total income on one commodity.
10%. Now imagine a wealthy landlord who earns 10,000 strings of cash a year. They also spend 10 strings on salt for their household. For them, that is 0.1% of their total income.
So the burden is wildly different.
It's massively different. The price increase, which is really the tax hidden inside the price, disproportionately crushes the poor. It functions precisely like a flat rate poll tax, but because it's baked into the price of a commodity, the state can claim it's just commerce. They can say they're taxing people without incurring their resentment.
But in reality, it was undeniably oppressive. It hit the poorest families the hardest.
It's the ultimate paradox. Fiscally, it's perfect. A guaranteed high-yield revenue stream with low management costs.
Yeah.
But morally, it is inherently compromising because it relies on extracting a larger proportion of income from those who are least able to afford it.
It's an inescapable tax on survival itself.
That's the perfect way to put it.
So we have the perfect commodity for state control, but now we need to zoom back into the chaos of 762 AD. The Tang dynasty is utterly devastated by the Anlushan Rebellion. The empire survived, but its financial system is just broken.
The imperial treasury was severely strained. I mean, not only was the land tax collection completely unreliable because all the registers were destroyed and officials were fleeing,
Right.
but the state needed cash, and
Yeah.
they needed it immediately. They had to fund the remaining armies, reward loyalists, and just rebuild the court.
So when Liang took charge of this mess, the mechanism they were using for salt profit was that ancient one you mentioned, the restored state monopoly system. The government was trying to handle the whole supply chain itself.
And this restoration was a catastrophic failure on every single level. We mentioned the political tension earlier, and this failure feeds directly into it. The state monopoly was supposed to be bringing in massive revenue, but instead it was just riddled with severe efficiency losses and pervasive corruption.
Let's talk about that corruption. Just how bad was it?
Think about the incentives. If you're a local official managing a salt production depot, you have guaranteed control over an essential commodity that everyone needs.
You're sitting on a gold mine.
You're sitting on a salt mine, which is better than a gold mine. You could easily skim salt off the top, sell it privately to local merchants, and just pocket the proceeds. It was almost expected.
So the officials were basically running a parallel private salt administration inside the state system.
That's a great way to put it. They were creating an illicit internal market. So the quality of the salt that actually reached the people was terrible, yet the prices were excessively high because the state bureaucracy was so inefficient and costly.
And the officials were getting rich.
The officials at every level were gaining massive personal profit. They were buying carriages, building huge estates, while the central state itself, the treasury, was receiving very little actual revenue. It was a classic, inefficient state-owned enterprise, draining the treasury instead of replenishing it.
So you have a poor product, skyrocketing prices for the consumer, and all the actual profit is flowing into the pockets of corrupt officials, not the imperial treasury. Liang is facing a crisis on top of a crisis, and his rival Yang is just watching him.
And this massive failure is what justified Liang's radical pivot. He realized the state was just terrible at logistics, at production, and at retail. So in 762 AD, he initiates this revolutionary shift away from the state monopoly and toward a licensing system.
He decided the only way to maximize public profit was to leverage private efficiency.
The state realized it was terrible at logistics, production, and retail. They had to outsource efficiency to the profit motive.
Okay, let's detail the core mechanism here, because this is the blueprint that basically saved the dynasty. Liang introduced a sophisticated public-private partnership. He said it was based on 4 stages: private manufacture, official purchase, merchant transport, and merchant sale.
Right. It was a huge shift away from that inefficient state-owned enterprise model and towards something more like a modern franchise or concession model.
Okay.
The state basically retreated from the decentralized, complex stages that it was failing at.
So private manufacturers could produce the salt using their own labor and capital. That right there would immediately improve efficiency and quality compared to unreliable state workers.
Correct. But here's the critical second step: official purchase. The state monopolized only the purchase stage. They would buy all the salt from those private producers at a fixed, very low rate.
And that step is crucial. That's what allows the state to set the margin, the difference between the cheap price they buy it at and the high price they sell it for. That's the state's profit.
That is the revenue generation engine right there. The state is buying cheap and selling expensive. But who are they selling to?
The merchants.
To licensed merchants, exactly. That's the merchant transport and merchant sale stages. These private merchants handled the complex, often dangerous logistics of moving the salt from the depots into the vast interior markets and then managing the retail sale to the public.
So the state keeps control over the single supply bottleneck, that official purchase depot, which lets them stabilize the market and maximize revenue while outsourcing all the heavy lifting of distribution to profit-driven private capital.
And the government's revenue stream now came from 2 really robust sources. First, the markup on the wholesale price of the salt itself. And second, the direct revenue from selling the licenses, the franchises, to all these eager merchants who wanted in on this highly lucrative, state-guaranteed monopoly distribution network.
Okay, this is where I have to challenge this genius label. If you're unleashing profit-driven private merchants on a commodity that has non-negotiable demand, what stops them from just massive price gouging and abuse? Wouldn't that undermine the stability the state needs?
That is a crucial question, and it really speaks to the sophistication of the regulation. The state didn't just sell a general license to trade salt. They designated specific, tightly controlled territories where each merchant could sell.
So you couldn't just sell anywhere?
No. And even more importantly, the state fixed the maximum retail price.
So the merchants made their profit on volume and efficiency, not on just jacking up the price beyond the state's regulated ceiling.
Exactly. They were effectively franchised agents of the state's regressive tax. It was a form of controlled capitalism leveraging private efficiency, while the state retained total control over pricing and supply.
The immediate results must have been a shock to the system. The imperial balance sheet desperately needed a miracle.
It was a miracle. Let's state the results clearly, because they are the proof of concept. Before Liang's reform, that ineffective state monopoly was bringing in only about 400,000 guan a year.
And a guan is a string of 1,000 copper coins.
Right. And 400,000 is barely enough to cover a fraction of the capital's administrative costs.
Yeah.
It's nothing.
And after the overhaul, after the shift to this PPP licensing model,
revenue skyrocketed to 6 million guan per year.
Wait, from 400,000 to 6 million?
A more than tenfold increase in just a few short years.
That's astonishing.
To put 6 million guan in context, at that time, that money was enough to fund the annual salary and maintenance of maybe 40 to 50,000 fully operational soldiers in the field, or to undertake massive rebuilding projects in the capital. It was real, immediate, desperately needed cash.
And this all happened before Yang Yan's long-term land tax reform. The two-tax system was even fully functional.
Yes. For a critical period right after the rebellion, historians estimate that salt profit accounted for half of the total national income.
Half of the entire government's budget from one commodity.
Half. Court expenditures, military spending, official salaries, the entire functioning of the reorganized state after the chaos of the Aleutian Rebellion was dependent on this single income stream.
So the two-tax system was the long-term stable diet, but Luyan's salt reform was the emergency relief that stopped the financial bleeding and ensured the dynasty survived the trauma.
It was the medicinal cure. And it proved that the empire didn't have to choose between massive revenue and operational efficiency. They could outsource the efficiency to the private sector while retaining control over the revenue flow. And that lesson was not lost on later dynasties. They studied this blueprint like a sacred text.
So if you're a later monarch and you're studying how the mighty Tang managed to survive its biggest existential crisis, you would immediately identify Luyan's salt reform as the most flexible, most powerful tool for dealing with financial emergencies.
It's remarkable. I mean, a system designed in the 8th century was still being adapted and relied upon 1,000 years later. Its true legacy is its adaptability to changing crises. It became the imperial treasury's dedicated fund for defense.
Let's start with the Song dynasty. They faced existential defense threats that were maybe even worse than what the Tang faced. They were under constant, severe pressure from large-scale foreign invasions, the Liao, the Jin.
And their standard revenue from the two-tax system was just never going to be enough to fund the massive defensive machine they needed.
So they turned to salt.
They turned to salt. The songmasters understood the flexibility of the three methods: monopoly, licensing, taxation. They used them all regionally, but they relied heavily on a really sophisticated version of Luyan's licensing system. They called it the banknote salt system, or DYNASTY.
The banknote salt system. This sounds like a brilliant move for rapid cash flow. How did it work?
It was essentially a system of pre-sold revenue. So a private merchant had to purchase a license, which was a document, sometimes called a salt voucher or a banknote, from the government first, using cash.
So the government gets the cash up front.
Immediately. And only after securing that valuable voucher could the merchant then travel to the government depot, buy the actual salt, and then go sell it within their designated territory.
That's so smart. It's essential for immediate military needs, for paying troops. They couldn't wait for land taxes to be harvested and collected months down the line.
Not at all.
Yeah.
Military campaigns are expensive and they are time sensitive. The banknote salt system secured a constant, reliable source of revenue, second only to the two-tax system. And it was perfectly designed to fund those constant border conflicts.
But the evolution didn't stop there, did it? As the threats changed, the system had to change.
It had to. Which brings us to the Ming Dynasty, established centuries later. The primary threat shifted again. Now it was focused heavily on that long, unforgiving northern border against the Mongols.
And that requires not just cash, but massive, rapid logistical support to supply all those remote border garrisons.
Logistics are exponentially expensive and difficult in a pre-industrial era. I mean, especially over these vast distances of hostile terrain. So the Ming developed something called the Kaizhan method, the Kaizhanfa, which effectively turned the salt license into a logistical defense bond.
A defense bond? How did that work?
The mechanism was ingenious. Merchants didn't pay the government in cash, at least not initially. Instead, they delivered essential supplies, mostly grain, but also military material, construction resources, directly to the remote northern defense strongholds.
Wait, so the merchants themselves were responsible for the entire complex supply chain of delivering grain to the frontier. That's an enormous risk and a huge logistical investment for them.
It was a massive risk. But the reward was immense, because in exchange for that verified delivery of grain, they received the valuable salt voucher, the license.
And that license gave them the right to buy salt cheaply from a state depot, probably in a much richer, more populated area.
Exactly. Often in the lucrative coastal regions, where they could sell it at a massive profit.
That's fascinating. So the state needs food and supplies at the frontier right now, but it lacks the capacity and the capital to transport it all there. So by granting this incredibly valuable salt franchise, they leverage private merchant capital and logistics networks to achieve their immediate military goals.
It effectively weaponized the salt license. It became a form of defense bond, or a material IOU. And it achieved this rapid, massive infusion of logistical support that the regular land tax just could not cover in real time. This mechanism supported huge, crucial conflicts, that were far beyond the scope of normal fiscal management.
But I imagine a system like the Kaisong method also had some inherent weaknesses. I mean, merchants are traveling these incredibly long distances. The value of that salt license has to stay consistently high to offset the huge risks and costs of transportation.
That's exactly right. And over time, the system became bloated. The merchants became too powerful. Some started delivering poor quality grain or just outright defrauding the system.
Of course.
And what's more, as the security situation on the frontier got worse, those long delivery routes became too dangerous. The logistical cost went up, and the merchants' willingness to even participate in the Kaisong system started to go down.
So the risk started to outweigh the reward, which means the government is suddenly facing a shortage of supplies at the border.
Yes. So during the critical Wanli era of the Ming, the treasury was running dry, and they needed pure cash again, not grain IOUs. So the system pivoted away from that logistical trade-off and toward maximizing immediate high-volume cash revenue.
And that's when they shifted to the gang salt system, the gangyanzi.
Right. And this was the opposite of the broad-based system that Liang had envisioned. It granted an exclusive, often inheritable monopoly privilege to a very small, very powerful group of extremely wealthy salt merchants, an oligarchy.
An inheritable oligopoly. Why would they introduce such an exclusionary and frankly potentially corrupt system?
Because that privilege was so valuable, a guaranteed, inheritable, massive monopoly over a vital commodity, these few wealthy merchants were willing to pay astronomical upfront sums for the licenses.
Ah, so it was an emergency cash grab.
It was the ultimate emergency cash grab. It secured massive amounts of silver from Ming military expenditures precisely when they needed it most. The state basically traded broad participation for massive, quick infusions of capital from the deep pockets of the few.
This model of granting massive inheritable privileges in exchange for emergency cash, this leads us directly into the Qing dynasty, right? They initially continued this exclusive gang salt system.
They did, and the inevitable problems of an oligopoly came right back. The closed nature of the system led to severe corruption and stagnation. Because the group of eligible merchants was so limited and their licenses were inheritable, they just got complacent.
And powerful.
They were often reluctant to buy more licenses or pay higher prices because they knew the state had very few other options for buyers. So the state's potential salt profit actually started to shrink just when the Qing budgets were facing massive pressure from internal unrest and external threats.
So the state needed to introduce competition again to drive up license prices and efficiency.
Exactly. So during the Daoguang era of the Qing, they implemented the ticket salt system, or pianzi, particularly in the very lucrative Huai River region.
How did the ticket system differ from the gang system?
It just opened up the license purchases to other private merchants for money. It replaced that exclusive inherited gang structure with a more open, more competitive ticket system.
So it was a move back toward Liang's original concept.
It was about leveraging broad private participation for state profit. It addressed the corruption, it maximized the sales volume of licenses, and it ensured the government was maximizing revenue by increasing competition among the buyers.
This constant back and forth really shows the state was always tweaking the dials, right?
Yeah.
Choosing between maximizing immediate cash flow, like with the gang system, or maximizing long-term efficiency and competition, like with the ticket system, or Liang's original model.
And the final, ultimate evolution of this system takes us into the early 20th century. With the fall of the empire and the rise of the Beiyang government, here we see the complete move away from all these complex monopolies and licensing models, and a final shift to that pure taxation system we talked about, the Zheng Shuizi.
Why could they finally abandon the control mechanism that had defined salt profit for 1,000 years? What changed?
Well, this transition was only possible because, by the 20th century, the state's administrative capacity had finally caught up. Their tax collection agencies had developed significantly, their record keeping was more robust, and their enforcement capacity had improved dramatically.
So they could finally just efficiently monitor and collect a tax without having to go through the immense, complicated logistics of controlling the supply chain and buying and reselling the salt themselves.
Right. They could just let the private market handle everything and collect a tax on the sales.
And how did that work out?
Allowing open private trade and simply collecting a dedicated tax proved to be the most efficient and transparent way to extract salt profit. It became the second largest source of income for the government at that time, only after customs duties.
Wow.
Yeah. The long history of it all shows that the taxation system, which was built on robust state capacity and open private operation, was really the final, most sustainable form of the salt profit.
Let's go back to the incredible political irony we started with. Because this fiscal blueprint, it transcends the bitter rivalry that created it. Chancellor Yang Yan orchestrated the execution of his political rival, Minister Liang.
His bitter rival.
And yet, not even Yang Yan, the man who murdered the architect, dared to dismantle the reformed salt administration system.
And that is the ultimate proof of its physical value. It didn't matter who was in power or what the crisis was. The established salt licensing system became the Imperial Treasury's most flexible, most powerful tool for defense funding across the millennium.
It was the ancient equivalent of a dedicated, high-yield oil revenue stream that could be instantly leveraged for massive, unexpected infusions of cash during a crisis.
It perfectly supplemented the normal, stable land and poll tax revenues. And it provided the capacity for that urgent high-volume income needed to fight wars, survive rebellions, and manage these monumental logistical tasks, like supplying a frontier army. That is the true definition of life-saving money.
We've really seen 1,000 years of strategic financial warfare fought using salt as the primary weapon.
We have confirmed how Liang transformed an inefficient state commodity into the most potent source of flexible revenue in imperial history. It was a blueprint that lasted until the fall of the empire.
And we clarified the paradox at its heart. It was morally complicated. An undeniably regressive tax that hit the poor hardest and earned the moral condemnation of scholars for centuries.
But it was fiscally essential for state survival. It funded defense and stability when every other system failed.
And the underlying mechanism of the reform, it remains powerful. Identifying a commodity with low elasticity and geographically centralized production, and then structuring a public-private partnership around its bottleneck to maximize state revenue and private efficiency.
The ultimate takeaway is that the empire needed instant cash flow for defense, and it found that cash flow not by inventing new taxes, but by inventing a new, more efficient way to monetize an existing necessity.
So, if you were transported back to ancient times, or even today, and you were tasked with improving national revenue without unjustly burdening the populace, a noble but very difficult goal, what other universally needed commodity, something with low elasticity and centralized production, would you target for a similar revolutionary public-private partnership reform today?
What would be your life-saving money?
Imagine a world power back in the 11th century, a nation so financially dominant that if you could somehow look at its balance sheets.
Which would have been on scrolls, not spreadsheets.
Right. If you could look at those, you'd see its annual state income made the vast Spanish Empire at its 16th century peak look. Well, it would look like a local corner store in comparison.
We're talking about revenues that were 5, maybe even 6 times greater than enormous later dynasties. Look at the king.
Exactly. Yet this same nation, this absolute financial engine of the world, was constantly losing territory.
Constantly. It was militarily outclassed, forced into these humiliating and often very expensive treaties.
And ultimately, despite all that incredible wealth, it just collapsed.
That is the paradox. That is the mind-bending puzzle we are diving into today. How can a state be the commercial engine of its era, generating wealth that's almost impossible to comprehend, and yet still be seen as perpetually weak?
So our mission today is to really get inside the Song dynasty. It's the story of a financial titan that, basically invented concepts of modern money and markets.
But was caught in this profound strategic trap. We have to explore why all of that commercial wealth, all that innovation, failed to secure the nation's survival.
It led to this haunting internal description of its own condition. They called it accumulated poverty and weakness.
Ji-pin-ji-ru.
That phrase itself is such a puzzle, isn't it? Accumulated poverty. Before the Song, the standard wisdom, and not just in China, but really across most ancient civilizations, was simple, and it was rigid.
It was the principle of revere agriculture, suppress commerce. Zhongnong Shang.
And the concept was basically that true, stable wealth, it comes from the land. Land doesn't move. You can tax a harvest reliably year after year.
Exactly. For centuries, it didn't matter if you were talking about the Roman Empire or previous Chinese dynasties or medieval Europe. Power was measured in grain and acres. Commerce was necessary, sure, but it was seen as fluid, unstable, and, frankly, a bit morally suspect.
So historically, imperial dynasties would only get a tiny trickle of their revenue from taxing merchants. The backbone of the state was always the farmer.
Always. But the Song dynasty, they just radically inverted this entire equation. They were the great historical outlier, the black swan.
They decided that fluidity, that very instability, was a feature, not a bug.
And they built such a sophisticated system around it that for the first time in imperial history, their fiscal revenue from commercial taxes It actually exceeded the revenue they collected from the good old traditional land taxes.
It's almost impossible to overstate what a seismic shift that was. This wasn't just, a tax reform. It was a complete philosophical revolution in how you run a state.
A total paradigm shift.
So let's talk about that phrase, Jipinji Ro, accumulated poverty and weakness.
Yeah.
Later historians used it a lot, often to criticize the song. And we have to tackle that poor label head on because it just doesn't seem to match the fiscal reality you just described.
It doesn't. Not at all. Now, when historians called the Song dynasty weak, they were measuring it against these, territorial giants of the past, like the Han dynasty or the incredibly expansive Tang.
Right. The song failed to recover lost northern territories. And they were losing ground continuously and often humiliatingly to these external forces.
The Khitan Liao, the Tangut Western Xia, the Jurchen Jin, and then, the final cataclysmic sweep of the Mongols. So
Yeah.
from a strategic, a geopolitical standpoint, yes, they were undeniably weak in terms of military dominance.
But financially, when you actually audit the accounts, they were anything but poor.
Anything but. They had commercial prosperity on a scale that wasn't matched anywhere else on the planet at that time. They had an incredibly sophisticated economic structure. We're talking fiat currency,
Yeah.
bills of exchange, and a taxation network that delivered fiscal revenue far, far beyond any other dynasty for hundreds of years.
It was like the Song dynasty was a financial giant wearing paper armor.
That is the perfect analogy. And that distinction, unbelievable wealth without dominant military power, is the critical dynamic here. It seems like a contradiction to us today, but history actually gives us a really clear, relatable parallel to help us grasp this.
Okay, so where do we look?
Let's look west for a moment. Let's shift our gaze to the 17th century Dutch Republic during its golden age.
Ah, okay. The masters of trade.
Exactly.
Right.
The Dutch Republic was, without any question, the wealthiest, most commercially advanced nation in Europe. They were the master financial engineers, running global trade routes, inventing modern banking, pioneering new forms of investment.
But what happened when the big land-based giants like France or their big naval rivals like England came knocking with huge armies?
Well, that's the thing. The Dutch often had to rely on these complex, very expensive alliances. They were rich enough to fund global ventures and buy influence, sure, but they simply couldn't afford to field the massive, permanent land-based standing armies you needed to dominate continental Europe. They couldn't secure their borders against neighbors with huge populations and vast territories.
And the Song dynasty faced this exact same strategic problem, just scaled up tenfold.
Precisely. Their wealth was commercial, it was fluid, it was leveraged. They were rich enough to buy off their enemies with huge annual tributes.
Like paying the Khitan a massive yearly subsidy just to keep a fragile and frankly humiliating peace.
They could afford survival, but they couldn't afford total victory or sustained territorial dominance. And that is a huge, huge difference.
We should probably connect the dots on how that wealth was actually used too. You mentioned leveraging wealth.
Yes. The Song, just like the Dutch would later, they became masters of credit and financial tools. It wasn't just about having piles of cash. They developed the world's first paper money, the jiaozi and huizi.
Which let them mobilize enormous funds very, very quickly.
Exactly. For those urgent military needs or those massive annual tribute payments, they could project financial strength far beyond their physical reserves of metal coin. But that strength was fundamentally, and this is the key, it was based on the continuous health of their commercial markets.
Which raises the central question that's going to define this whole deep dive, right? If the Song were generating revenue on this absolutely unprecedented scale, if they were so financially savvy, why couldn't they permanently change their weak status?
Why did they become so dependent on just paying off their enemies? And why, in the end, did they fall? The answer is rooted in how they built that engine and what it cost them to keep it running.
So to understand that immense cost, we first have to appreciate the sheer scale of their success. And to visualize the intoxicating level of prosperity, there's really no better guide than that famous painting along the river during the Qingming festival.
Ah, the Qingming Shanghi too. It's a time machine on a scroll.
It really is. I mean, you look at it and you see these intricate bridges, bustling city streets, shops that are stacked high with goods from all over the empire. The river is just teeming with barges. It's a vision of urban complexity.
A metropolitan reality that people in 11th century Europe, well, they just couldn't have comprehended it. It feels less like ancient history and more like a vibrant, complex 19th century city.
And that prosperity, it was driven by a lot of things. New technologies, new rice strains that allowed for multiple harvests, the spread of printing. But the foundational shift, the thing that made it all possible, was the government's pro-business policy. And they implemented it right from the very beginning.
And this is so important. The policy didn't begin by celebrating merchants. That would have been too radical, too big a leap.
Right, they eased into it.
They eased into it. It began subtly. With agricultural reform, the state fundamentally changed its relationship with land. They issued a policy. It sounds a little dry, but it was revolutionary. Do not establish a fixed land system. Do not suppress land mergers.
Yeah. Okay, so break that down. What does that actually mean in practice?
It's crucial. Before this, emperors often tried to redistribute land to small farmers. The idea was to ensure everyone had enough acreage to pay their land taxes directly to the state. It was a mechanism for control, for stability.
But the Song changed this.
They did. Building on the two-tax law from the late Tang dynasty, taxes were now based on the acreage being cultivated, regardless of who actually owned it. The Song government essentially said, we're getting out of the way of land accumulation.
And what did that do?
It instantly turned land into a tradable commodity, just like silk or tea or porcelain. It could be freely bought, sold, mortgaged.
That feels revolutionary because it must have freed up a huge amount of capital and labor.
Exactly. Rich landowners could now consolidate massive tracts of land, introduce more specialized, more profitable farming techniques, and then just hire tenant farmers to do the work.
And the small farmer, who was no longer tied strictly to their little subsistence plot,
They could move to the city. Or they could specialize in cash crops that were suddenly valuable on this new emerging national market.
so you start to see this explosion of regional specialization.
Yes. Rice cultivation skyrockets in the south. Textiles and silk production start booming in certain provinces. This incredibly intense commercial atmosphere, starting at the agricultural level, it created this massive, hungry internal market for consumer goods and for trade. It was the bedrock of everything that followed.
And once that agricultural foundation was set, the government started taking these huge, really progressive steps to actively elevate the social status of merchants.
A group that, as we said, had been actively suppressed and frankly discriminated against for millennia.
They started by abolishing the explicit, demeaning, discriminatory policies against merchants. Historically, merchants were forbidden from wearing silk clothes or riding horses or driving fine carriages, all those symbols of elite status.
All gone. In the Song, those restrictions just vanished. Merchants could live like the wealthy people they actually were.
And then the gates of social mobility were just thrown wide open.
This is the big one. Merchants' descendants were allowed to take the rigorous civil service exams,
The ultimate path to power.
the ultimate door opener in ancient Chinese society. It proved that your family's wealth, your commercial success, was now a viable path to real power, not just your scholarly lineage.
The social stigma didn't just fade away, did it? It actually reversed.
It completely reversed. We see evidence that official, powerful scholar gentry families started to take pride in marrying their sons to the daughters of extremely wealthy merchant families. They were directly integrating commercial power into the highest levels of the elite social structure.
So the state didn't just tolerate merchants anymore. They started treating them like essential national infrastructure.
They did. They formally affirmed that merchants were vital for circulating goods for the country. And by doing that, they placed them conceptually, at least alongside the traditional four people, the scholars, the farmers, the artisans.
That's a complete philosophical and political pivot. They're recognizing that commercial contribution is vital to the nation.
And they backed that affirmation up by systematically dismantling the old, crippling restrictions on trade. A huge one was abolishing the rigid walled market system, the Fang Shui of the Tang dynasty.
Remind us how that worked.
Under the Tang, trade was a very regulated, institutionalized affair. It was confined to fixed times and fixed places, often literally behind city walls. The market opened at a certain hour and closed at a certain hour.
And the song just said.
The song simply proclaimed, trade is completely opened up.
Yeah.
If you want to sell goods at midnight on a small side street, go for it. This led to this vibrant 247 economic activity in the cities.
They also systematically opened up traditionally state-run economic opportunities to the private sector.
Right. Think about the key revenue generators of any pre-modern state. Mining, tea, and especially salt. These had always been fiercely guarded state monopolies.
And under the song.
They were opened up for private operation, or, more commonly, through these new joint government merchant partnerships. The state was basically inviting the private sector to use its capital and its efficiency to power the economy.
While the state guaranteed the profits and, crucially, took a very healthy cut.
Of course. But, open markets need confidence. And confidence requires predictability. It requires the rule of law.
And the founding emperor, Song Taizu, he understood this very deeply. Right at the start, in 960, he issued the landmark commercial tax regulations.
This was so crucial for creating a systematic, predictable environment. The regulations explicitly forbade local officials from arbitrarily increasing taxes on merchants, or worse, harassing them and just seizing their profits on a whim.
So merchants knew the rules of the game. They knew their capital was protected,
which incentivized long-term investment and long-distance trade. It was a game changer.
They also laid the fundamental groundwork for a truly national, interconnected market.
They took the massive administrative step of unifying weights and measures across the entire vast empire.
Which sounds boring, but it's essential. I mean, imagine trying to trade grain from the south to the north if every single region used a different unit of measure.
It would be a nightmare. Standardization makes trade efficient. And, most fundamentally, they explicitly protected private property.
So you have unified standards and protected profits. Those are the two non-negotiable ingredients you need for a commercial explosion.
Absolutely. The Song government wasn't just benefiting from commerce. They were actively engineering its spectacular rise through very deliberate, systematic policy.
So we've established that the Song dynasty was this self-made commercial superpower. They innovated their way out of that historical reliance on land. But let's circle back to the strategic why. I mean, why risk upending millennia of tradition to elevate commerce in the first place?
The answer, as we touched on earlier, is just raw, uncompromising national survival.
Right. The Song dynasty was born into an incredibly hostile geopolitical environment.
Incredibly hostile. They were sandwiched between these powerful, militarily aggressive regimes like the Khitan and the Jurchen. They didn't have the luxury of easily defensible borders or, centuries of peace to build up their strength.
They knew they couldn't rely on the traditional conscripted farmer soldiers that earlier dynasties had used.
No. They needed a professional, standing army, and they needed to equip that army with advanced weaponry like early swarms of gunpowder. And all of that required unimaginable amounts of cash flow, year after year after year.
So to survive these existential threats, they had to condense their internal strength, which meant generating staggering revenue just to keep the nation from being overrun.
And this requirement led them to shoulder three massive fiscal burdens. These burdens were the black hole that sucked up all that incredible commercial wealth.
Okay, so let's break these down. What was the first burden?
The first burden was raising an army. And we are not talking about a small regional force. The Song dynasty military often topped 1 million professional soldiers.
1 million? That's a number that would strain even a modern economy, let alone a pre-industrial state.
The scale of that military spending was just staggering. It covered not just the huge salaries for a permanent standing army, but also the constant logistics, the manufacturing of sophisticated weapons.
And, as we mentioned, those endless tribute payments required to placate their powerful northern neighbors.
The military budget was perpetually the single largest drain on the entire treasury, no question.
Okay, so that's burden one. What's the second?
The second burden was raising officials. The Song rulers had learned from the mistakes of the Tang dynasty,
which had collapsed partly due to internal strife and disloyal regional governors.
Exactly. So to ensure the absolute loyalty of the intellectual class and prevent those internal fractures, they made government service incredibly comfortable and incredibly lucrative.
They treated their officials exceptionally well.
Exceptionally. And this wasn't just about high salaries. It included lavish benefits, housing, stipends, and enormous bonuses. The payroll for the bureaucracy was absolutely immense.
So it was a conscious trade-off. They were buying internal stability and loyalty by making government service too rewarding to betray.
They prioritized the unity of the elite above almost everything else.
Which brings us to the third burden, and this one is arguably the most fascinating and progressive.
It's raising the people. The state established what historians often describe as a cradle-to-grave welfare system, using fiscal funds for widespread social stability.
This was truly revolutionary for the time. We talk a lot about the financial scale of the military, but the social spending was equally consequential, wasn't it?
Absolutely. They funded state-run charities, orphanages, public cemeteries for the poor, and massive state granaries to ensure food security.
And we have specific examples of this, right? Like the state-run pharmacies, the Human Yaofeng.
Yes, which ensured that even the poor could access essential medicines at subsidized rates right across the empire. They organized vast, proactive famine relief efforts and undertook major public construction projects, like building massive bridges and water management systems to ensure public employment and well-being.
The goal here wasn't just kindness, though. It was insurance.
It was pure strategic insurance. They were actively investing in the well-being and the loyalty of the general populace to prevent the kind of civil unrest and peasant rebellions that had defined the collapse of so many prior dynasties.
So just to recap, the Song dynasty was simultaneously running a massive social welfare state, a gargantuan military payroll, and an enormous, highly compensated civil service, all at the same time.
All at once. And this brings us right back to the original financial necessity. All three of these burdens required staggering, continuous amounts of hard cash. But the traditional land taxes, as we said, had already hit their ceiling by the year 995. They just couldn't squeeze any more reliable cash out of the agricultural base without risking a massive rebellion.
They needed a new, expandable financial engine. They needed a path where revenue growth wasn't finite, wasn't tied to how many acres of land you had.
And that path, of course, was taxing commerce.
By embracing and taxing the merchant class so heavily, the state effectively created what you could call a community of shared destiny.
That's a great way to put it. They became partners in survival. The state used the merchant's efficiency and capital to generate wealth, and in return, the state protected the markets and did its best to keep the external enemies at bay.
Okay, so how did they actually execute this taxation strategy? How did they achieve these dizzying revenue totals that were 5 or 6 times more than their successors? You said there were 2 main avenues.
2 brilliant main avenues. First, the fiercely controlled monopoly system, or Jinqiu, and second, the really thorough nationwide taxation of ordinary goods and transactions.
Let's dissect the monopolies first, because it sounds like this was the heart of the engine.
It was. The government wasn't just taxing goods here. They controlled the entire supply chain, from production to distribution, for essential, high-demand, non-negotiable items.
And these were salt, tea, alcohol, and alum.
Yes, and from an economic and strategic standpoint, these were genius choices, because they exploited a core economic principle: low price elasticity of demand.
Okay, translate that for us.
It means people need these things regardless of the price. People need salt to survive and to preserve food. They need alum for dyeing textiles and for tanning leather.
Yeah.
And, well, they want tea and alcohol.
So demand is consistent. It's inelastic.
It's very inelastic.
Yeah.
This allowed the state to introduce massive taxes or just artificially inflate the price through their monopoly control, and people would still buy it. It provided a guaranteed massive income stream for the state, rain or shine. The Song really mastered the art of taxing necessity.
And the enforcement of these monopolies was fierce, especially for salt. You called salt revenue the secret sauce.
It was the secret sauce that propelled the Song past every other dynasty financially. The income from the salt monopoly alone was often roughly equal to, or sometimes it even exceeded, the entire revenue generated by the traditional land tax.
That's incredible, just from salt.
Just from salt. And to enforce this, they established specialized government agencies and cracked down incredibly hard on private salt trading, or what they called smuggling, which was a capital offense. They essentially turned a basic human need into a continuous stream of gold for the imperial treasury.
And as the empire was later pushed south by the Juntian, when we get to the Southern Song dynasty, the strategic emphasis had to shift, didn't it?
It did. And they discovered an even bigger source of fluid wealth: maritime trade.
The sea lanes.
They became an absolute magnet for global trade, particularly with Arab merchants and traders from Southeast Asia, who were bringing in these incredibly valuable luxury goods and, critically, spices. Spices like pepper and cloves, who were the oil of the ancient world. Low bulk, very high value.
And the government expertly leveraged this explosion.
Oh, completely. They established customs agencies in key port cities like Guangzhou, which became one of the world's largest and busiest ports. The income they generated from customs duties and the mandatory purchase of foreign trade licenses was just staggering.
And this revenue stream became a lifeline for the Southern Song.
An absolute lifeline. It was crucial. It acted as this massive financial injection that prevented the financial collapse of the smaller, territorially constrained state, while it was under relentless military pressure. The wealth was flowing directly from the global sea lanes right into the national treasury.
Okay, so that's the monopolies. Now for the second avenue, the comprehensive taxation of ordinary, everyday goods.
Right, and this is where the sheer breadth and depth of the Song system becomes so apparent. They didn't rely on sporadic collections. They built a deep, penetrating commercial tax network that permeated the entire society.
So tax agencies were set up everywhere.
Everywhere, not just in the capital, but in every major city, every regional market, even in large villages. Almost every transaction, every movement of goods was tracked and it was taxed. They were ensuring maximum coverage across that vast internal market they'd created.
Can we get into the specific types of taxes they used?
We can. There was a passing tax, which was essentially a toll or a customs duty. It was levied at checkpoints whenever goods were transported across administrative boundaries, like crossing a bridge or entering a new prefecture. Basically, if your goods moved, they were taxed.
Okay, what else?
Then you have the residence tax. You can think of this as a business license fee or a kind of sales tax that was applied to shopkeepers and resident merchants who were operating permanent businesses in towns. It was a consistent, reliable fee, often based on their sales volume or just the size of their operation.
And there was a third major one, right? The contract tax?
Yes, and this was crucial. This was a tax levied on all property transactions, whether for houses, land, or other major assets.
And this tax on real estate served multiple purposes. It wasn't just about income.
No, it was a significant source of income, for sure. But it also acted as a mechanism for the state to track and to regulate the booming urban property markets. You could even see it as an early version of a stamp duty, or maybe a small check on property speculation in those rapidly expanding cities.
So all of these pervasive mechanisms, they added up to what can only be described as a financial behemoth.
That's the only word for it. Let's talk scale, because this is the moment where we move from historical curiosity to just genuine awe.
Lay it on us.
The historian Ray Huang calculated the Song dynasty's annual fiscal revenue during normal years at over 150 million strings of copper cash.
Which, when you convert it to the standard metric of silver, is roughly equivalent to 150 million taels of silver.
150 million. Now let's put that number into perspective for you. The later territorially vast Ming dynasty and the expansive early Qing dynasty empires that lasted for centuries and governed far larger populations, their total annual revenues typically hovered somewhere under 30 million taels.
So the Song dynasty's commercial engine was generating 5 to 6 times the total revenue of the mighty Qing dynasty centuries later, despite having a much smaller geographical footprint.
It's an explosive differential. It's almost unbelievable.
And if we look across the globe for a comparison,
Let's consider the peak financial output of the Spanish Empire. Even with all the gold and silver flowing in from the Americas on those famous treasure fleets, the combined royal revenues of Spain were often less than a third of this Song figure.
So this is why we can confidently say the Song dynasty wasn't just rich for its time. It was unequivocally a global financial superpower.
Absolutely. They had solved the age-old problem of how to fund a massive imperial state in a way no one else on Earth had yet matched. They had the money, they had the credit, and they had the system.
And now the story takes its tragic turn because the very success of this commercial tax system, the thing that sustained the Song against incredible external pressure for centuries, it ultimately created a fatal dependency that led to its internal collapse.
Military defeat was just the final consequence. The fiscal system had already failed from within.
And the collapse of that system, the thing that was supposed to save them, shockingly, traces right back to the commercial tax itself. Why? I mean, if they were so financially advanced, why couldn't they just innovate their way past this? Couldn't technology have saved them?
And that is the absolute core tragedy of the Song dynasty. We have to remember the economic and the technological limitations of the era. No matter how advanced the Song's commerce was, with their paper money and bills of exchange and sophisticated trade routes, it was still fundamentally an agricultural society. It was pre-industrial revolution.
So the quantity of goods available for profitable trade and therefore available for taxation was ultimately finite.
It was finite. You're running a Formula One engine in a world that was built for ox carts. The speed of the engine is limited by the quality of the fuel and the road surface.
So the entire commercial tax system relied on one thing: merchants making a profit. When economic activity shrunk because of war or external blockades or internal distress,
The tax revenue shrunk immediately and steeply. The system simply hit its natural ceiling. They couldn't magically generate more silk or more salt than the available labor and resources allowed for.
and history confirms this hard limit, doesn't it?
It does. Despite repeated efforts by reforming officials to increase tax rates or find new items to tax, the actual revenue just stopped growing robustly after the Mid-Song Dynasty period. It plateaued.
And by the late Southern Song, especially after losing all that territory to the Jurchen, many of the geographically specific revenue streams must have dried up.
They did. The lucrative salt profit was virtually the only reliable monopoly income they had left. The others were drying up or just becoming too difficult and too expensive to enforce. The commercial tax had reached its practical limit of extraction. It was enough for maintenance, but it wasn't enough for the growth they needed to fund those three ever-expanding burdens.
So when the commercial tax plateaued and it couldn't meet the ever-increasing demands of the army, the officials, and the welfare system, the state was forced to revert to the only other reliable asset it had.
The land. They fell right back into the old trap.
This is the dependency trap. The wealth they generated led to military and welfare commitments that only more wealth could sustain. And when the commercial growth stopped, the commitments were still there.
So they had to start adding heavy surcharges to the land tax. These taxes often went by these, euphemistic names, but they were essentially just additional levies on the farmers.
And this pressure must have been particularly intense in the Southern Song. Their territory was shrinking dramatically, but their need for military funds to fight the Jurchen and later the Mongols was mounting exponentially.
Yes, the central government became desperate for funds, and so they pushed that increasing financial burden and the responsibility for collection down onto local officials. And those local officials, knowing the central government wouldn't object as long as the cash kept flowing.
They squeezed the very people who were supposed to be the bedrock of the empire, the peasants.
The peasantry was absolutely crushed under the weight of exorbitant miscellaneous taxes. Petty fees, regional levies, surcharges piled on top of their original, already high land tax burden.
And this internal squeeze, combined with the inevitable destructive corruption at the local level,
where officials used the system's desperation to enrich themselves. It made the rural populace destitute. The empire, in its desperate Faustian quest for revenue, was actively destroying its own foundational stability.
It was the ultimate Faustian bargain. The immense commercial wealth bought them immediate survival against powerful external enemies for 3 centuries.
But the heavy taxation required to generate that wealth ultimately crushed the very people who sustained it. It caused the internal collapse that made them so susceptible to the final Mongol conquest.
The Great Song Empire rose by the commercial tax.
And it tragically fell by the commercial tax. Its own financial genius was the source of its ruin.
So to recap this central tragedy, the Song dynasty successfully implemented the most progressive, the most financially brilliant fiscal strategy in imperial history. They created unprecedented national wealth, and they sustained themselves against overwhelming geopolitical odds, becoming the financial superpower of their age.
But because they were entirely dependent on a single, albeit highly developed, but ultimately finite revenue source, pre-industrial commerce, when that system hit its natural economic limit, the state was trapped. It was forced to devour its own agricultural base, which led to widespread misery and the collapse of internal stability.
The lesson for us today is pretty striking, and it feels highly relevant. I mean, think about any modern nation that relies entirely or even just heavily on a single revenue source. For a single export commodity, be it oil, the specific technology sector, or a highly centralized tax structure.
When global demand shifts, or when that resource hits its natural economic or technological limit, just as the song's pre-industrial commercial revenue eventually did, the foundation gives way. The government, unable to meet its vast obligations for military welfare bureaucracy, it has to find increasingly desperate, self-destructive ways to fill that resulting hole.
Even the best, most progressive economic strategy, if it's fundamentally unmatched by the geopolitical environment and the technological ceiling of its time, it just can't guarantee long-term stability. The Song dynasty's genius for finance was simply born a few centuries too soon.
Which leaves us with this provocative closing question. What modern nation today, despite its apparent wealth, relies so heavily on one primary fiscal engine, be it a resource, a sector, or even a tax structure built on the specific economic model, that its long-term stability is secretly compromised? What is our era's commercial tax trap? Every government, really since the dawn of civilization, has had to face this one, just, unavoidable truth. You need money to rule, and that money, it has to come from somewhere.
And that somewhere is always ultimately the people. It's the ultimate political tightrope walk.
Totally.
You have to fund the army, you have to build roads, maintain order, But if you push people too far on taxes, you get a revolt.
Right.
There's that brutal quote from the French finance minister, Jean-Baptiste Colbert. He said, "The art of taxation consists in so plucking the goose as to obtain the largest possible amount of feathers with the smallest possible amount of hissing."
I love that quote. It's so visceral. It just perfectly captures the brutal necessity of it, but also the huge political risk.
Yeah.
But here's the paradox we're diving into today. Just imagine trying to do that silent plucking in a massive pre-modern agrarian empire.
1,000 years ago.
1,000 years ago, and oh, by the way, you're facing a bankruptcy crisis.
It sounds completely impossible. I mean, most imperial history is just a story of static extraction.
What do you mean by that?
Just reaching deeper and deeper into the same pockets. But during the Northern Song dynasty in 11th century China, this one figure emerges who just rejects that entire idea. The reformer, Wang Anshi.
Wang Anshi. And he comes forward with a promise that must have sounded like pure fantasy to the court at the time.
Absolutely.
And honestly, it still sounds pretty revolutionary today. He claimed he could fix the state's massive deficit without raising a single tax rate on the common person.
His central promise was so simple, but just so audacious. The people are not taxed more, yet the state's revenue is abundant.
It sounds like a magic trick.
It does. And he wasn't talking about, little cuts here and there. He was proposing a fundamental, radical overhaul of the entire system. The goal was to make the whole economy bigger.
And his mission statement was just crystal clear, right?
A rich country and a strong army. The Song dynasty, it was a cultural powerhouse, but militarily, financially, it was bleeding out. Wang Anji saw that without a healthy economy, the whole empire was just doomed.
Okay, so here's the core tension we're getting into. Most historians, they agree, right? Wang Anshi's reform was an institutional failure, a disaster in how it was carried out.
A complete disaster. But to just stop there is to miss the entire point.
Right.
We have to look past the failure to see the sheer stunning significance of the ideas he was trying to put into place.
And that's our mission for this deep dive. We're moving beyond that simple historical verdict of, success or failure. We want to understand how this radical, almost futuristic attempt at financial surgery was even conceived in the first place. This wasn't just reform. It was like an ultra-modern blueprint dropped into a medieval world.
Okay, so let's unpack his central innovation. It all comes down to 4 words. Dongtai Shengsai?
Dynamic wealth generation.
Dynamic wealth generation.
That sounds like a slogan from a Silicon Valley startup, not an 11th century ministry. What was the old way of thinking he was fighting against?
The old way was what we'd call static extraction. So think about that goose again, the tax base. In an agrarian economy, the pool of wealth is pretty much fixed from year to year, right? If your total harvest is, say, 1,000 bushels of grain and the state needs more money.
The only thing you can do is take a bigger percentage.
Exactly. You just raise the tax rate from 10% to 15%. You're just extracting a larger piece from a static, unchanging pool.
Which, going back to the quote, causes a lot more hissing.
A lot more. It breeds resentment. It encourages officials to get corrupt. And a lot of the time, it just crashes the very economy you're trying to tax. It's a zero-sum game.
So Wang Anshi just flipped that whole idea on its head.
Completely. He didn't want to just extract more from the existing pie. He wanted the state to actively step in to generate new economic value.
So he wanted to use the government's power to actually grow the total size of the economy. That way the state's slice, even at the same percentage, would just be bigger in absolute terms.
That's it, precisely. His goal was to create entirely new streams of revenue without putting a heavier relative burden on the people. And this is why his whole system looks so modern. Well, if you look at his policies through the lens of modern finance, he basically pioneered 4 different ways of generating wealth dynamically that are, well, they're staples of state policy today.
It's like finding a 21st century economics textbook in an 11th century library.
It really is.
Okay, let's break these down. Let's start with the most foundational one. Pathway number 1, developing production.
This one sounds intuitive now, but for a state that usually only focused on collecting taxes, it was revolutionary. The concept is simple. Infrastructure investment.
You build productive things, you grow the economy.
Right. And his big law for this was the agricultural water conservation law, the Nankai and Shuli Fa.
And this wasn't just, encouraging farmers to dig a few wells. This was a massive, state-led, nationally coordinated project.
Absolutely. The law was about the state pouring money into building and maintaining irrigation, canals, flood control systems, but also promoting new farming tech.
And it wasn't a charity project.
Not at all. The funding mechanism was key. Local communities had to repay the government's investment over time through their taxes, but, and this is the genius part, it was based on the increased output that the new irrigation provided.
So the state is acting like a venture capitalist.
Exactly.
It fronts the huge initial cost, and then it gets a share of the returns created by that new infrastructure.
Yeah.
That is pure dynamic wealth generation.
It is. And the scale of this thinking is just, it's huge. Think about President Franklin Roosevelt's New Deal.
Okay.
Specifically, think about the Tennessee Valley Authority, the TVA.
Right. The massive dam projects.
The TVA built those huge dams and completely transformed a whole region of the country that was economically depressed.
It solved the constant flooding. It provided cheap electricity. It boosted farm output across, like 7 states?
Yes. That wasn't static extraction. That was government-driven, long-term economic growth.
And that's what Wang Anqi was trying to do.
It's exactly what he was trying to do. He saw that state spending, if you target it strategically at things that boost productivity, like water control, it becomes an engine for economic growth. The state profits from a bigger, healthier tax base, and the people profit from bigger harvests and more stability.
It's just stunning to think that an 11th century statesman was already seeing infrastructure spending as a key to long-term fiscal health. But that's just one piece. How do you make the existing systems, labor and commerce, more efficient?
That brings us right to pathway 2, optimizing transactions.
Boy.
This is all about efficiency and a principle we now call comparative advantage. Wang Anqi realized that these rigid, one-size-fits-all government rules were just wasting enormous economic potential.
So he wanted to replace them with, market-based ideas.
Early market mechanisms, exactly.
And the 2 big laws here were the service exemption law, the Miani Fei, and the horse breeding law, the Bama Fei.
Yeah.
Okay, let's start with the Miani Fei, the service exemption law. So traditionally, every man had to do mandatory labor for the state, corvée labor.
And that system was an absolute disaster for the economy.
How so?
Well, imagine you're a highly skilled silk weaver or a really productive farmer. Suddenly, you're pulled away from your work for 3 months to go haul rocks for a new government building.
It's incredibly disruptive.
You lose 3 months of your most productive work, and the government gets, slow, unhappy, unmotivated labor. Everybody loses.
So what did his law do?
The service exemption law let people pay a fee, it was calculated based on their wealth, to get out of doing this mandatory service. The government then took all that money it collected
And hired professionals?
then hired professional full-time laborers to do the public work.
That's just genius in its simplicity.
It is.
The farmer, who's better at farming, stays on the farm and makes the most money he can. The laborer, who's better at building things, gets a professional wage for doing the work well.
And the state gets more tax revenue from the productive farmer and better, faster public works. It's a win-win-win. It's a profound attempt to bring market outsourcing into government.
Right. It shifted the whole cost of public works from this, destructive labor tax to a rational cash transaction. It freed everyone up to focus on what they do best.
It's treating labor not as an obligation, but as a resource that you have to allocate efficiently.
Okay, so did that same idea of comparative advantage apply to the horse breeding law?
Absolutely. The old imperial system, it meant the government had to run these huge, expensive bureaucratic pastures to raise horses for the military.
And I'm guessing that didn't work very well.
It was notoriously corrupt, incredibly expensive, and it produced terrible horses. Just awful.
Which is a huge problem since horses were critical for the Song military.
So Wang Anqi basically said, why are we, the government, so bad at this business? Instead of running these failing government pastures, the state started to subsidize private citizens in the border regions to raise the horses instead.
So outsourcing again?
The state still technically owned the horse, but the citizen was paid to raise it and train it.
You're giving the job to the experts.
Yeah.
I mean, the private citizens were better equipped, they were more motivated, they lived right there by the grazing lands.
Right, and the state gets to slash its administrative costs and gets better military horses in the end. It's just pure economic optimization.
So pathway 2 is all about swapping out these clunky administrative commands for kind of calculated cash incentives.
Using the market. It's a clear statement that the government's job is to regulate and incentivize, not necessarily to do every single task itself.
This is starting to sound less like an old agrarian empire and more like, a proto-mercantile state.
It is.
Which brings us to pathway 3, which sounds like the riskiest one of all for a government 1,000 years ago. Capital recycling and credit.
This is where Wang Anshi was his most radical and also his most controversial.
We're talking about the Green Sprouts Law, the Qing Miao Fa, and the Market Exchange Law, the Shi Fa.
Right. And here, the state is acting explicitly as a financial player, a liquidity provider.
The Green Sprouts Law is the one everyone talks about, right?
Yeah.
It's maybe the most contested of all his policies. It was designed to tackle rural poverty and usury.
Yes, exactly. So farmers always faced what they called the spring famine.
Okay, what's that?
It's that awful time of year when last year's crops have run out, but the new harvest isn't ready yet.
So they have no food and no money.
Right. They needed money just to survive and to buy seeds to plant for the next season, so they were forced to go to private loan sharks.
Who charged insane interest rates, I assume.
Ruinous rates. 50%, 100%, sometimes even more. This cycle of debt just kept the rural population completely impoverished, which of course was terrible for the state's long-term tax base.
And meanwhile, the state has all this grain and money just sitting in its warehouses and treasury.
Exactly. Idle capital producing zero value. So the Green Sprouts Law mobilized that idle capital.
Yeah.
The government would lend grain or money to farmers during that critical spring period at an interest rate of around 20% per year.
Which was way lower than the loan sharks.
Much, much lower. And the loan was just paid back after the harvest came in.
So this is working on a few different levels here. First, it's a social safety net, right? It stops families from falling into ruin. Second, it stabilizes the whole agricultural system by making sure planting actually happens. And third, the 20% interest actually makes a profit for the state.
On capital that was otherwise just sitting there doing nothing. We would recognize this today immediately. It's a form of microfinance.
Or like an agricultural development bank.
Exactly. It's a strategic government intervention designed to stabilize society, fight predatory lending, and make money all at the same time. It treats the government's treasury like a working bank, not a dusty old vault.
That is just a staggering conceptual leap for the 11th century. But he didn't start at farming, right? This idea of the state as a financial player extended to commerce with the Market Exchange Law.
The Shi Fa.
Yeah.
This law dealt with the price volatility and inefficiencies in the commercial markets. Merchants often had huge inventory problems.
Like having too much stock and prices would crash.
Right. Or needing a quick bit of cash to expand their business. So the government set up these special bureaus. They would either provide low-interest loans to merchants or, and this is the critical part, the government itself would act as a massive wholesaler and a stabilization fund.
A stabilization fund? What do you mean?
So let's say there was a sudden glut of silk on the market and prices were about to collapse. The government firms would step in and buy up the excess silk at a fair price.
So the state becomes the buyer of last resort.
Yes, they'd store the goods, wait for the market price to recover, and then resell it. This prevented commercial crises, it managed price swings, it stabilized the supply chain.
And again, it generated a profit for the state on its circulating money.
This is so far beyond simple market regulation. Wang Anshi was positioning the state as an active financial agent, manipulating prices, managing inventory risk, providing credit. He believed that the velocity of money, the speed at which it circulated through lending and trading, that was just as vital a source of national wealth as growing rice.
This is the definitive break with that traditional, agrarian mindset.
It is. He wasn't just interested in the physical harvest from a field. He was obsessed with the flow and the management of commercial capital.
Okay, so we have infrastructure, efficiency, and credit. That just leaves the last one, pathway 4, strengthening management.
Or, basic administrative competence. Because you can have the best laws in the world, but if you don't actually know who owns what, the whole system just falls apart.
This is the administrative cleanup.
And it was embodied by the Square Fields and Equal Tax Law, the Fangtian Shui Fa. It's maybe the least dramatic of the reforms, but it was arguably the most essential foundation for everything else.
So what did it actually do?
It was essentially a national land audit combined with a tax reform. Square Fields meant they went out and precisely surveyed and measured every single piece of farmable land in the empire.
An equal tax.
Meant using those precise measurements to base taxes strictly on the actual size and the fertility of the land.
And why was that so revolutionary? Because in any pre-modern empire, the rich and powerful always find ways to cheat the system.
Always. Large, powerful landowners would consistently hide parts of their land from the official records. Or they'd claim their best land was actually poor quality, and they'd evade huge amounts of tax.
Which means the actual tax burden falls much more heavily on the small, powerless farmers who can't hide anything.
Precisely. So this law was a direct frontal assault on elite tax evasion. It promised not just more money for the state, but more fairness for everyone else.
It's classic administrative efficiency. You have to have accurate data. If you don't know who owns what, where it is, your tax base is a mess, and your whole system is unfair and inefficient.
This was designed to fix the foundational data layer of the entire empire.
So if we pull it all together, we have this incredible system built on 4 pillars: infrastructure, comparative advantage, state credit, and tax audits. It's just hard to overstate how revolutionary this all was.
It's not just a small change. It represents a fundamentally different way of looking at the state and the economy. If you look at typical imperial reforms throughout history, in Rome, in medieval Europe, the toolkit was usually very small.
Right. Cut spending, maybe redistribute some land.
Or tighten the state's grip on monopolies like salt and iron. Wang Anshi, he focused on commercial exchange, on capital flow, on investment. He broke the ultimate conservative rule of imperial finance, living within one's means.
That's the core intellectual break, isn't it?
It is. The traditional wisdom was that you measure expenditure by revenue. You cut your spending to match your income. Wang Anshi said, no, we will increase strategic spending in order to grow future income.
It's an aggressive, almost Keynesian fiscal policy.
He was an early advocate of mercantilism, the idea that trade and capital generate national wealth in a society that was fanatically devoted to revering agriculture and suppressing commerce. He was this lone visionary island in a vast sea of agrarian conservatism.
This focus on commercial activity and managing capital as the main jobs of the state, it just made his reforms totally unique.
For any pre-modern land empire, yes.
But, and this is the huge question, if the design was so ingenious, so advanced, and it seemed so complete, covering everything from infrastructure to tax audits, why do we always call the Wang Anshi reform a failure?
Well, we have to start by acknowledging the paradox. If the only goal was to solve the immediate financial crisis, he actually succeeded. Wildly.
On paper, the results were good.
They were stunning. The revenue increase was massive.
How massive?
During the period under Emperor Song Shenzong, state revenue went up by over 63% compared to before the reforms.
63%.
That is a jaw-dropping, immediate financial turnaround. The government coffers were full. The state was solvent.
So the dynamic design did work. It generated the wealth. But the execution, the delivery mechanism, that's where the collision happened.
That is the absolute tragedy of it all. Wang Anshi came up with this brilliant dynamic financial model, but he had to implement it using a static, rigid, and ultimately exploitative imperial bureaucracy.
The system itself just didn't have the scaffolding to support that kind of modern complexity.
It didn't. And the Green Sprouts Law is the perfect example of this collision between his beautiful intent and the ugly reality.
Right. It was designed to be like microfinance, to offer low-interest relief to the poor.
But what actually happened was horrifying. The local officials, they were under immense pressure from the central government to meet those impressive new revenue targets.
Oh.
So they didn't act like bankers, assessing risk or helping people in need. They acted like tax collectors.
You mean they forced the loans on people?
Absolutely. They forcibly handed out money and grain to farmers, whether they needed it or not, whether they wanted it or not, just to inflate their local revenue numbers and hit their interest collection target.
Oh, that's awful.
And then, when it was time to pay it back, the officials used the full coercive power of the imperial state, including violence, to get that principal and interest back.
So a law that was meant to fight loan sharks. It essentially turned the government into the biggest, most violent loan shark in the entire country.
It became pure administrative robbery. The financial sophistication of the idea was completely destroyed by the institutional inability to execute it. The officials couldn't run a complex credit scheme because the only tool they knew how to use was force.
And the infrastructure law, the one that was supposed to boost production.
That fell victim to just systemic fraud and incompetence. Officials would report that they had spent huge sums of money and used tons of labor.
But the projects were shoddily done or the money was stolen.
Exactly. You had embezzlement, you had incompetently managed projects. It led to wasted money and wasted lives instead of economic growth. The incentive was to report success, not to actually achieve it.
It just proves that a genius idea is worthless if the system you have in place can't execute it with any integrity. So we need to break down the root causes here. The imperial system had, 3 fundamental flaws that made this whole thing impossible?
Let's start with the deepest one, the bedrock flaw. Defect 1. The lack of a property basis.
Okay, what does that mean?
Modern financial systems, especially anything involving credit, they rely on the absolute legal protection of private property rights.
Right. If I lend you money, I need to know that my claim to repayment is protected by law and that there are independent courts to enforce our contract.
Correct. But in the Song Dynasty's imperial system, the emperor was, in theory, the ultimate owner of all land, all wealth. Property rights were conditional, they weren't absolute. And, just as important, there were no independent professional market organizations. No chartered banks, no professional risk assessors, no independent legal bodies.
So when the government tried to act like a development bank with the Green Sprouts law,
The whole mechanism just degenerated. Modern lending is based on professional risk assessment and contract law. But when the rule of law is weak and independent institutions don't exist, the state's power to lend, which is backed by its army, it just collapses into coercion and seizure.
so the financial innovation was dropped into a system that didn't have the necessary institutional innovation to support it.
They had the blueprint for a modern financial market, but there was no legal bedrock for it to stand on. Wang Anshi's design needed an environment like what you saw later in Renaissance Europe, a growing respect for private property, independent merchant guilds. Without that, state finance is just state plunder.
That's a huge structural weakness, and it leads right into the second big problem, right? Defect 2, overburdening state functions.
This one is all about administrative capacity. I mean, think about what Wang Anshi was asking the Song government to be.
Everything.
A central bank, an infrastructure developer like the TVA, a national wholesaler, a credit regulator, and a tax auditor, all at once.
It's an impossible jump. You're asking this traditional agrarian government, which was only really designed to collect taxes, keep the peace, and fight wars, to suddenly become a sophisticated, modern developmental state.
The transition was impossible. The traditional empire had administrative and military capabilities, but it had none of the specialized professional knowledge you need to manage complex economic development or financial markets. They didn't have trained accountants or project managers or financial analysts.
You're asking a system that was designed to measure rice fields to suddenly start managing market stabilization and interest rates. The bureaucracy just buckled under the complexity.
It did, and this functional overload meant the whole system failed to do any of these new jobs well.
Which brings us to the third and maybe most critical defect. Defect 3, limitations of bureaucratic selection. The human capital problem.
This is it. Wang Anshi's plans needed technocrats. He needed officials who were trained in finance, in project management, and economic analysis to actually run these incredibly complex and nuanced schemes.
But who were the officials in the Song dynasty? They were the Shi de Fu, the scholar officials.
Selected through the imperial examination system. They were experts in Confucian classics, in poetry, in maintaining social harmony.
Their entire education was basically the opposite of financial management. The Confucian ethic actively looked down on commerce and making a profit.
Their training was all about being moral exemplars, not about calculating interest rates or managing inventory risk.
It's the ultimate skills mismatch. You are asking a group of classical scholars to run a modern, multi-billion-dollar investment bank.
The analogy is perfect. It's like asking a medieval church clergyman to run a modern hedge fund. The expertise just wasn't there. And because the officials didn't have the professional competence to manage these complex financial tools responsibly, they just fell back on the only tools they knew.
Administrative orders and coercive force.
So instead of carrying out these dynamic, nuanced policies, they just simplified them into crude, exploitative commands. The Green Sprouts Law became forced debt collection. The Water Conservation Law became a way to commit fraud.
So the whole system was designed to produce philosopher kings, not financial engineers.
Exactly. Wang Anshi needed them to have both the moral desire to help the people and the technical skill to manage complex finance. But the system only provided the former, and let's be honest, often not even that.
So, to sum it all up, Wang Anshi's incredibly dynamic vision just crashed violently against this static, triple defective reality. No property rights for finance, an overburdened administration, and a pool of human talent that was totally unprepared for the job.
His ideas were 1,000 years ahead of the institutional and human foundation needed to support them. It was a spectacular collision, and its fate was sealed from the start.
And what was the immediate result of that collision?
The failure was swift. Wang Anshi resigned as prime minister in 1076. His lifelong political enemy, Sima Guang, a staunch conservative, took power and immediately started abolishing almost every single one of the reforms.
The whole experiment was just dismantled.
Almost as fast as had been built.
And yet, history has never been able to forget this attempt. Historians just keep looking back at this spectacular failure with this profound sense of regret. Why does this event cast such a long shadow?
There are really two main reasons for that regret, and they're interlocked. The first one is tied to just how modern his methods were. Because he was using commercial and financial tools, things that foreshadow microfinance and Keynesian economics, the failure is often seen as China missing this critical opportunity.
A chance for an internal organic modernization.
Yes. It's this feeling that China had a real chance 1,000 years ago to pivot towards a more commercial, dynamic state, and it tragically missed that path.
And the second reason for the regret.
It's more philosophical. It's about this broader conflict within ancient Chinese governance. Wang Anshi represented this minority mercantilist idea, the belief that trade, lending, and the circulation of capital were the true paths to national strength.
And that commercial idea was always fighting against the crushing weight of the orthodox agrarian mindset.
Exactly. The dominant ideology of revering agriculture and suppressing commerce was basically immovable. Reformers like Wang Anshi, or even earlier figures like Shang Yang, who argued for state-driven economic dynamism, they were repeatedly crushed by the conservative land-based power structure. The regret is that these commercial and financial engines were just constantly being stifled.
It's the lament that the tools for progress were there, but the ideological and institutional ability to use them just wasn't.
Which brings us right back to the central paradox. You have this era-defining idea that solves an immediate crisis, generates stunning revenue, and contains the blueprint for modern state finance. But because the underlying system, the bureaucracy, the laws, the education couldn't support it, it led to absolute disaster.
So if an idea is 1,000 years ahead of its time, but the institutional foundation you need to execute it safely just doesn't exist, is that idea still valuable? Or is genius completely meaningless without the necessary groundwork to build upon? That is the question Wang Anshi leaves ringing through history.
Imagine this. The year is 1141 AD. You've got General Yu Fei. He's the pride of the Southern Sung dynasty, and he is absolutely triumphant.
He's on a roll. His army has just smashed the Juntian invaders. He's right on the verge of taking back the lost northern capital.
This guy is a legend. I mean, literally a legend etched into his skin. His back has that famous tattoo, serve the country with utmost loyalty.
He's just unstoppable on the battlefield.
But then the unthinkable happens. It's not an ambush. It's not some surprise counterattack.
No, it's an order from his own emperor.
And it's not just one order. In quick succession, 12 gold plaques arrive. Just simple gold plaques.
And every single one carries the exact same command repeated 12 times, just to make sure the message is crystal clear.
The message being,
recall your troops. It's crushing, utterly final.
And we all know how the story ends. It's heartbreaking. Yu Fei, this absolute symbol of loyalty, he obeys, he goes back to the capital.
And he's immediately stripped of his power and then, ultimately executed.
For centuries, everyone has focused on his obedience, this tragic, pure obedience. Why did he do it? Why didn't this unbelievably powerful, successful general just say no?
And that's the romantic view, right? We see it as this individual tragedy, a personal betrayal between a general and his emperor. But that's the storybook version.
So what's the real story?
Today, we're going past the man, past the tragedy, and we're digging into the deep, unforgiving structure of the empire itself. We're going to analyze the fiscal history.
The money.
The money. Specifically, the military spending system that created this inescapable economic trap.
This is the deep dive into the unsolvable riddle of empire military finance. And our mission today is to really understand why a general who commanded a victorious army that adored him was actually, in reality, financially chained to the capital.
And how that whole system forced the empire, time and time again, to choose political security over actual battlefield effectiveness.
It's the ultimate trade-off, isn't it? The emperor's control versus the general's ability to win a war.
That's it in a nutshell.
Okay, let's unpack this. Because Yu Fei's story, it feels like the perfect key to unlocking this massive 2,000-year-old economic problem.
To really get why Yu Fei was so paralyzed fiscally, you have to look at what came right before the Sung dynasty. I mean, they didn't just pop up out of nowhere.
Right, they were a reaction to something.
A huge reaction. They came out of the absolute chaos of the late Tang dynasty, and then that whole 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms period that followed.
And that era was all about warlordism, right? The Fan Zhen Guoju.
Exactly. The rule of regional military governors. It was just warlordism gone completely wild. You had these local commanders who held all the power.
They had the troops, they collected the taxes.
They often just declared themselves kings. It was this existential cancer that had basically destroyed the idea of a central government.
So the Sung founders look at all this history, this chaos.
And they come to a very simple conclusion. The biggest threat to our new empire isn't some foreign army. It's not the invaders.
It's our own generals.
It's the powerful general with too much local authority.
Yeah.
So the entire, and I mean the entire political engineering of the Sung dynasty was designed to do one thing.
Centralize.
Radically.
Oh.
An extreme form of centralization meant to just crush any chance of a warlord ever popping up again.
And their solution was to basically build weakness into the front lines. That's what's so wild. They created this whole system of checks and balances that was all about protecting the throne.
Even if it meant the army couldn't really fight effectively.
Yes, even at the cost of being able to project power.
And this whole philosophy is summed up perfectly in their famous 8-character rule.
What's that?
It's a principle of command separation. It translates to, troops do not know their generals, and generals do not know their troops.
Wow. Say that again?
Troops do not know their generals, and generals do not know their troops.
That's a blueprint for political security, not military victory. If you're constantly rotating the generals and you're constantly shuffling the units under their command,
no personal loyalty can ever form. The soldier isn't loyal to the guy standing next to him in battle. His salary, his loyalty, it's all owed to this distant, abstract idea of the emperor.
it's brilliant political defense in a way, but what does that actually mean on the battlefield?
It's a disaster. I mean, how are you supposed to win these complex campaigns against, say, the Juntian or the Khitan, these highly motivated specialized cavalry forces, when your general is constantly meeting his troops for the first time?
You can't. There's no unit cohesion, no trust, no time to specialize in certain tactics or get to know the terrain.
None of it. It's the ultimate paradox of trying to run a state like that. You sacrifice military punch for the guarantee of political stability.
They designed an army that was just strong enough to put down a small rebellion at home.
But structurally too weak to fight a real, determined enemy from the outside.
And that system works perfectly fine until a major external foe actually shows up at your door.
Which is exactly what happened. When the Juntian invaded and forced the Sung to abandon the entire north of China, to just flee south, that whole weak rotational system just collapsed overnight.
Because survival suddenly demanded something completely different.
An instantaneous change. Out of pure necessity, right there on the front lines, generals like Yu Fei had to completely break that 8-character rule.
They had to create these, what you called private armies.
They were the complete opposite of the Sung ideal. Combat effectiveness was the only thing that mattered. And to get that, you needed deep, personal, almost family-like relationships.
So the general wasn't just a commander anymore.
He was a benefactor, a provider, sometimes even a kind of surrogate father figure. The loyalty was intense, it was personal, and it was directed straight at the man leading them.
And the Yue family army, the one at the center of our story, that was the best example of this.
The absolute prime example. Highly motivated, incredibly well-trained, and most importantly, it was winning.
But once that peace treaty gets signed between the Sung and the Jin,
even though it was a terrible, humiliating peace treaty,
the emperor's priority just snaps right back.
Immediately. He looks at these victorious armies, these powerful forces loyal to one man, and he sees the exact same internal threat that his dynasty was founded to prevent. He'd sort of solved the external problem.
But in doing so, he'd resurrected the ghost of the warlord.
The integration crisis was totally unavoidable. He had to reorganize those armies, fold them back into the imperial guards. It was a move driven by pure, rational self-preservation.
Which brings us back to the big puzzle. Why did Yu Fei, this powerful general with this devoted army, just submit?
Because political power, and even military power, it always flows from the treasury. And the state, the emperor, held the ultimate choke point.
The money.
The centralized financial system.
This is the moment, right here. This is where the whole story pivots from a tragedy of loyalty to the cold, hard reality of economics. Let's get into the numbers.
The numbers are just staggering. They make any idea of defiance look, well, completely impossible. In the year 1137, the total central fiscal revenue for the entire southern Sung government was about 60 million guan.
And a guan is? like a unit of currency.
Is a unit of account, yeah. Think of it as a string of 1,000 copper coins. So 60 million of those for the whole empire. Now let's look at the cost of Yefei's army.
Just his army alone.
The military expenditure for the Yue family army was nearly 7 million guan.
Wait, 7 million out of a total of 60 million.
Yes.
You're telling me that one man's army was costing nearly 12% of the entire national budget?
That is the impossible proportional dependency. He couldn't sustain that army on his own. He couldn't just live off the land or tax the local area.
Not like the old warlords who control their own tax base.
Exactly. He was operating under a centralized revenue system. The money came from the capital. If he defied the emperor, the money would be cut off.
And his army would just dissolve.
Within months, maybe even weeks, financial collapse.
So the loyalty tattoo, the string of victories, the fact that his men would die for him, at the end of the day, none of it mattered against the numbers on a ledger.
Precisely.
Yeah.
Yufei's tragedy wasn't a failure of loyalty, it was a failure of the ledger. He was financially chained to the emperor. And that dynamic made any real effective military action impossible the second it conflicted with the political security of the throne.
And let's dig into that 60 million guan a bit more. Where was it even coming from? If we know that, we can see the pressure points.
Well, the Sung was more commercial than earlier dynasties, but the foundation was still, the land tax, the agricultural base. But a huge chunk of their money came from state monopolies.
Salt and iron.
Salt and iron, especially. And also, increasingly, from commercial taxes on the booming merchant class. They had a really dynamic economy in some ways.
So when Yufei's army is demanding 7 million guan, that money is being pulled directly from the taxes on farmers, the salt that everyone needs, the trade that keeps the cities alive.
Every single guan spent on his army was a guan that couldn't be spent on civilian functions. Or, more likely, it was a guan that had to be generated by some new crushing tax.
And the burden was even worse because, well, their territory had been cut in half, hadn't it? The southern Sioux?
Exactly. They lost the entire north, but they were still trying to pay for an army big enough for the whole empire. This meant massive, unbearable tax hikes on the people they still controlled.
The people must have been miserable.
They were impoverished, desperate for the war to just end, desperate for the endless spending to stop.
And that misery, that desperation, that gives the emperor all the political cover he needs.
It's the perfect cover. The officials in the court who were pushing for peace could frame it as a fiscal necessity. They could say, look, we have to dismantle Yefei's expensive army to give the people relief, even if it meant accepting a humiliating truce with the enemy.
The finance system didn't just constrain the general, it turned public opinion against him and sealed his fate.
Making peace, however bad that peace was, became the only financially viable option for the state.
What's fascinating here is that this whole dilemma for the Sung, this impossible choice between an expensive, effective army and a cheap, ineffective one, this wasn't some one-off mistake they made.
No, not at all. It was an inherent structural flaw baked into the DNA of the imperial system for, 2 millennia.
The Sung tragedy, then, it came from them choosing one particular model of military funding.
That's right. They used what's called the recruitment system, or Mu Bing Jie. This is the professional model.
Yeah.
You have full-time, salaried soldiers. They don't farm. Their only job is to be a soldier.
Which sounds great, but it means it's high cost. You have to pay for everything.
Everything. Wages, weapons, food, logistics, training, even pensions. It's a massive centralized financial burden.
And the empire was always tempted by the opposite model, wasn't it? The soldier-farmer unity system, the Bing Nung Hei Jie.
Right.
Which sounds on the surface fiscally amazing, like a military utopia. But what did that actually look like on the ground?
In that system, it was decentralized, a kind of militia. Citizens would be given a plot of land, they'd farm it for their own livelihood, and then they'd train as soldiers during the off-season.
And crucially, they had to provide their own gear.
Often, yes, or at least maintain it themselves. The state's financial burden was tiny in comparison.
So the treasury is only paying for, rations during an active war, maybe some small rewards.
Exactly. All the major costs are dispersed. They're outsourced directly onto the population itself.
You can draw a pretty clear modern parallel here, can't you?
Absolutely. The recruitment system is your professional force. Highly skilled, specialized, always ready. Think modern special forces or historically elite mercenaries.
And the soldier-farmer system is the cheap militia. Your National Guard, or maybe even going back to ancient Greek hoplites or medieval peasant levies, low skill, not always prepared.
And the Chinese empire was just perpetually trapped between these two choices. It was either a heavy, centralized treasury to support a strong army,
Or a light dispersed treasury that supported an army that was basically ineffective.
and that trap, that choice, it defined this agonizing cycle of military policy for dynasty after dynasty. They would just ping-pong back and forth between these two models, desperately trying to find a balance that just didn't exist.
You should trace that cycle, because it's in the failure of each system that you see the real structural flaws.
Let's do it. Start with the Han Dynasty, the first great unifying empire.
So where did they start?
They began with a soldier-farmer unity system, and it was fine, for consolidating power internally. But then you get Emperor Wu of Han.
And he wants to expand.
Massively. He's pushing west, fighting the Xiongnu, and suddenly you need sustained long-distance campaigns. You need specialization in cavalry, in logistics.
You can't just ask a farmer to drop his plow and march 1,000 miles into the desert for a 2-year campaign. That requires a professional.
It absolutely does. So the recruitment system becomes a necessity for expansion and for defending those new long frontiers. And Emperor Wu gets clever with the funding. He starts collecting commutation fees. Basically, citizens could pay a fee to get out of their soldier-farmer military duty.
Ah, so you monetize the obligation.
Exactly. And that revenue is then used to hire full-time professional soldiers. It's a smart fiscal move, but it's the first step towards centralizing that cost again.
Okay, so now fast forward a few centuries to the Sui and early Tang dynasties. They try to go back, right, to the cheaper model.
They do. They bring in something called the Fu-Bing-Je system. It was probably the most sophisticated version of the soldier-farmer unity idea ever developed.
How did it work?
It was based on military households maintaining their own land holdings. That land generated local revenue and guaranteed that the soldiers could support themselves. And this system, for a while, it worked brilliantly. It fueled the early Tang's massive expansion without bankrupting the central government.
But if it was so great, why did it fail by the mid-Tang? This is where the social reality starts to chip away at the economic theory.
There were a few key pressures. First, the land base itself just eroded. As the empire got richer, powerful aristocratic families started annexing land, buying it up, sometimes illegally.
Meaning fewer soldiers actually owned the land they needed to support themselves.
Exactly. Second, the military reality changed. Soldiers were needed to garrison distant frontiers for years at a time. It became impossible for them to go home and farm.
So the soldier is now permanently separated from his farm, which means he needs a salary.
He needs to be paid from the center. The whole economic basis of the system just collapses. And third, you just had endemic corruption in local training. Commanders fake the records, cut corners.
So when a real crisis hits...
Like the Anlushan rebellion in the mid-Tang, the Fu-Bing-Je system just failed catastrophically. It was a paper tiger.
Yeah.
And the dynasty was forced to rely almost entirely on mercenaries and professional units.
A full-blown reversion back to the expensive recruitment system.
The lesson was just brutal and clear. If you want an effective army, you need professionals. And if you have professionals, you have to centralize the cost, which leads you straight back to the financial black hole that the Sui fell into.
And the cycle just keeps going. The Ming Dynasty comes along, and they try again, don't they? They try to restore a cheaper system.
One more time. They create the Wei-So system, or the military household system, the Junhu-Je.
What was the idea there?
They designated entire families in perpetuity as military households. They were tied to specific land grants and garrisons. A soldier was born into his duty. He inherited the land, but also the obligation to train and supply himself.
It was designed to be permanent and critically zero cost to the central government.
But the exact same thing happens. Land annexation runs rampant. The powerful local gentry and officials start illegally seizing the best land allocated to these military families.
Leaving the soldier's family with barren land or no land at all.
They can't feed themselves, let alone afford the weapons and training to be an effective soldier. The result?
Mass desertion.
Huge desertions. By the middle of the Ming Dynasty, they had to start hiring new professional troops just to fill the empty slots.
Yeah.
The government was suddenly paying salaries for troops that were supposed to be free.
So they're forced back again into the crushing debt of the recruitment system.
Which then carries right over into the final dynasty, the Qing.
Here's where it gets really interesting. This whole historical cycle, this back and forth, it shows that even though the soldier-farmer system was always what the treasury wanted,
the realities of external threats and internal social decay meant that the expensive professional recruitment system always won out in the end. The market, if you will, demanded professional soldiers, even if the state couldn't really afford to pay for them.
It was always a choice between a heavy treasury supporting an army that could actually win,
Or a light treasury supporting an army that was structurally designed to fail. And over, that high-cost choice proved fatal to the state's solvency.
and we haven't even touched on the logistics, which must have been a nightmare for the recruiting system.
A completely different world. The professional system demanded this huge, complex bureaucracy of supply chain managers, massive centralized granaries, and the infrastructure to mint and distribute coins for wages.
Whereas the soldier-farmer system just outsourced all of that. All that logistical complexity was pushed down to the individual farmer.
When you centralize logistics for an army of, say, 500,000 men, the bureaucratic overhead becomes a massive cost in and of itself. A cost the system just couldn't escape if it wanted any semblance of professionalism.
So that decision to go with the professional model, to prioritize effectiveness over cost, it wasn't just a small budget issue. It was a structural collapse waiting to happen.
Especially in the Sum era. We talked about Yufei's army taking up 12% of the budget, but what was the overall military cost for the state?
This is the truly shocking figure. During the Sung dynasties, military spending frequently accounted for, what was it, over 80%?
Over 80% of total fiscal expenditure.
That number it's almost impossible to get your head around.
80%. Just try to imagine a modern corporation dedicating 80% of its entire budget to its security department. There's nothing left for R&D, for operations, for marketing, for basic maintenance.
And this brings us to a really important economic idea, the crowding out effect.
Exactly. Can you explain that for everyone?
It's when one single colossal expenditure soaks up virtually all the available resources in a system. It starves every other essential function of the state.
And in this case, that colossal military spending meant there was zero or close to zero state investment in any other public, social, or economic function.
We're talking about the absolute basics of running a country. Things like road construction, canal maintenance, flood control.
State schools, social welfare, promoting trade. All of it gone.
If we connect this to the bigger picture, the state's inability to invest in public works is just choking the empire's economic engine.
Absolutely. The rivers aren't dredged, which leads to devastating floods that wipe out farmland for a generation.
The roads and canals fall apart, which makes trade incredibly expensive and slows down all economic growth.
The empire was literally cannibalizing its own long-term health, starving the civilian sector, just to pay for short-term, expensive military security.
Which creates this vicious cycle of low growth and high debt.
And what happens when you have an unexpected cost? A war indemnity you have to pay, or a surprise campaign you have to launch.
If you're already spending 80% of your money, what desperate moves are you left with?
The state have to turn to these inherently destructive short-term fixes. They start levying crushing surtaxes. During the decline of the Ming dynasty, for example, they brought in the Liaoxi troop surtax,
Which was what?
an emergency military tax that fell on already impoverished farmers, all to fund a border defense thousands of miles away that they would never see.
And that surtax specifically becomes a major cause of the internal rebellions that eventually brought the dynasty down.
It's a self-fulfilling prophecy of instability. And they had other desperate measures, too. They started selling official government posts and noble titles,
Basically monetizing access to political power.
which completely destabilizes the bureaucracy. Or they just print money.
Currency devaluation. The Sung were famous for this, weren't they? They invented some of the earliest forms of paper money, the jiaozi.
They did. And the government repeatedly printed massive amounts of it to cover military shortfalls, which led to, predictable hyperinflation.
These are all the classic signs of a state on the absolute brink, just sacrificing any hope of future stability for immediate cash.
And this high-cost system, over time, it fundamentally warped the entire purpose of the military. The original mandate for an empire's army is what?
External defense. Expanding your territory? Protecting the borders?
Right. But when the treasury is always empty and the people are miserable from all the taxes, that mandate begins to shift.
By the late Ming, and especially in the Qing dynasty, the primary job of the army wasn't defending the frontier anymore.
It was almost exclusively about suppressing internal rebellions.
And that is the ultimate tragic paradox.
Right.
That's the breaking point for legitimacy, isn't it? The people are paying that staggering 80% tax bill to fund an army whose main job is to repress them.
When the military's function shifts from external defense to internal repression, the whole social contract just collapses. The massive military budget is no longer seen as a public investment in security.
It's just a tool of dynastic violence.
And this complete failure becomes undeniable in the last century of the Qing dynasty. You see this high-cost military machine failing on both fronts simultaneously.
Repeated humiliating defeats against Western powers, that's the external failure.
And at the exact same time, the failure to suppress internal threats like the massive, incredibly costly Taiping Heavenly Kingdom Rebellion.
It's the worst of both worlds. High cost, low efficiency. It's the total structural bankruptcy of the entire military fiscal system.
And we have to come back to the core flaw of that recruitment system they were all stuck with. At its heart, it was basically a mercenary system.
The soldiers were fighting for the salary, for the pay packet, not out of loyalty to some shared idea of a nation.
Exactly. And that explains why the financial burden just kept growing and growing, while the actual combat effectiveness of the soldiers often got worse over time. You can pay mercenaries.
But you can't necessarily buy their patriotism. You can't buy their will to fight and die when things get really tough.
It created this terrible demand-supply imbalance. The state always needed more security, which drove up the cost of hiring soldiers, but it never received the genuine loyalty it needed for real, long-term stability.
You see that in Western history, too. The late Roman Empire, right? Increasingly reliant on expensive non-Roman mercenaries.
Who had absolutely no vested interest in the long-term survival of Rome. They just wanted their quarterly pay.
And that dependency is a huge part of what ushered in the collapse.
It's the exact same structural vulnerability. The empire could hire soldiers, but it could never buy their loyalty.
So the imperial system, for thousands of years, was just caught in this impossible loop. If you want an effective army, you need the high-cost, professional model.
Which then destroys your political legitimacy and causes internal collapse.
Which then forces you to revert to the low-cost, low-effectiveness militia model.
Which then guarantees you'll be destroyed by an external enemy. It was a truly unsolvable riddle, at least within that dynastic framework.
So how did modern states finally break the cycle? How did they solve this riddle that trapped every emperor from the Han to the Qing?
They found a third way, a model that completely changed the financial and psychological contract between the state and the soldier.
The citizen army system, conscription.
That is the critical shift. The citizen army is still supported by taxes, by participation, but its fundamental motivation isn't profit.
It's a sense of shared political responsibility. It's rooted in this idea of a general will, of a nation that belongs to everyone.
Think of the soldiers of the French Revolution. They weren't fighting and dying for the king's salary. They were fighting for this new, abstract concept of the homeland.
Or the American Continental Army. It was made up of citizens who believed, rightly or wrongly, that the state was acting in their direct interest.
And this system is only fiscally possible and politically stable if the state is seen to serve the public interest. A citizen is willing to pay taxes for and risk their life in a national army only if they believe that state is representative and acting on their behalf.
And modern states also use new financial tools the emperors never could. They adopted systems of national debt, of centralized taxation, based on representative government.
It's a different fiscal contract. You can spread the cost of a war over generations because you're confident that the government will remain legitimate enough to collect taxes in the future.
That's the key distinction. The imperial system, just by its dynastic nature, existed to protect the ruling family and the central power, not the public interest.
It could never successfully make that transition to a citizen army because it could never convince its subjects that the empire was worth dying for, only that the salary was worth taking.
So if we step all the way back from Yofei's personal tragedy, the problem wasn't his character, and it wasn't even the professional army itself. The problem was that the whole military finance dilemma was structurally insoluble within the framework of an empire.
That structural failure is what necessitated the empire's eventual exit from history.
We've spent this time breaking down the two options that were available to every imperial government: the expensive recruitment system
And the ineffective soldier-farmer unity system.
And we saw how that choice created an inescapable fiscal trap that just devoured the empire from the inside out. So here's the final thought. Why did a third option, the modern citizen army, rooted in a shared purpose, why did that never emerge naturally within that imperial framework?
What does that fundamental structural lack of a third way tell you about the inherent inescapable limits of dynastic power? If If you found this discussion useful, maybe learned something new, definitely hit that subscribe button. We do these deep dives regularly, exploring valuable ideas.
We appreciate you tuning in.
Yeah, thanks for joining us.